moving around it, and that means for Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England, as well as the north and west of Wales, we're going to see damp weather, if not really quite wet weather, developing overnight. A lot of cloud as well, murky in places, but towards the east and southeast, after some initial thunderstorms through the evening, we'll see clear spells developing by dawn, even if it is going to be staying muggy overnight. But look at Scotland first thing. We've got further wet weather to come. A tricky morning for travelling because of the heavy and prolonged nature of the rain affecting much of the country. Northern Ireland, damp as well during the morning. But for much of the west of England as well as Wales, mostly dry, albeit with extensive low cloud. That will cover the hills. It brings some spots of drizzle. It will also cause some sea fog. Now, that sea fog will lurk around southern and western coasts into the afternoon, but inland it will brighten up across the Midlands, the east and southeast of England, and with increasingly strong sunshine coming through and this high humidity remaining in place, temperatures are going to rise quickly. We're talking about East Anglia in the southeast seeing widely 30+ Celsius, 33 Celsius possible in the hotter spots. Low 20s elsewhere, but feeling humid wherever you are. And then Saturday starts off with extensive cloud cover. That cloud slowly breaking through the day, and the wetter weather that we begin things in the north will ease away. So Saturday afternoon drier and brighter, feeling a bit fresher for one day only before the heat returns in the south on Sunday and Monday.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Well, it's all about the most consequential by-election in modern British history. Have the people of Makerfield just voted for a new Prime Minister? Will Andy Burnham really be the king in the north, the bloke who's flip-flopped more than Gandhi? Or will Reform do him? Reform, of course, could underperform. What impact will Restore have as well? Really is all to play for. And two other by-elections taking place north of the border in Scotland, including one that is a referendum on oil and gas. So much news tonight, we'll have it all.
There's just 2 weeks left to grab a chance to live the summer of your dreams.
With a totally tax-free £76,543.21 in tax-free cash to be won.
Someone really has to win it, and it could be you.
For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
At the stroke of midnight, the news doesn't stop, and neither do we.
Day in, day out. Forget stuffy late night TV shows. We're giving you a front row ticket to the centre of the political universe.
Because breaking news doesn't wait for the morning.
And neither do we. Join us for one of the most controversial and volatile times of politics in human history.
A very big story.
Big story over here.
You won't get this anywhere else. The Late Show live at midnight, every night.
Only on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain,
with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, welcome along to possibly the most important edition of Late Edition so far. Why? Because it's the most important by-election in modern British history, and the polls have closed.
You can... Cheers, lad. I was born in Liverpool, but my journey began in this area.
Yes, it is the most consequential by-election in British history. Is Andy Burnham about to be on his way to number 10 Downing Street, or...
I'm not a career politician. I'm a local man from Army Reserve.
Well, could Reform UK ruin the plans for a Burnham coronation as Labour leader? Their candidate is looking to cause a giant upset, and the latest from both parties is Labour say they're feeling very good, Reform say they're feeling very good. However...
Okay, my name's Peter. I'm a reporter at Telegraph. I was talking to... We're not doing anything. Talking to Rupert earlier. Not one question. Rebecca, we just get one question, Rebecca. Is that all right? Are you sure?
Well, this is the great unknown, isn't it? Certainly one to watch. Another fascinating dynamic of this Makerfield by-election. How well will Rupert Lowe's Restore Britain do? Are they about to help make Andy Burnham Prime Minister if they take a chunk of that Reform vote? Or actually, are they going to outperform everybody? And will this be a big sign of what they could do at a general election? But our man on the ground, our political editor, Christopher Hope, alongside our chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster, the ballot boxes are being opened, they are being counted. Christopher is on the scene.
They're checking the votes behind me, but it sounds like Reform are giving in to Labour. Sarah Pochin saying that she'll be happy with second place. Labour are quietly confident. That means a nightmare on Downing Street. It looks like Andy Burnham's on his way back to Parliament to challenge Keir Starmer for power.
And this is it. How long will it be if Andy Burnham wins that we start seeing cabinet resignations? Ed Miliband rumoured to go. Yvette Cooper's on resignation watch. It'll be like rats leaving a sinking ship, won't it? Joining us this evening is the Spectator's assistant editor, Madeline Grant. We have got former Labour Party advisor, Matthew Larzer, and comedian Archie Manners, to add a little bit of a light sprinkling to the evening as well. It's all to play for. It's not the only by-election in town either. There's two going on in Scotland. One of them has been labelled a referendum on oil and gas, which could be bad news if Andy Burnham wins and makes Ed Miliband his Chancellor, which, of course, he's rumoured to do. OK, all right. Well, look, this is supposed to be a newspaper show. I will tell you what's on them very quickly before we crack on with the matter at hand, which is, of course, the by-election. The Daily Telegraph is leading with the story of a boy 3 thrown to crocodiles. The Express, stay out of the EU and cut taxes to back global Britain. The iPaper, cost of living hope for UK as oil flows again in the Gulf. The Times, UK wastes billions paying too much for big projects. The Mail, toddler critical after being thrown into crocodile pit at zoo. Sun, boy 3 thrown to crocs at zoo. The Mirror, together we can save lives. And that is Keir Starmer saying he'll do whatever he can to help the Mirror campaign after water tragedies. People, of course, not being safe enough as they swim, especially during heat waves. The Metro, you're going to be the ones That Save Us, it's that England front page, isn't it? And The Guardian, Britain could rejoin the EU on special terms, says ex-Brexit negotiator. And on that note, it's important now that we delve back in to what is going on in Makerfield, the most consequential by-election in modern British history. Andy Burnham is odds on to win that Makerfield by-election, and that means that he is very likely to become our new Prime Minister. The problem for Andy Burnham is that he's managed to avoid any real scrutiny because he wears retro Everton shirts, talks about pie, chips and gravy, plays a bit of five-a-side and says lad at the end of every sentence. He is the posh southerner's idea of what a northerner should be, but here is his actual record. As Mayor of Greater Manchester, he wasted around £104 million in taxpayer funding, preparing for the daily charging emissions zone before they cancelled the plans. The Greater Manchester Combined Authority, which Burnham chairs, has handed roughly £800 million in public loans to a single luxury property developer. The funding bankrolled high-end glass towers in central Manchester featuring 24-hour concierges, virtual driving ranges, pet spas. However, 11,000 homes built using the wider Greater Manchester Housing Investment Fund, that's the number of it. Only 5% were classed as affordable. Not good for a man who really said that he was going to tackle the homelessness crisis and the cost of living crisis. And, of course, on the grooming gangs, Maggie Oliver was very critical of him, and so were the victims' families.
Given, and I'm answering that directly because I want that to be known from my point of view. That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question, Andy. You have not answered the question.
They claim that Andy Burnham allowed police to mark their own homework and that, fundamentally, he didn't really care. He's already tried and failed to be Labour leader twice, once in 2010 and once in 2015. He's widely regarded as a terrible health secretary. Burnham blocked a full public inquiry into the Staffordshire Hospital catastrophe, where routine neglect, cost-cutting and severe understaffing led to the needless deaths of an estimated 400 to 1,200 patients. He likes to walk around in jeans and be a normal man, but people forget that he was once famed for his love of Armani suits. Many people think the bloke is just playing a character. He's even a flip-flop during this election campaign. He said he's got an open mind on North Sea oil and gas, and he's been courting the unions so he can get their votes. They are very worried about net zero, job losses, of course. But at the same time, he's rumoured to be about to make Ed Miliband his Chancellor. How do you square that circle? On the EU, in 2025, he said, long term, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say it. I want to rejoin it. He regularly reiterated that he hoped to see the UK return to the EU. 2026. I am not proposing that the UK rejoining the EU. Ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous. The last thing we should do now is rerun those arguments, he said. During this campaign, he said he supported Shabana Mahmood's immigration plans. Then he said he wants to let asylum seekers work before they've even been approved. When you look at it like that, is it any wonder this guy isn't going anywhere?
I intend not to walk away from this, but to carry on with what I was elected to do, which is to serve this country and bring about the change that people desperately need in their lives.
Nobody knows who Andy Burnham really is. The truth might turn out to be that he is a shape-shifting charlatan in a tracksuit or Armani suit. Only time will tell. Before we go to my panel, I want to take you back into the room where the counts and the votes are at the moment. We can go live now to GB News' chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster, who is with our political editor, Christopher Hope, at the count in Makerfield. And the very latest, Christopher, is that it is looking more and more likely it's a Labour victory. Is that right?
That's right, the mood music we're getting from Reform is just that, Patrick. Behind me, the tables, the volunteer, they are paid council staff, are counting the ballots as they've come in. They're verifying, checking all they've got a pile of votes which they can say are actual votes rather than spoiled ballot papers. And then after that, within the next hour or so, the counting will start, the piles will start building up for Reform and Labour. And frankly, all the other parties are also RANs. Some of them, in fact, maybe all of them, might even lose their deposits. We've had reaction, though, in the past few moments from Labour, Reform and the Conservatives. And with me now is Catherine Forster, our chief political correspondent. Catherine, what are the parties saying?
Yeah, so Labour are saying that they've run a positive campaign focused on the people of Makerfield constituency, that they knew it was going to be a tough fight, but they are bringing a message of hope and optimism. They are, I should say, feeling fairly confident. They think the turnout's going to be very high, possibly even general election high levels or higher. But Reform say they're feeling very good. They say the Reform vote has turned out today and we will get our highest ever election percentage. Bear in mind, they have only ever won one by-election, which was Runcorn and Helsby, Sarah Pochin by just 6 votes. She spoke to us a little bit earlier. She said she thinks Nigel Farage is going to be the next Prime Minister, but she wouldn't say that she thinks Reform are going to take it. I'm pretty sure at one point she said she'd be happy with a good second place. The Conservatives are saying that do you know what? I'm so glad I can't read my own writing. That they knew that these by-elections were going to be tough, but they're up for the fight. Worth saying, they're nowhere here. The Lib Dems are nowhere here. It's a straight race between Reform and Labour, with, of course, the complicating factor of the Restore vote, which could be enough to stop Reform winning here, but we don't know that yet.
And the big prize, of course, for Labour, Catherine, is if Andy Burnham wins enough votes, beating Reform, including the Restore votes, that means he's won big, and that will support him going forward. I'm already hearing anecdotal reports of pollsters quitting their jobs for 6 weeks to run a Burnham leadership campaign. It could happen very, very quickly this weekend if Burnham comes back.
Yes, because if Andy Burnham can win here, this was a very heavily Brexit voting seat. Yes, it was a safe Labour seat, but in the local elections just gone, there was a turquoise wave here. All those council seats, I think bar one, went to Reform. So if Andy Burnham can win here, that's a sort of proof of concept that he can take on Reform nationally. Now, in terms of what could happen after tonight, he's going to have a conversation with the Prime Minister. They would like the Prime Minister to say, I am going to announce a timetable for my departure. I think they expect the PM to mull his position over the weekend. But then if he does not budge, it could be that we could start to get resignations, ministerial resignations. And will Wes Streeting, has he got the 81 votes? It could be, well, it will be a very, very big few days coming.
I was talking to a minister tonight who says that he thinks it will be the end of days for Keir Starmer. He says to me he's been talking to Andy Burnham. The areas that Andy Burnham will be focusing on is adult social care, defence and the small boats issue. And he seems quite keen to keep Siobhan Mahmood where she is as Home Secretary. All that is to play out, though, in coming days. But for now, it's all eyes on this camp behind us.
It really is. I know that we like to talk in superlatives at by-elections. This one is the most important of our lifetimes. We've never had a by-election where basically, remember Reform in the local elections in Scotland and Wales were campaigning saying vote Reform, get Starmer out. But effectively, what Andy Burnham, Labour Mayor of Greater Manchester, is doing here is saying, not out loud, but implicitly, vote Andy Burnham. The tagline is for us, for hope, but it is also vote Andy Burnham, get Starmer out, get Andy Burnham. It is quite incredible.
And that's because we believe he's turned down any offer of a big job in a Starmer cabinet after he offered it at the G7 summit where I was yesterday.
He's not interested. Why on earth would he be? I mean, he's Mayor of Greater Manchester. He's sort of King of the North. That's what they call him, isn't it? Why on earth would he want that? I think there's no world in which that happens. We're thinking now about who he's going to put in his cabinet. I know we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves.
And there is a cost, isn't it, to this? It will cost £250,000 to have this by-election. If Andy Burnham wins, it's 4.7 million of our money, our taxpayers' money, to run this by-election in Greater Manchester. It's a £5 million cost, frankly, of Labour's inability to find a leader who isn't Keir Starmer, who is currently an MP.
Yeah. over 400 MPs and they didn't have a single person that they thought could really take on the threat from reform, apart from a guy who didn't even have a seat. It is quite extraordinary. But look, you know, this is a government that promised to stop the chaos. And here we likely are to go again. Will the Prime Minister hold to that? He doesn't want a leadership election, but, you know, even if Andy Burnham lost here tonight, and I don't think it's going to happen, I think there will be moves against him. Clearly the position is unsustainable for the PM.
With Wes Streeting say he'll stand next week. So that could be very, very, very sudden. I should say just finally, it's very rare for a sitting government to win by-elections. Normally they lose them. So it does show the Burnham factor has counted. I've been speaking to talking to Labour people canvassing. Labour's not really mentioned on the literature from Labour. It's all about Andy Burnham pushing him forward as an individual, really downplaying Labour.
It's all about Andy Burnham. And, of course, he's untainted by the government's record because he hasn't been in government. He's been in Manchester. He says, look how Manchester is growing. Remember Boris Johnson, another mayor, got into number 10.
How did that go?
And terribly well, did it?
OK. Catherine Forster, thank you for joining us, and you're with us all through the night tonight. Thank you. That's Catherine Forster for you, Patrick. She'll be here burning the midnight oil while I get some sleep before tomorrow morning.
Amazing. Look, thank you very much, both of you. We will, of course, go back to that count as and when, because there are some, you know, top politicians wandering around there. Hopefully, Christopher and Catherine can grab them for us, and we'll dip back into it. I'm going to be joined shortly by a Labour MP who's going to be giving us those views. Fascinating, though, what Christopher was saying there, because he said, you know, one of the big things for Andy Burnham now going forward on a national level will be adult social care. But again, all you've got to do is Google Andy Burnham's record on adult social care when he was in government, when he was health minister, and he was accused of wanting, along with Gordon Brown, to impose a death tax, which was basically a levy on your assets when you died, a compulsory levy on people's estates when they died in order to create a national care service. So is he going to go back to that again? Is he going to wrestle 10% of your assets away from your cold, dead hands in order to fund adult social care? This is the problem for Andy Burnham. The more people remember him, the more people find out about him, the more they remember that actually, potentially, he's not the right man. And the polls would indicate that, Matthew. I'll come to you first on this. We had a bloke from YouGov on before. He said, actually, what you've seen is over the course of this by-election, regardless of the fact that he's set to win tonight, on a national level, the more people have seen of Andy Burnham, the least they like him. He's lost about 15% in his personal approval ratings just by virtue of standing in Makerfield.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, you know, clearly Makerfield is made for him. You know, he lives down the road, he grew up in the area, etc. He's going to face on the national level, when he re-enters the national stage, a whole host of questions, and he's going to have to be a bit more careful than he has been with things like when he appeared during the campaign to say that the WASPy women were going to get something, and then it turned out they were going to get the bus pass a couple of years early, and not the money that he pledged them. So it's this kind of carelessness, you know, the bond market throwaway comment back at the Labour Party conference last autumn,
which was what the bond markets are just going to have to get used to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think Andy Burnham's also going to have to get used to the bond markets if he wants to be Prime Minister, as people are saying. So, look, I think Andy is a real talent, but he's going to face a lot of questions.
The fact is, there is no denying that Andy Burnham is much more human than Keir Starmer, but that's because Keir Starmer is so wooden that birds nest in him. So it's a low bar there, isn't it? Another big issue is going to be immigration. It's for many people, it's the big issue in the country at the moment. And Andy Burnham's in a bit of a pickle here, because as we heard from Christopher Hope, if he wins, it looks as though his idea would be to continue with Shabana Mahmood as Home Secretary. Now, to Shabana Mahmood's credit, she has actually at least spoken in pretty tough terms when it comes to legal and illegal immigration, in a way that Labour Party members don't like. So when Andy Burnham goes through that Labour leadership contest there, and let's say he's against Wes Streeting and against Keir Starmer potentially as well, and he's saying, I'm going to continue with Shabana Mahmood, does he win that vote?
It's really, really difficult, isn't it? Because, you know, you have to appeal to all these different demographics. Firstly, a much smaller group, and that's partly, I think, why he craves a coronation so badly, because you can negate some of these difficult conversations. But I think that for Labour MPs, there will be this temptation to say, you know, morale is so low, things are so terrible. Burnham is the great panacea to every ill. Let's just elect him and make it quick. But that, again, I think, really runs the risk of ignoring like the very deep-seated problems that exist not just in Britain but in the Labour Party itself. You know, just a few days ago, half of the Defence Department resigned, and the big question there was money. And getting money from the Treasury. It seems that Rachel Reeves is basically dug in and refusing to push other departments to make these difficult cuts that are necessary. If we have Ed Miliband as Chancellor, which is one of the terrifying touted rumours, I mean, how likely is it that Miliband will say, actually, you know what, let's cut the net zero stuff a bit because we need to pay for the defence? I mean, he's already said to Keir Starmer that he will not do that. So there's all these, like, coming fights down the road for Andy Burnham, and he's already proven himself, as you pointed out, to be a politician that tends to say things that he believes will make him popular in the short term. But as Prime Minister, you have to annoy people the whole time and make very difficult decisions.
Yeah, well, quite. And Archie, it's a question now for me of how quickly things can move.
Well, it does.
Because we could see, if Burnham is crowned here in Makerfield, as is expected, between, you know, anything between 1 and, say, 3 a.m. maybe, then there's going to be cause Keir Starmer to go. There's going to be potential. Ed Miliband was campaigning for Andy Burnham today. Al Carnes was campaigning for Andy Burnham today. Even Wes Treating, I imagine through gritted teeth, issued a tweet to say, go out and vote for Andy Burnham.
He's been up there.
He's been up there, has he? There you go. Well, John Bercow was up there as well. I'm not sure what favours that would have done anyway. But you know, this is a big night tonight, but it's going to be a huge 48 hours for us here on GB News and for the British public.
It is. It reminds me of that great Cornish joke. We used to live in an empire ruled by an emperor. We now live in a kingdom ruled by a king. Quite soon with Andy Burnham, we're just going to be living in a country. It does genuinely concern me because quite soon we are going to have a government that simply is not capable of dealing with the issues, as you were saying, Madeleine, that are coming down the tracks, right? We have the Strait of Hormuz only recently just opened. The economic dire situation that is coming, I don't think has hit anybody yet in reality. And I'm afraid what's going to be needed is nothing that Labour can offer, because they're not willing to make the cuts that are going to be required. And as you've just pointed out with his adult social care plan, everything is expensive. And until we get our heads around that, it doesn't matter whether it's Andy Burnham, Keir Starmer, me, or Mr Blobby, frankly, who's Prime Minister, nothing's going to change.
Well, watch this space. You're looking at live scenes there from the count in Makerfield. They're busy counting away there. There is so many different levels to this by-election as well. One to watch is going to be how well Restore do they take 10% of the vote? Do they take 3% of the vote? Because you can play that out nationally, can't you? And then there's going to be these big conversations.
You can't. The only thing I would say about that, and this is not to equate Rupert Lowe with the BNP, but the BNP did poll 7% in this seat. So it is a particularly fertile ground for people who have that rather type of what I would call incredibly unattractive politics. So we can extrapolate some success of Restore, but they're throwing the kitchen sink at it. It doesn't necessarily mean that can be extrapolated and replicated across the country.
OK, look, but one thing I will say is, you know, when you add up, when all's said and done tonight, and the fat lady is singing, you see the Conservatives' vote, Restore's vote, and Reform's vote, and you add them together, and if that would have beaten Labour's star turn in the place where his kids go to school and around the corner from where he was born, they're big hitter. There's not 649 other Andy Burnhams out there for the Labour Party. There's going to be a huge conversation about whether or not the right needs to unite, but that's a bit further down the track. We haven't got the results yet. Coming up, though, we're going to be hearing from a Labour MP, getting his thoughts on this huge night for the Prime Minister and this huge night for Britain. That's next.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me. Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB loyalty points are here. They're our way of saying thank you for spending time with GB News. Through commenting on your say, voting in You Decide polls and shaping the debate, you can earn GB loyalty points. Unlock rewards, reach milestones and climb leaderboards. Don't just watch our programmes, come and be part of them. Get started by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/loyalty points.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm sure you all already know, but the polls have closed in the Makerfield by-election. The early noises are that Labour are incredibly confident. They think that they have managed to win this on a very, very big turnout. Reform supposedly second. It seems like they are settling for second, if you listen to the words of Sarah Pochin, who was interviewed by our political editor earlier on. So, look, it looks like it's very much game on. Andy Burnham, the man who was blocked from standing in Gorton and Denton, he finally got the nod here, didn't he? If he's pulled it off, then how long is it before he's openly challenging Keir Starmer to the Labour leadership? Will Keir Starmer stand down? Will we get resignations? All to play for. And I'm very pleased to be joined this evening by Labour MP for Camborne and Redruth. It's Perrin Moon. Perrin, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Look, the noises are that Andy Burnham's won. We don't know that for sure yet. That seems to be the situation. So we'll do this along those lines, right? So let's assume Andy Burnham has won. Does Keir Starmer have to stand down?
I don't think we should be assuming he has won. You know, we need to wait for those ballots to be counted. Andy's won. He's run a really impressive campaign against what has been an incredibly divisive Reform candidate in a what should be a very strong Reform area, the 13th best second place for Reform at the last election. They won every single council seat. It voted heavily Leave. So this has been a really tough nut to crack. So we'll just have to wait and see what the result is. But Andy's run a fantastic campaign.
So if Andy Burnham does run for Labour leadership, will you be backing him? Because you've been quite a staunch Starmer supporter recently.
There isn't a leadership election until 81 MPs have nominated a candidate. So the kind of point is moot. What is very clear is that between now and the end of next month, we have a Manchester mayoral by-election that we have to focus on if Andy Burnham has won this seat. Because if Andy's won, then he has
just going to say,
resign.
Parana, as you well know, the country really cares about this by-election and really cares about whether or not we're going to get a new Prime Minister. So I will ask you again, if Andy Burnham does decide to challenge Keir Starmer, will you back him? Because you're in a tricky spot here, aren't you? If he doesn't, and you just come on GB News and say you're going to back Andy Burnham, then Starmer's not going to be happy with you. But if you tell us that you're not going to back Andy Burnham and he becomes Prime Minister, you're not going to have much of a job, are you?
Position has been consistent throughout this. We're less than 2 years into a 5-year plan. We have got inflation falling. We've got NHS waiting list falling. We've got GDP growth prior to Iran. We've got net migration absolutely falling rapidly. We've lifted 500,000 people, children out of poverty. I think that the Prime Minister was elected 2 years ago, and he should remain in post to deliver on the manifesto commitments that we made to the people.
So you would back Keir Starmer in a Labour leadership contest then?
I back the Prime Minister, yeah.
Yeah. Just on Andy Burnham specifically here, the slight issue that he's got is that according to the YouGov polls, the more people see of him on a national level, the less they actually like him. And there are some quite fascinating things here. His record as the mayor of Greater Manchester, missed his homelessness targets, did manage to give £800 million in public loans to a single luxury property developer, 104 million quid splashed up the wall on daily charging emission zone cameras that never actually came into force. On the grooming gangs, again, he's been very heavily criticised by the likes of Maggie Oliver and survivors for, as they would put it, not taking that seriously. And then politically speaking as well, over the course of this campaign, flip-flopping quite a lot on North Sea oil and gas, on whether or not he wants to rejoin the EU, on where he stands when it comes to immigration. Is he going to get tough like Shabana Mahmood? Or actually, does he want asylum seekers to be able to work before they've been approved? Do you think he's really capable of running a country?
There isn't a leadership election, so I'm not going to get drawn onto the pros and cons of Andy Burnham.
Oh, well, OK, then do you think he's a man that anyone can trust to be an MP?
As winning this important by-election, despite, you know, a fantastic campaign. We have to wait for the results to come through.
Is he a trustworthy bloke?
If you want to talk about a lack of trust in politics, we really need to understand more about the £5 million that Nigel Farage has taken as a gift, and then disappeared, frankly, from Westminster ever since that story broke. So there's an awful lot to come from that story. I'm not going to get drawn on Andy Burnham's past or future record or any part of this.
Why not?
The focus tonight is on winning this by-election, hopefully, and then going on to win the Manchester mayoral by-election.
Yeah, but we're going to be revealing the results here soonish, right? And the point is, if Andy Burnham wins, based on his track record, is he someone that the public can trust? You say he's run a great campaign, you've been quite positive about him there, but is he a bloke the public can trust? He's flip-flopped more than Gandhi.
It would be up to the public when it comes to a leadership election. It would be up to the members. Unfortunately, it's just the way the system is. It would be up to the members of the Labour Party. Were there to be a by-election? Sorry?
I'm talking about the people of Makerfield. Is he someone that they can trust to be a good Labour MP, given the fact that we're not 100% sure what he's done?
Unquestionably. Look at his record he's got a very strong record in Manchester. Ultimately, the polls have closed now. I'm very, very hopeful that Andy has won this for Labour in an area that really reforms should, if they're thinking of forming another government. I appreciate that their national poll ratings are slipping quite quickly now, but it's really somewhere that reform should be winning, and I am quietly confident we can't get our hopes up too high that Andy has won Makerfield.
OK, all right. Now, we've seen Ed Miliband out campaigning for him. We saw even Wes Streeting went up there as well. There's talk of, regardless, before you try to wriggle out of this one, regardless of whether or not Andy Burnham wins, there's talk of potentially cabinet resignations if Keir Starmer doesn't just stand down regardless of who wins here. What would your message be to cabinet people who are on resignation watch, the likes of Yvette Cooper and Ed Miliband? Would you tell them to stay where they are?
I would say to them is that there are 400 Labour MPs. We have a deep wealth of knowledge and talent, and anybody that wants to, get off the bus, and they will be replaced. I don't think. I mean, I've heard so many rumours over the course of the last couple of weeks, so much of which I know is complete and utter nonsense. But that is the nature of the place that we work in. My message is, if you don't want to be in government, then move aside and let somebody else do it.
Okay, all right. So you would be happy to serve in a Keir Starmer cabinet now? Then I take it. Sounded like a bit of a come and get me play.
I'm not looking. No. Hang on a minute. I'm not looking. This isn't a pitch for me personally. What I do know is that I've got a lot of colleagues around me who've got lots of talent and lots of experience, far more than I've got, who are very, very capable and waiting for a chance. But ultimately, the Prime Minister needs a team around him who are on the bus, who are driving forward some of the difficult changes we've made and producing the results that the country desperately needs. Around the cost of living, around managing the economy, getting those interest rates down, reducing the NHS waiting lists, reducing net migration. These are really, really important things that matter to people. We need ministers around the Prime Minister who are going to continue to deliver on that record.
OK, look, finally, before I let you get going, Perrin, I do appreciate your time this evening. There has been talk about the huge number of Labour Party canvassers that were out there in force today. There were people previously, Steve Coogan's been there. Hugh Grant was there today. John Bercow turned up, although, to be fair, I don't think anyone invited him. But we've seen so many people, so many Labour MPs, so many Labour ministers. Did you go up and help Andy Burnham or not?
Today, I'm back in Cornwall. I'm in the furthest southwest.
It's a long way.
Yeah, it's 15-hour round trip. So, and I had an engagement that I had in the constituency this evening. But it has been a phenomenal effort, and it does, it really does nod to Andy's ability to pull people across the northwest. He's got a very, very strong regional kind of base, and all of that has been really clearly shown over recent weeks, and we've got everything crossed for him.
OK, Perrin, thank you very much, and I enjoyed that little back and forth there greatly. It's Perrin Moon there, who is the Labour MP for Camborne and Redruth. So much to unpack here with my panel. In the last couple of moments, Andy Burnham has tweeted. He's thanked everyone who has come out and voted, and the people of Makerfield as a whole, and everyone who's, as he would put it, helped him along the way in the last 5 weeks. Lisa Nandy has been spotted at the count. She's a relatively local MP there, of course, in Makerfield. Lucy Powell as well, Labour's deputy leader. She said, our great candidate Andy Burnham and our fantastic Labour team have run a positive campaign focused on the people of Makerfield. So there we go. We're going to dip back into this with my wonderful panel in the next couple of minutes. Has Andy Burnham pulled it off? Will we be getting resignations through very shortly? We'll have to wait and see. Big moment in British history happening right now.
Hi there, and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Mild and murky overnight, spells of heavy rain in places, and then it turns hotter through Friday and really quite exceptionally hot by Monday in the south and the east. We've got this heat wave emerging across the near continent. Now, initially, the UK sits on the boundary of that heat with spells of rain moving around it, and that means for Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England, as well as the north and west of Wales, we're going to see damp weather, if not really quite wet weather, developing overnight. A lot of cloud as well. Murky in places, but towards the east and southeast, after some initial thunderstorms through the evening, we'll see clear spells developing by dawn, even if it is going to be staying muggy overnight. But look at Scotland first thing. We've got further wet weather to come. A tricky morning for travelling because of the heavy and prolonged nature of the rain affecting much of the country. Northern Ireland damp as well during the morning, but for much of the west of England as well as Wales, mostly dry, albeit with extensive low cloud. That will cover the hills, it brings some spots of drizzle. It will also cause some sea fog. Now that sea fog will lurk around southern and western coasts into the afternoon, but inland it will brighten up across the Midlands, the east and southeast of England, and with increasingly strong sunshine coming through and this high humidity remaining in place, temperatures are going to rise quickly. We're talking about East Anglia in the southeast seeing widely 30+ Celsius, 33 Celsius possible in the hotter spots. Low 20s elsewhere, but feeling humid wherever you are. And then Saturday starts off with extensive cloud cover. That cloud slowly breaking through the day, and the wetter weather that we begin things in the north will ease away. So Saturday afternoon drier and brighter, feeling a bit fresher for one day only before the heat returns in the south on Sunday and Monday.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen,
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Patrick Christie's Night Late Edition. Live shots of inside that count at Makerfield right now. The people counting those votes will be revealing in the next couple of hours whether or not Andy Burnham has won that election, whether or not... What's he going to say in his victory speech if indeed he has won it? By the way, can you imagine how crushing it would be if he doesn't? And presumably that would mean that Reform has won it, and that would really be a big, big statement. But let me bring in my wonderful panel here now. So, yeah, I mean, what do you make, Maddie, of everything? We had Perrin Moon on, real name Peregrine Henry Rupert Moon, the Labour MP earlier on, who was putting up the good fight for Keir Starmer.
He was, but it really shows the perils of being a Starmerite MP in this day and age, and he very much seems to be inhabiting the same kind of, semi-concussed anti-reality that the Prime Minister is living in. Because the fact is that his line was basically, Andy Burnham's doing really, really well, but we need to focus on the job in hand and also the mayoralty that's coming up, so no change. But it just conveniently ignores the fact that so much of Andy Burnham's campaign, and the reason that he may very well win very soon, is because he was running on a get Starmer out ticket, and they're all just going to pretend that this hasn't happened. I mean, it's obvious insanity and it's not going to wash.
Yes, and so let's deal, unlike Perrin, who was very unwilling to do this, let's deal in the not so hypothetical scenario that Andy Burnham may well have won, right? I want you to outline the timeline for me now here about what we're going to see unfold in Britain in the coming 48, 72 hours.
So, I mean, there are various scenarios. To get on to force the leadership challenge, 81 Labour MPs, that's 20% of Labour MPs, have to nominate a particular candidate. Obviously, if more than one get nominated at the same time, then a leadership challenge, a leadership contest happens. Anybody to appear on the ballot paper would need so if anybody else wants to join it, 81
apart from Starmer.
MPs, apart from Keir Starmer, who, because he's the incumbent leader, is automatically on the ballot paper.
Will Starmer fight it, do you think? Or is there a chance that Andy goes, look, I'm not going to do the chips and gravy voice because it's just embarrassing, but I've got here my 81. Will Starmer then go, well look, you've got to fight that?
I mean, clearly, both Wes Streeting and Andy Burnham have said, I mean, poor Perrin was trying to pretend that...
Peregrine, please, don't be disrespectful.
What he calls
Henry Rupert.
Yes,
Thank you. Clearly, Perrin was trying to avoid the question of there being a leadership contest. Andy Burnham has said he's going to Westminster to have a leadership contest, and Wes Streeton has said he will join that leadership contest and they both claim that they've got the numbers. So in that scenario, I doubt it. July the 4th is the key date, which is the second anniversary of the election, and there is a sort of elegant thought that do you let Starmer get through to July the 4th so that he can go elegantly, having done 2 years as...
Well, there we go. And just quickly on this, Archie, look, the two big issues facing potential Prime Minister Andy Burnham are growth and immigration. And on those, he may well have to try to ramp up people's taxes for some kind of adult care plan.
Where's that coming from? How much more have we got to give? Seriously, what are we... I mean, I know that minister said it the other day, off the record, all our conversations are who or what we can tax. But where is the money? I mean, other than you and your multi-million properties...
You've got 10% of your massive estate.
But no, it's quite seriously, there really isn't, at any level of wealth in this country, most of them have gone elsewhere if they get overtaxed. There is not much more to give here, boys and girls.
A lot of people on the left, and it's a very popular idea within the Labour Party, not sensible Matthew, who knows all too well, but many people on the left, and making up great numbers of MPs, do believe that there is this kind of fantasy rump of mega-rich people that you can just tax,
they don't exist.
and it will pay for everything. Those people are extremely internationally mobile, and they're very difficult to tax.
And they do...
Exactly. It falls on, people on, 40% tax who already feel very hard up as it is.
Exactly, and the other issue, of course, is migration, and Andy Burnham apparently wants to let asylum seekers work before they've been approved, so that's illegal immigrants, isn't it? Which, of course, is not anything that's going to stop people crossing the channel. Anyway, look, we do want to cover another story tonight. It's not all about the by-election. This is on pretty much every single national newspaper front page tomorrow, and it's beyond every parent's worst nightmare, this. On the front page of tomorrow's Daily Telegraph, a 3-year-old boy was thrown into a crocodile enclosure in a zoo in Cambridgeshire. Now, the boy was taken to hospital. He's got serious injuries. He is in a critical but stable condition. Police have arrested a 30-year-old man from Norfolk on suspicion of attempted murder. Now, they say that they don't believe that the boy and the man were known to each other. The issue happened at Johnson Zoo in Huntingdon at 1:24 p.m. today. This is one of the most bizarre stories ever. I think we should have a bit more detail about the suspect.
Well, it is interesting. We've been told that he was 30. I don't know why that's important information, but we don't know where he's from.
They always release.
We don't know. Of course they did, but my point is perhaps they should release more if they're going to release that. We don't know anything about this chap. It seems, on the very little information we've got, that this is somebody possibly with some serious problems, who has done something absolutely appalling and tragic. The only silver lining is I've just read on your auto cue that critical but stable, which is something.
Yeah, it's just the worst thing.
But what's so scary is that we do seem to be living in a world where there are just these random senseless acts of violence happening all the time, and it's completely unpredictable. And, I mean, the thought of someone abusing a 3-year-old that they did know is bad enough, but the idea that some random stranger just sees a small child and decides to, try to kill them is, genuinely terrifying. And there have been other attacks like this. There was the little boy, there was a child who was thrown off a ledge at the Tate Gallery.
It's a little boy, yeah.
Yeah, and
with someone who did have serious psychiatric issues, the perpetrator of that particular incident.
Absolutely, and the British state is very, very bad at containing dangerous people who shouldn't be out and about.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, it is worth saying that at the moment, this person's been arrested, not been charged with anything, and that, this might emerge that there was some kind of horrific accident here. We don't know. It doesn't sound that way, but we don't know. And Matthew, I think it's also going to seriously raise big questions about, in health and safety Britain that we have at the moment. How on earth can you lob a kid into a crocodile enclosure?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, apparently, by the sound of it, access is quite easy. It's supervised. You can pay to actually do a feeding session with the crocodile. So we don't know whether they were, they paid for this extra session or they were standing the other side of the fence. So there'll be a lot of questions, I think, asked.
Lots of questions. Right, look, thank you very, very much. When we come back, we are going to be returning to the Makerfield by-election. We do have a bit of an update, some latest word on the ground. Are Labour already claiming victory? That's next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
The heat across some parts of Western Europe will continue to build and spread further north and eastwards through the next few days. Not everywhere seeing the exceptionally high temperatures, but across some parts of Spain into France, temperatures will be around 10 degrees above average for the time of year. And whilst there will be a lot of sunshine around, with that heat and humidity, do watch out for a few thundery showers that are likely to kick off. More sunny and hot weather to come into next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
You're a stripper for nearly 20 years now.
Yeah.
And what you do now has changed. How has it changed and why?
I think beforehand they would book you individually. There would be a lot of stripograms, and that would be bookings for like birthdays, hen parties, and ultimately you would probably be around their house or something like that, or in a small bar. What it's kind of moved into now is more shows. Dream Boys, it's really popular. It's up and down the country, and what you'll find is they'll get 20, 30 girls together and they'll go out and they'll go to the show because they've got the drag queen, they've got the dancers, they've got the stripper, they've got the whole night's entertainment.
Is that because they feel uncomfortable with a stripper, or is it a woke thing? Is it they're concerned about objectifying you because they don't want to objectify themselves, so why should you be objectified?
I think it could be possibly a bit about... some of them might think if we get them around the house, there might be a person that's uncomfortable with it. Whereas if they book the show, you're free to go to the show or not.
GB News, the People's Channel. GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Princess Anne and the way that she has brought up her family is really interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, you've got daughter and son who've not taken on royal titles, who've just got on with their lives.
I think now, in retrospect, we can say it was an inspired decision of the Princess Royal, Princess Anne, not to have her husband receive a Grand Peerage title, which meant, of course, that her children would just be plain Mr. and Mrs. Zara is Mrs. Tyndall, he is Mr. Phillips, and that's allowed them actually to have a much more normal life, not being in the necessary glare that attaches when you have the HRH prefix to your name and become a duke or a duchess or whatever. And yes, they have had great lives in the private sector.
GB News, the People's Channel. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Dorothea served in preparation for D-Day. And Dorothea, how does it feel being here today, joining other veterans?
We certainly felt that it had been worthwhile giving up our youth, our years as teenagers. No such things existed. You were a child until you were 14 or 16, depending on the year. And after that, OK, you're fit to be killed for the country. And it was naturally assumed that everybody would willingly do their bit for England. And they would have.
GB News, the People's Channel.
OK, welcome back. Well, what a night. It's not just the Makerfield by-election. There's two others in Scotland, and we're going to hear from our reporters in Scotland, obviously, where this is basically a referendum in Aberdeen on Ed Miliband, net zero, all of that stuff. And we can go north of the border now, I believe, with our very own Will Godley, who is there for us. Will, what's going on where you are? Do you think the Conservative Party have pulled off a victory here? How's it looking?
Well, it's certainly on a knife edge, Patrick. Votes have been arriving in the last half an hour, so they're beginning to be counted now. The Conservatives tell me they're feeling quietly confident, and they say that on the doorstep time and again, Ed Miliband and the issue of net zero has been brought up by voters. So unlikely Labour will perhaps get to do as well as they would like here in Aberdeen South. Bookies saying this is a two-horse race between the Tories and the SNP. Now, what are the SNP saying? Well, they are saying that the evidence they're seeing from the vote so far is that there has been a tactical Tory vote. So people who might have voted Labour, might have voted Reform, voting Tory in this by-election to try to keep the SNP out. Now, they are the favourites to win this seat, but if this tactical vote is strong enough, it could mean that they do not win this seat tonight. Now, of course, this was an SNP seat here. This was the seat of Stephen Flynn, the former leader of the SNP in Westminster, but he only won with 33% of the vote in 2024. So if there's just a 4% swing away from the SNP to the Tories, then they would lose the seat. And of course, both parties are saying that they are the champions of the North Sea. They want to bring jobs back into the oil and gas sector and bring jobs back into Aberdeen. Of course, it's been dubbed a referendum on oil and gas here, but has that translated to the voters? Well, we'll be finding out very shortly.
Well, thank you very, very much, Will Godley, who is north of the border for us there. So I just want to thank everyone who's been tuning into the show this evening. Thank you to my wonderful panel. What a night it's been. And, of course, keep it GB News, because we're going to have all of the coverage live for you. Counting is underway, especially in Makerfield. By the time I wake up tomorrow, will we have a new Labour MP in Makerfield, cabinet resignations, a prime ministerial resignation? Who knows? Tom Harwood next.
That's right, this is in no uncertain terms the most consequential by-election in this nation's history. Of course, not just in Makerfield, but we're going to see a lot about the SNP in Scotland too. We're going to zoom in on Greater Manchester and really find out, are we about to see the most tumultuous moment in our politics, well, since the general election? Could we really see a new Prime Minister as a result of this evening? Don't go anywhere.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Mild and murky overnight, spells of heavy rain in places, and then it turns hotter through Friday and really quite exceptionally hot by Monday in the south and the east. We've got this heat wave emerging across the near continent. Now, initially, the UK sits on the boundary of that heat with spells of rain moving around it, and that means for Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England, as well as the north and west of Wales, we're going to see damp weather, if not really quite wet weather, developing overnight. A lot of cloud as well, murky in places, but towards the east and southeast, after some initial thunderstorms through the evening, we'll see clear spells developing by dawn, even if it is going to be staying muggy overnight. But look at Scotland first thing. We've got further wet weather to come. A tricky morning for travelling because of the heavy and prolonged nature of the rain affecting much of the country. Northern Ireland, damp as well during the morning. But for much of the west of England as well as Wales, mostly dry, albeit with extensive low cloud. That will cover the hills. It brings some spots of drizzle. It will also cause some sea fog. Now, that sea fog will lurk around southern and western coasts into the afternoon, but inland it will brighten up across the Midlands, the east and southeast of England, and with increasingly strong sunshine coming through and this high humidity remaining in place, temperatures are going to rise quickly. We're talking about East Anglia in the southeast seeing widely 30+ Celsius, 33 Celsius possible in the hotter spots. Low 20s elsewhere, but feeling humid wherever you are. And then Saturday starts off with extensive cloud cover. That cloud slowly breaking through the day, and the wetter weather that we begin things in the north will ease away. So Saturday afternoon drier and brighter, feeling a bit fresher for one day only before the heat returns in the south on Sunday and Monday.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
There's just 2 weeks left to grab a chance to live the summer of your dreams.
With a totally tax-free £76,543.21 in tax-free cash to be won.
Someone really has to win it, and it could be you.
For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pooled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
It's midnight. Live across the United Kingdom, this is GB News, Britain's news channel. In the last 2 hours, polls have closed in Makerfield as Britain awaits the results from one of the most consequential by-elections in British history. Can Andy Burnham, King in the North, return to Westminster and finally challenge Sir Keir Starmer? Could reform cause an upset? And up north, is the SNP under threat in Scotland? Could we see a surprise Tory win in Aberdeen? It's all to play for. I'm Tom Harwood, and this is Vote 2026. The people decide. Well, the fate of Sir Keir Starmer and the country lies in the hands of the people of Makerfield this evening. Will Andy Burnham, King in the North, return to Westminster? Or could reform cause a major upset and block Andy Burnham? Over the coming hours, we'll bring you all the results as they happen. We'll have Team GB News coverage live from Makerfield.
The polls are now closed and the votes are being meticulously counted as everybody here and around the country awaits that declaration of who will be the new MP for Makerfield.
A political earthquake is coming. If Andy Burnham wins for Labour, he will almost certainly become Prime Minister. But if Reform manage to win this seat, what hope is there for the Labour Party of winning the next general election?
And from Scotland, where we could be witnessing the beginning of the SNP collapse. and an end of the independence dream? Well, voters are heading to the polls in 2 Scottish by-elections in both Aberdeen South and Arbroath and Broughty Ferry.
Yes, we're here in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. This is a pretty safe SNP seat. The last time in 2024 it was tight enough with Labour, but of course Labour's vote has pretty much gone away here. There is about a 75,000 potential voting number here, but how many of them will come out to put their X on that piece of paper?
And will the Conservatives pull off a surprise win in Aberdeen South?
Counting is underway here in Aberdeen South for a by-election dubbed a referendum on oil and gas. But which party has done enough to energise voters? We'll be finding out very shortly.
Well, throughout the night here in the studio, we'll be joined by expert guests and politicians across the country as they react to this history-making moment. Well, of course, don't miss a moment of it. We'll have uninterrupted coverage of every twist and turn. The excitement of election night starts right now. Well, the future of the country lies in the hands of a very few people tonight. The people of Makerfield in Greater Manchester. Polls closed just over 2 hours ago in the most consequential by-election in modern history. A contest that looks set to determine who becomes Britain's next Prime Minister. Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham hopes to become an MP, which would make him eligible to challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the leadership of the ruling Labour Party. The Reform Party's Robert Kenyon, a local plumber who came second in the seat at the last general election in 2024, is taking the fight to Burnham. However, a key tally watch for tonight is how many votes Rupert Lowe's outfit Restore Britain pick up. They have, have they split the right-wing vote, allowing Labour an easier victory? Meanwhile, is it not only, or indeed it is not only, the people of Makerfield who are deciding this evening? Yes, 350 miles away, the Tories are in the running to pull off a shock victory in Aberdeen South, taking a seat off the SNP. While the voters also went to the polls in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, in that constituency, a little safer for the SNP. Well, joining me in the studio is my first panel of this evening, the former Conservative MP Anna Firth, the former Labour advisor Scarlett Maguire, the Reform UK MP for Romford, Andrew Rossendale, and Chair of the Lib Dem Education Association, Sarah Anderson. But before we get to all of my panel here in the studio, let's go straight to Makerfield and speak to our chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster. Catherine, what's the mood on the ground?
Yes, good morning from Makerfield. This is where it is all happening. The future, potentially, of British politics for the next few years being decided by just 77,500 people, the people who can vote in this by-election. We're expecting turnout to be high, perhaps as high or higher than in a general election. People here know just what is riding on this, because if the so-called King of the North, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, wins here, he will almost certainly be Prime Minister in a few days, a few weeks or a couple of months at the most. But if he loses to Reform, and let's face it, it's going to be either Labour or Reform here, that would be beyond catastrophic for the Labour Party. If the most popular politician in the country, Andy Burnham, as he currently is, of course it could all change pretty quickly if he gets into number 10, cannot win in his own backyard, what hope has the Labour Party really got? So this is massive. Reform, of course, did so well, didn't they, in the local elections in Scotland and Wales, saying, vote Reform, get Starmer out. Now, Andy Burnham, a Labour mayor, is effectively campaigning on exactly the same message, vote Andy Burnham, for us, for hope. That's the official tagline, but the reality is too, vote Andy Burnham, get Starmer out. Now, talking to very senior members of his team a little bit earlier, They feel that they've done everything they can. I would say they are hopeful but a little bit nervous because you never quite know. Yes, the polls show he's likely to win, but we simply don't know that yet. But I think they've done everything they can. They said that they were making contact today with 120 voters per minute. They've had, I don't honestly know who's left in Westminster. Lisa Nandy, the Culture Secretary, is a few feet from me now. We know that Ed Miliband's been up here today. Angela Rayner's been up here. Hugh Grant, the actor, was up here yesterday, though I'm not sure how helpful that would be to Andy Burnham's campaign. He, we're also hearing in the last hour or so, has got those 81 names necessary to trigger a contest to the Prime Minister if necessary. He's also put out a thank you on social media, saying a huge thank you to the people of Makerfield for your patience and good humour over the last 5 weeks. He says they've fought a positive campaign and they can be proud of it. We were talking to Reform MP Sarah Pochin in the last hour. She's adamant that Nigel Farage is going to be the next Prime Minister, but she basically said that they would be happy with a strong second. We don't know who's going to win, but the expectation is that it will be an Andy Burnham victory. One of his team said to me that he has got some magic. Well, yes, perhaps he does. He's very popular with a lot of people, though by no means everybody around here. But of course, if he got into number 10, he would still have exactly the same problems, exactly the same financial challenges. Things could deteriorate pretty quickly.
Catherine, just before I let you go, I've got to ask you, have you seen much of a Restore Britain presence there at the count? This, of course, is the confounding factor in this by-election, the unknown entity in many ways. Can you see much of a presence around you?
Do you know, I really haven't at all. They are the dark horses, aren't they? And it is quite extraordinary because we don't know how well they're going to do. I was speaking to a Reform insider the other day who predicted confidently that they would lose their deposit. Other projections, you see them getting maybe 5, 6, 7%. Their candidate, Rebecca Shepherd, has basically talked to nobody. She won't talk to us. Rupert Lowe won't talk to us, but she hasn't been permitted to talk to anybody. So Rupert Lowe's been out. They've had a lot of activists out and about, especially on the weekends. There is support for them, and yet she is being kept pretty much completely away from the press.
Well, Catherine Forster, thanks indeed for being there for us, as we will be back to you throughout the evening as we start to see those boxes come in, those bundles get checked and those votes be counted. Well, let's speak to my panel now. The former Conservative MP Anna Firth, the former Labour advisor Scarlett Maguire, the former, or indeed the current Reform UK MP for Romford, Andrew Rossendale, and the chair of the Lib Dem Education Association, Sarah Anderson. Andrew, we're going to start with you. This is a tough fight in Makerfield. It's seen as a two-horse race. Do you agree with most of the punditry that Andy Burnham has the edge tonight?
Look, we don't know what the result's going to be. What we do know is that this is the most unusual by-election I can ever remember. I mean, actually, voting Labour is a way of getting rid of Keir Starmer, which is an amazing thing to happen in a by-election. The actual Labour leader could well go if Labour win. But a lot of people would vote Reform regardless of that. And I think that Andy Burnham may get more votes than an ordinary Labour candidate because they know that getting him elected could potentially mean the end of Starmer's reign. So I think it's a very unusual by-election. You can't predict what's going to happen. I'm going to wait to see what the results are going to be. But I do know, I've been in Makerfield today, the mood was incredible. The support for Reform was vast. Everywhere I went, people were pro-Reform. Now, whether that means they're all going to vote Reform in this particular by-election, I don't know. But we'll have to wait and see.
This is a funny phrase, and I don't know if anyone has ever used it before in the history of psephology. Could there be shy Labour voters? People who, or perhaps shy Burnham voters, people who are pro-Reform but actually think Burnham's a big voice for their area?
Look, Burnham, I think, was the only person that potentially could have won this by-election. In any other circumstances, Labour would have been crushed. But Burnham has a particular resonance in that area, in that part of the country around Manchester. And also, as I've just said, I think a lot of people feel that by voting Burnham, they could get rid of Starmer.
Well, let's put that point to Scarlett Maguire then, because that's a very interesting way. I mean, I think he actually made it to Makerfield.
He didn't make it, but he did say when he was at the G7 that he did hope that Andy Burnham won, and he said that about 3 times. He said it was really important that Andy Burnham won.
Do you think he meant it?
I think it would. Well, the question is that Keir is sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? I mean, if Reform beat Andy Burnham, I mean, it will be terrible for Labour. There is absolutely no question about it. If Andy beats Reform and beats them well, then we know that he's going to challenge Keir Starmer for the leadership, and so Keir said, "Oh, you know, I'll offer him a big role in government," and Andy Burnham has already turned it down. So actually, I mean, it will be fascinating. I mean, Andrew is right that it's the weirdest by-election because you're not voting for the Prime Minister. However, I mean, the other thing that Andy leaves out Andrew Rossendale leaves out is that Andy Burnham is an amazing celebrity up there. I mean, it's incredible. You know, he goes out and people want to take selfies with him, and I mean, he does have amazing charisma, which is what is needed at in a good by-election.
Anna, why are the Tories just not on the pitch here? It wasn't that long ago that more than 10,000 voters in this constituency voted your particular shade of blue. And it seems like in this particular constituency, the Conservatives have thrown in the towel.
Well, we haven't thrown in the towel. We've got a very good candidate called Michael Winstanley who performed incredibly well on Question Time. But this isn't a constituency where we are competitive, and the Conservative effort has been going very much to Aberdeen South, where, as you're hearing, who knows, we may well have won that seat. But you know what's interesting about this, and you know something that Andrew doesn't mention is this is Reform's 30th target seat. If Reform cannot win this seat, where they won almost every council seat in the local elections, then they cannot form a government. And who knows, we might not just see Starmer stepping down, we might see Nigel Farage step down.
Very quickly, I've got to let you come back in on that, Andrew.
Now, Anna, you know full well this is a totally unique by-election. You cannot look at what's happening in Makerfield today and translate that across the country by any sense. Andy Burnham is a unique candidate. He would inevitably do better than any other Labour candidate. In the local elections only a few weeks ago, Reform got 50% of the vote. I think in a general election, without Andy Burnham, we would win that seat.
OK, I should say that on our screen we've been looking at Rupert Lowe, the leader of the Restore Britain party, in a fetching linen suit. But we've just been watching him enter the count. So there's your Restore presence. Sarah Anderson from the Lib Dems. The Lib Dems hold 72 seats in Westminster. But it does seem like a very southern-focused party. We're looking tonight at a seat in Greater Manchester, we're looking at seats in Scotland, and it looks like the Lib Dems are not on the pitch. Are the Lib Dems only a southern party?
Absolutely not. We are building our presence across the country as the people who are the true opposite to the populist politics that we're seeing on the left and the right. We are people who build Britain up rather than tearing it down, and we're really proud of that. We have had a brilliant set of results in the Scottish local elections with our biggest group of MSPs, thank you, that we've ever had, and we've also seen some really good results in Stockport, and we've got a great Lib Dem group in Liverpool with Carl Cashman doing some brilliant work. I think he's a friend of the show. So we are party that are looking to build support everywhere with our brand of politics that is about getting things done and being local champions rather than giving simple messages to questions that don't have simple answers.
Well, a big thank you to everyone on my panel. We'll be back with all of you in just a moment's time. And indeed, coming up, we'll be getting the latest from our reporters in Scotland, where, of course, 2 more counts are underway. And all the political reaction continues here in the studio too. This is Vote 2026. You decide. Only on GB News.
Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Stop.
You think we can allow?
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get us on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Welcome to Free Speech Nation with me, Josh Howard. This is the show where each week we see what's happening in the world of culture, current affairs and politics.
First we'll say, welcome to the UK.
And we're not afraid to use our free speech so that you can use yours.
It's not controversial in the slightest to anyone who hasn't lost their mind.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights at 7 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. It's not only the people of Makerfield who are deciding tonight. No, 350 miles away, the Tories are in the running to pull off a shock victory in Aberdeen South, while the voters also went to the polls in the safer SNP constituency of Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, which is one of the most fabulously named constituencies in the entire country. Well, both of these seats were vacated when the incumbents were elected to the Holyrood Scottish Parliament. The battle in Aberdeen South is set to go down to the wire. A two-horse race between the SNP and the Tories. And the key issue in this campaign, well, it was whether to drill, baby, drill, with the Tories promising to unleash the potential of oil and gas in the North Sea, as the SNP still seem to sit on the fence on this particular issue. So, would a Tory win here puncture the reform bubble, herald a revival even, for Kemi Badenoch's party? Or is it all a flash in the pan? Well, joining me now is the Conservative MP for the Isle of Wight East, Joe Robertson. Joe, I can imagine a narrative that the Conservative Party might try to spin if there's a big Conservative victory up there in Aberdeen, which is that you're on the road to recovery, that everything is hunky-dory, rosy. And yet you're still not quite out of the teens in the national opinion polls. Can the particular circumstances of Aberdeen South really be taken as anything other than a local issue?
Oh, good evening. Good to be with you. The result in Aberdeen South will be an actual poll, an actual result from people going to the ballot box. So it will be very significant, whatever happens. We're optimistic, but clearly we need to wait and see the result. And if we did take that seat, it would show that Conservatives are rebuilding in every corner of Britain, including, in this case, in Scotland. So I think it would be very significant, yes.
It is, of course, a particular seat at a particular time. The SNP have had an absolutely torrid time in the news, with financial improprieties being writ large across that party and indeed its former leadership. And also, we've seen oil and gas be a particular issue in this seat. If the Conservatives fail to win Aberdeen South this evening, that's going to be a hell of an embarrassment, isn't it?
No, I mean, it's not a seat that we held, and the SNP actually held up rather well at the last Scottish Parliament elections, rather too well for my liking. So, although, yes, they are dealing with scandal and all sorts of problems, they've already shown they've been reasonably resilient. So if we could take them off, this seat off them, it would be, as I say, quite significant. But on the oil and gas point, yes, of course, it's important, very important for the people of Aberdeen South. But I think there's a much wider national narrative here, is that we want to be able to use the natural resources that this country has, oil and gas, at a time that we also want to make use of technological investments in green energy. But most people don't want to pay more for their energy because of Ed Miliband's fascination with subsidies and punitive measures on green energy. So, of course, it's particularly important for Aberdeen South, but I think there's a much bigger national debate here, and I think Kemi Badenoch and the Conservatives are on the right side of it.
Is it a difficult message for Kemi Badenoch and the Conservatives to promote? Kemi Badenoch was in the Cabinet when the last Conservative government put a windfall tax on oil and gas in the North Sea, put really crippling tax levels that now the Conservative Party criticises in opposition, but implemented in government.
I think Kemi has accepted that we made mistakes in government. She's been very clear about that. And just 2 years ago, the public delivered their verdict on the last government. She's turned over a new page. The party is under new leadership, and I don't think anyone can really accuse Kemi of being weak on the madness of chasing climate targets and net zero targets that are simply unachievable. So I think on that, she's been really quite robust and showed a marked change in direction from some of the failings of the last Conservative government that I'm not going to defend.
Isn't that an issue, though, that there's been remarkably little time since the last general election, since the Conservative Party's worst result in its more than 200-year history as an electoral force in British politics? How can people trust that things have actually changed when all you can do is talk and you're not in any positions of executive authority to prove you mean what you say?
It's always a challenge for a party in opposition to be able to prove they mean what they say. As you identified, we don't have any executive authority, but we are in local government, and we do have a policy platform that's coming together to put to voters. But look, I would always rely on the long-standing history of the Conservative Party. It's a party that rewards work. It's a party that wants to cut your tax to give you your own money back because you know how better to spend it than the state. This is a long-standing tradition of the Conservative Party that Kemi Badenoch has got us back to. And I want to be talking about the economy and the pound in your pocket that you earn should remain with you. So this is core Conservative principles that she's getting back to, rather than anything sort of revolutionary. The core Conservative message, I believe, when we present it well in an optimistic vision for the future, is something that people will ultimately vote for.
Well, Joe, I know that for you that's an easy thing to say because you won your seat in 2024 for the first time. You weren't in Parliament for any of those 14 years that we had Conservative Prime Ministers from 2010. Do you think that the rest of your colleagues can say with such candour that so many things were got wrong by the previous government? I mean, you talk about tax, that people should keep more of their own money. I mean, tax levels were raised time and time again, whether it was the national insurance raise under Rishi Sunak or indeed the threshold freezes, dragging many more people into higher tax bands than they could ever imagine before. All of these things happened due to the votes that your colleagues took when they were in Parliament, even though you weren't there.
While I'm not going to defend some of the mistakes we made, I'm also proud of so many things that were done under the last Conservative governments. And the fact remains that in the last few years, we faced the global pandemic on an unprecedented scale. There was the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which saw energy prices soar. These are all facts that the last Conservative, the tail end of the last period of Conservative government had to deal with. And many of those tax rises were sadly an inevitable part of getting us through COVID. So, yeah, I'm very proud of a lot of things that the last Conservative government did, but I'm not going to defend the entire record. Clearly, there are things that we would like to have done differently.
Well, Joe Robertson, thanks indeed for joining us and putting up that defence. We'll keep a close eye on Aberdeen South. It could yet prove I was about to say a light blue light, but that's reform. What is it? A dark blue? No, that's restore. I mean, all the spectrum of blue has now been taken up by various different shades of conservatism. It's a confusing time in politics, but Joe Robertson, thanks indeed for joining us there live from the Isle of Wight. Now, before I return to my panel, polling guru John Curtis, the psophologist extraordinaire, has said there's talk of voter turnout in Makerfield being between 60 and 65%. Now, that's compared to the 52.5% turnout from the 2024 election. That's more than a 10-point increase on a general election turnout. The people in Makerfield really have paid attention to this election. And it looks like, according to John Curtis, they've turned out at a greater proportion than general election turnout. Well, let's speak to my panel now. The former Conservative MP Anna Firth, the former Labour advisor Scarlett Maguire, the Reform UK MP Andrew Rossendale, and the chair of the Lib Dem Education Association, Sarah Anderson. Scarlett, this turnout, this expected turnout, not confirmed yet, but expected, that's high.
It's high, and I'm very, very careful about counting my chickens, but actually it should favour Labour. I mean, that's what everybody's been saying, is a low turnout would favour reform, a high turnout would favour Labour. I don't think anybody was expecting 60 to 65. I mean, the feeling was in the local elections, for which I was here and had to sort out the disaster, that actually, and this is what John Curtis said the next day, is that the Reform voters came out and the Labour voters stayed at home. It wasn't that Labour went over.
Reformers are more enthusiastic about their vote, perhaps.
Yeah, yes, but also Labour voters stayed at home. I mean, that it wasn't that Labour went to Reform; it was that Labour voters stayed at home. And this looks as though, because as we all know, this was a completely Reform constituency. I mean, it's
at the local elections.
At the local elections, which were only last month.
Sarah, do you agree with this hypothesis that the higher the turnout, perhaps the better the odds for Andy Burnham?
I think one of the shocking things in our politics is that we're surprised by a 60% turnout. I think it's such a shame there are so many people across this country who just don't feel that their vote matters enough to go out and cast their ballot. And I think that one of the things that we should be looking at is how to restore people's faith and hope in politics. And I think that a lot of our candidates are promising that, but not all of them are giving the answers to deliver that. I think that one of the things that I'm very proud to be a Lib Dem for is our belief in proportional representation, that everyone's vote should matter and that you shouldn't have to pick the least worst option and vote against the party that you don't like. We should have a more positive politics where you can vote for someone who you truly get behind and believe in.
Andrew Rossendale, the Reform Party used to believe in proportional representation. You hear about it less from Nigel Farage now that polls project a massive first-past-the-post majority for Reform.
Well, I joined Reform in January. I've not heard anybody talk about proportional representation. I don't think that's on the agenda, frankly. What is on the agenda is rescuing our country from the calamity of this government. And I believe that we need a right-of-centre government to put the country back in a stronger place. And only Reform UK can do that.
Do you accept the challenge that a higher turnout necessarily means better news for Andy Burnham?
Well, we'll see, won't we? I don't know. Who knows what will happen? Certainly in the local elections, there was a high turnout, and it was good for Reform. So let's see what the result is later this evening.
It was suggested that in the Brexit referendum 10 years ago this month, that the higher turnout had people who hadn't voted for decades or perhaps hadn't ever voted were more likely to come out and back Leave. Do you think that might have a play here, that there could be some people who haven't voted before, or are these going to be the political anoraks?
So I think what it is that they can see this is quite an historic by-election. The result of this will have ramifications on the government and on the future politics of our country in the next couple of years, potentially. So I think the people of Makerfield have realised that, and they realise it's an important decision to make. So whether they're coming out to vote for Reform or whether they're coming out to vote Labour, we'll see later. But clearly they are motivated, and they're motivated to vote in this by-election.
Anna Firth, this is, of course, a time where we're looking at who might win in Makerfield. Do you think that this is perhaps surprise higher turnout? Could it be that Michael Winstanley's in with a chance?
I don't think that that's going to happen, but I do think we're seeing an increasing trend of higher turnouts at the moment. We saw huge turnouts in Southend in the local elections. We're now seeing a huge turnout here in Makerfield. I suspect what's happening here is that these people are turning out to stop Reform and they are backing Burnham. It's ironic because Reform's message at the local elections, vote Reform, get Starmer out, is actually coming back now to bite them, because people have picked up that message. They want Starmer out. Now they see the way to get Starmer out is Burnham. And if I was Starmer, I would be ruining the day that I did not let Burnham stand in Denton and Gorton, or is it Gorton and Denton? Gorton and Denton. He should have been allowed to stand there. Would he have won? We don't know. But Starmer would have emerged as a statesman and as a confident Prime Minister. And he might even have said to Burnham, right, well, you know, you sit on the back benches for a couple of months and then you're straight in the Cabinet. He would be in a completely different position.
Scarlett, do you agree with that analysis? Did Keir Starmer miss a trick by not letting Andy Burnham stand in the previous Greater Manchester by-election?
Yeah, I mean, the reason he didn't let him stand was because there was obviously, from the minute he got in, there was going to be nothing but talk about leadership elections and everything like that, and he wanted to stop it. But actually what it meant was that that we certainly lost that election, and that Burnham came back, but with many, many more people on his side, and actually many more Labour people on his side. And so it was a miscalculation, yeah.
It does seem that perhaps the Prime Minister's just between a rock and a hard place, whatever he does, and that could actually be applied to most policy issues as well as political issues. but I mean, I do feel a sort of a twinge of, I don't know, why should he be, you know, welcoming the guy who has openly told the media he's going to challenge Keir Starmer for his job?
Precisely, and that's why quite a lot of people supported Keir Starmer when he said no to Andy Burnham. I mean, Andy Burnham did not play it well. He did not check and see whether he could stand. I mean, I think his advisors have changed, and this very macho posturing that he was doing before the Labour Party conference of, you know, everybody wants me to do Keir, has changed to a much gentler thing, and I think that that's what matters, and that actually, although he said I've got the 81 votes, which means you need 81 MPs to support you to challenge the Prime Minister. Actually, what he really wants is a transition, is a peaceful transition.
Yeah,
because
a bloodless contest.
But also, I think...
A coronation even, for the King, not just in the north, but of the whole country, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a problem with other people about that. But the other thing that we do have to remember is, if Andy Burnham wins, which looks quite likely, there's going to be a mayoral election in Manchester, and that really does matter, and that once again will be Labour versus Reform.
Before we touch on that, Sarah, the Lib Dems know a thing or two about being immensely popular, getting into power, and then suddenly becoming the most hated thing since I don't know what. But Nick Clegg famously more popular than Churchill in 2010, and then going down to, what was it, losing 50-odd seats at the next general election. Could the same thing apply to Andy Burnham, sort of seen as very, very popular currently? As soon as he, you know, gets into Downing Street and holds that poison chalice, could things turn south very quickly?
The hard work of governing sort of is yet to begin for Andy Burnham, and you draw comparisons with Nick Clegg, I draw comparisons with Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer won a massive majority for the Labour Party back in 2024, and now look at him. He's had the last 6 months where people have spent questioning his leadership, questioning his ability to rule, and now we've got an extended psychodrama of Andy Burnham running in this by-election, and then £4 million spent on a by-election in Manchester if he wins, and councillors up and down the country losing their seats because they're fracturing off to Reform and to the Greens. You can't have a bigger fall from grace than what we've seen with Keir Starmer over the last couple of years. And the way that you can prepare for this is surely preparing to govern, not just preparing to get in, which I think was Keir Starmer's greatest mistake. But I see no evidence that Andy Burnham has done anything particularly different from that when he's coming in now. OK, well, let's go live to Makerfield now. Our chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster, is with Lisa Nandy.
Yes. Hello, good morning from Makerfield. In the last few minutes, we have heard that verification has finished. There was a total of 45,510 votes. That's out of a total constituency of about 77,500. The turnout, 59,000. That is very high indeed. But let's get the thoughts now of Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy. Thank you very much for talking to us tonight. How are you feeling? That's a massive turnout for a by-election, but let's face it, this is not really any ordinary by-election.
No, well, it's not an ordinary by-election, and particularly because only 7 weeks ago, across every single ward in Makerfield, we lost to Reform, and we lost not by a small amount, but by hundreds, if not thousands, of votes. And just 7 weeks later, the fact that we're even in contention here really is testament to Andy Burnham. He's done something that I'm not sure any other Labour politician could have done here. He's convinced people who we lost, not just at the last election, not just at the local elections, but many years ago. He's convinced significant numbers of those people to come back to Labour. And although it's too early to say what the result is, we are actually quite optimistic about what we might be seeing here. It would be a historic win, and it would have earned Andy Burnham a very loud voice at the top of national politics, because he has shown already that he can run a hopeful, positive campaign that wins people back to us, and may just have been able to turn around the prospects of Labour in one of the toughest constituencies in this country.
But you were elected just under 2 years ago, promising to stop the chaos and stop the infighting. And let's face it, if Andy Burnham gets in tonight, he's standing here. effectively promising to get rid of the Prime Minister.
Well, he's not run a campaign about the Prime Minister. His campaign has been squarely focused on Makerfield and towns and villages like Ashton, Winstanley, Orrell, not just here in Wigan but across the country, who haven't had a loud enough voice for too long, who've wanted to see change that is bolder, who've wanted to see a government that goes out every day and shows that we're prepared to fight for them and take on any system and any person that stands in the way of changing their lives for the better. Now, as a member of the Labour government, I am really proud of some of the work that we've done to turn around the National Health Service, to start investing in the north of England, to build people the homes that they need. But I think that you cannot ignore what happened, not just here but across the country in the local elections just 7 weeks ago. People need to see more of it from us. They need to see us fighting for them. And that's what Andy Burnham has been able to do. When we were knocking on doors just even earlier today in Makerfield, people were talking about the fight that he fought for us here in Greater Manchester during the pandemic. That comes up so often, as well as the fights on Hillsborough that he's had for the Hillsborough families, many of whom live here in the Wigan borough and have done for many years. And people remember that, they know that, they feel he's one of us who goes out and fights for them. And I think there are really strong lessons that we can take here about what we need to do moving forwards.
People very hungry for change. Of course, Labour promised change. Now Andy Burnham's promising more change. But given that there's not much money around, given the constraints of the manifesto, if he gets into number 10, isn't he likely to start disappointing people pretty quickly?
I don't think that he's going to disappoint people if he's elected as the MP for Makerfield. I think what you'll hear from Andy Burnham here tonight, if he's a successful candidate, is somebody who is very squarely focused on the people who came out to vote in this by-election, many of them who put their trust in him, even though they'd lost trust in Labour. And I think he'll want to talk directly to them, and then I think he'll want to go down to Westminster and fight for them. We've got huge local issues here. We've got real problems with rented accommodation, and particularly with the way that companies like Serco treat our communities. We've got real challenges with the Environment Agency and the fact that we've had illegal waste being dumped near people's homes and left smouldering for months and months on end. And these are fights that Andy's been fighting for the people of Makerfield as mayor. I know that he'll want to take those issues down to Westminster and start fighting those battles again. And look, you say there's not a lot of money around. That is certainly true. But one of the things that we've been able to do here in Greater Manchester is think creatively about how we raise money and how we spend it properly, every penny going on things that people really need and want. So one of the things, for example, that he's done is he's used assets across Greater Manchester in order to help raise money, in order to help fund some of his initiatives. And I know that he wants to take the lessons that he's learned here as mayor in Greater Manchester, delivering for places like Wigan, down to Westminster, so that he can help us turn this around.
Well, we know he wants the Prime Minister's job, though. Should we expect cabinet resignations, you and Ed Miliband potentially, or are you going to give the Prime Minister time to think about a way forward?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've read just this week that Ed Miliband and I and several other members of the Cabinet are on resignation watch. I mean, you can watch, but you'll be watching a long time. I don't think people forgive political parties who descend into chaos and infighting. There are far too many important things going on out there in the country, in people's lives, for us to start squabbling amongst ourselves or to abandon our posts at a time when people need us to deliver on the promise we made just 2 short years ago. I'm in the middle of building youth clubs, recruiting youth workers right across this country to help a young generation to succeed. I'm not going to walk away from that. What I want to see, and what I very much hope to see tonight, is Andy Burnham back at the heart of Westminster, able to use the powerful voice that he's cultivated here in Greater Manchester for the good of the whole country, and I hope that we can pull together as a team and make that happen.
And just finally, very quickly, you are Culture Secretary, 4-2 to England last night. An amazing result. How far do you think we can go?
I mean, it was certainly incredible, and the game was amazing. I think we can go all the way, and I just say that I'm hoping that we can pull off and replicate that incredible victory last night with a win tonight to show that real change is possible and things that were thought previously unthinkable really can happen.
Well, Lisa Nandy, Culture Secretary, thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening on GB News. What time is it now? 1:45. We may get the results in just a couple of hours. Either way, it is going to be absolutely huge and it will reshape the political landscape.
Catherine Forster, thank you very much indeed. Now, never say that GB News is not absolutely everywhere all at once. No, let's jump to the other side of the count at Makerfield now, where our very own Sophie Reaper has just spoken to the Restore Britain leader, Rupert Lowe.
We won't.
You
of course
will.
we won't.
You will.
We
You
absolutely will not. I just want to ask you, was it worth the risk potentially splitting that vote if it means Andy Burnham ends up in number 10?
I'm not interested in... Do votes belong to anybody?
You tell me.
No, you tell me. I'm asking you the question. You asked me a question.
No one wants to hear what I have
By
to
the
say.
question you asked, you sort of seem to assume the votes belong to somebody. They don't.
If they're at risk,
Votes
though.
are for the public to cast, for those people they believe in. So nobody can split a vote. What you do is you have a roster of people standing and the public decide who they're going to vote for.
But if it
Votes do
means-
not belong to anybody. They don't belong to Andy Burnham, they don't belong to me, they don't belong to Reform, they belong to nobody.
But if we take a look at the polls, it does seem that it's been a bit of a two-horse race, doesn't it, between...
Apologies for that. We'll see if we can get the rest of that interview up and out to you as soon as we've processed it and fixed that tape. Well, of course, we'll be discussing everything that we've seen through this election. Let's return to my panel now. Anna Firth. It's funny that there now does seem to be even more of a split on the right. What do you make of what Rupert Lowe was just saying there, which is that no vote belongs to anyone? He's got a right to stand there. Why this accusation of splitting the right? It's an accusation that the Conservatives have made about Reform in the past.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's an accusation which Reform have been making only this week about Restore, because, of course, if a party comes along and draws votes away from your party, of course that has an implication for the result. But where Rupert's got a good point is everyone has a right to stand and to put their argument forward. And this is a by-election. And it's very, very typical in a by-election that you have, a whole plethora of candidates. But what I would like to just mention, Tom, because this isn't the only by-election, these aren't the only by-elections going on today. I've been in Rayleigh today, Mark Francois' constituency.
Yes.
We've had a by-election.
A council
as well,
by-election.
A council by-election in where Reform stood, took the district council seat only a few weeks ago, walked off the pitch after 4 days, and now the Conservative candidate, Danielle Bolton, has won with a landslide. She has won with a majority bigger than the number of votes that Reform actually won in its entirety. Over 50% win, which seems to me to show very clearly that the shine is coming off Reform. And if they don't win this by-election tonight, then I think they're in real difficulties.
Well, let's put that to Andrew Rossendale.
So the problem is, Anna, the Reform Party only exists because the Conservative Party stopped being Conservative. We had 14 years and 5 prime ministers, and I sat there and I didn't see very much going on that was particularly Conservative. From net zero to the highest taxes in 70 years, to the biggest debt we can ever remember, to zero action to deal with mass immigration, which nobody ever voted for, defence cuts, you name it, the party wasn't Conservative. So I'm afraid the Conservative Party is to blame for what has now happened in our country. If I can just finish. So you now have the Conservative Party, which frankly very few people trust, who are truly on the right of British politics. The one party that is consistent and the one leader that's been consistent is Nigel Farage.
Well, not on the 2-child benefit cap, Andrew. Come on, you've got to be honest. Nigel at the moment is going all over the place. His essay last week was a direct response to Rupert Lowe, veering slightly further.
But I care about our country. I'm afraid the Conservative Party cares about the party. I had to leave the Conservative Party because it was quite clear that they were more interested in just being in power for the sake of being in power than it was about being there as a matter of principle.
If
and
Kemi
they
was
failed to
interested,
do all
if
the
Kemi-
things
if
that the British
Kemi
people
was
voted
just
for.
interested in being in power, she would not have paused for that first year while she really took stock and really started to think things through. She did pause because she's a serious individual. That's not someone who's self-interested.
She paused
and I'm afraid Nigel
because
is
she
the
didn't have a
opposite.
clue about what she really wanted to do, and it was the left of the party and the party establishment that put her in and made sure that Robert Jenrick got nowhere near the leadership. That's what really happened. So she had to balance all the factions in the party.
Robert went all around the country. Come on, Robert went all around the country. He had more than an equal chance to sell his message.
Balance all the factions in the party. That's what Kemi had to do. All this about she wanted to consider what to do. Nonsense. She had to negotiate with people like Simon Hoare on one end and people like John Hayes on the other end to keep the party together. We don't have that problem in reform
Mrs. Thatcher,
because we all agree on the same
Mrs.
things.
Thatcher, who I know you admire deeply, would be turning in her grave at Nigel Farage's flip-flops over the two-child benefit cap. She would have had no truck with that whatsoever. And yet Nigel doesn't seem to be able to make his mind up.
Anna, if Margaret Thatcher was here today, you wouldn't have the divide on the right, because that's when the Conservative Party was actually conservative.
But no, this makes my point. What the Reform Party actually wants to do is to reform the Conservative Party. It's a party of grievance.
We want to rescue this country from the wasted years of Conservative government and from the calamity of the Socialists. We need to put our country in a stronger place. And I'm driven because of love of country, not by collecting honours and being junior ministers and holding positions just for the sake of it. I think we need a government that's there to serve this country, and that's what Reform UK will do once Nigel becomes Prime Minister.
Let's just see.
I have to say, I could listen to you two talk for hours, and frankly, what a microcosm of the debate on the right that we've heard for the best part of the last 2 years. It feels like there might now be another fissure opening up on the right, and even more of this stuff. Scarlett, the left has had to deal with this for the best part of the last 50 years.
Yeah, but what's interesting about what's been happening for the last few years is tactical voting. Because actually, because people really don't like reform. And I would put money, Anna, that quite a lot of Tories are going to vote for Andy Burnham because they don't like reform and restore. And this has been happening over and over again, is that people work out who's going to win. And I should think a lot of Lib Dems and a lot of Greens are going to vote for Andy Burnham, because actually the thing about this country is the country doesn't like reform, and when you stand them in elections, that's what happens. And what that's really interesting about by-elections is that people choose. And actually, you know, I'm a member of the Labour Party because I believe in country too. I don't have any honours. I don't have any position. I have nothing. But I actually believe it. And I think that to pretend that reform has it over other people, I think most people go into politics to make a difference. And I don't care. And I'm sure, Anna, that you and I would disagree on an awful lot of things. But actually, you've been in Parliament. Most MPs are there because they think, possibly wrongly, that they're trying to do the best for the country.
There's no other reason to take on the job. I mean, it is
What about people who want to line their own pockets or beef up their own name?
Then you would do something else.
That's a fair point.
Well, precisely.
OK, on that point, let's pause this conversation for now and speak to Henry Bolton down the line, the former leader of UKIP. And Henry, is it fair to describe you as a Restore Britain supporter at this point?
That's fair, yes.
What do you make of what's going on in Makerfield today? I mean, it's likely that, or even possible, perhaps probable, that Restore Britain will hold the balance of power, that the number of votes that the Restore Party gets could be larger than the majority of the winning candidate.
It could be. I don't think that's relevant. I absolutely, and not just because I'm a supporter of Restore, but I absolutely align with what Rupert Lowe has said earlier, that everybody has the right to stand in an election, a by-election particularly, every political party, and it's not relevant. I mean, it obviously can affect the outcome of an election. How many candidates there are, where the votes are placed, of course it has an impact. But look, you know, Aberdeen South, there is no way on earth that Reform are going to beat Labour up there. But the Conservatives are in with a chance. And so you could argue that Reform is splitting the vote there. I don't think that's relevant. I think Reform has the right to stand in Aberdeen South. So, you know, I think this is an argument that started, the whole splitting the vote argument started from Reform as a way of attacking the Restore standing and trying to move them off the playing field or undermine them, just as they did with the Conservative Party during the general election. Destroy, annihilate, punish the Conservative Party. You might agree that that needed to happen. That's a different matter. The point is that in practical impact terms, Reform were largely responsible for the unassailable majority that Labour has now. You know, fine. I'm not criticising that, but let's have an equal approach to all of these things.
Henry, what do you make of these names, these party names being quite so similar? I mean, I just pick you up on this now because obviously I've done it, you've just done it. I've heard countless people. I think a Reform MP recently accidentally said vote Restore and then corrected herself to say vote Reform. There was once a party that registered called the Literal Democrats. And they stood, I think it was in 1992, or no, I think it might have been a by-election before then, perhaps somewhere around the very early 1990, 1991. And they took enough votes in a by-election to deny the Liberal Democrats a seat. The Electoral Commission was later set up, and one of their first things to do was make sure that party names aren't too close to one another. Why is the name Restore so close to Reform?
We've got to restore Britain to what it should be. We've got to restore policing. We've got to restore defence and the armed forces. We've got to restore our trust in our politics. So I think it's actually a very appropriate name. We don't want to reform it. We want to restore it to what it should be. That's not archaic. That's not going back in time. But we all want to be proud of our country as we once were. But I mean, I've been up in Makerfield through the day and I've been listening to your conversation just now with your panel. And I think that, look, it is a remarkable by-election because you've got two battles going on. You know, you've got the Reform Labour battle. You've got Andy Burnham Starmer emerging battle. You've got the Restore Reform contest. You've got all of that going on. And the poor people of Makerfield, having been speaking to them today, it's a very interesting result. Somebody said to me, voted Andy Burnham because I would have voted for Reform, but I voted Labour because what better to have a future Prime Minister as your MP? On the other hand, we've got two people who said to me, I would have voted Labour if they'd put up somebody who wasn't a career politician. Fine. One was voting Restore, one Reform. On the Reform side, I'd got a number of interesting sort of comments. One, it was that actually Nigel Farage has I used to vote for Reform, the Brexit Party and UKIP under Nigel Farage, but he's turned into a slippery character. That's not me. That's what I was told. Two women telling me that they didn't like the comments of the candidate, which they felt were misogynist. Other people voting Reform to stop Andy Burnham, because that's what they wanted to do. So they tactical voting. Other people voting Restore because they actually believe that Restore is the answer. But also people were voting Reform who were telling us, come a general election, we will absolutely vote Restore because we like Rupert Lowe. We think he's got integrity and we can believe what he says. But on the other hand, at the moment, right now, Restore is, I've done it again, Restore is too young. But we believe in Restore more than Reform, but they're too young. But we expect that they're going to emerge as the number one in the election.
I've
So you've
listened
got a
with
lot of things
interest to
going on.
each of those anecdotes, and I've been plotting in my mind a sort of mental map, and I feel like one of these crazy people on a television programme with a cork board and red lines that I can't quite line up.
The modern version.
What did you if you can draw a thread between all of those conversations, what's your impression? Who's got this by-election?
I think Labour. I think that it's quite possible. It's very, very difficult. Look, the first election I was involved in on the streets campaigning for and leafleting and so on was, I think it was 1997, was it? And it was. But since then, this is. In local elections and general elections and by-elections, this is the most difficult to call.
Well, on that note,
I think Reform is probably a close second, or it is second, and I think Restore will surprise people. But there are three parties in this, and I think all three are interesting.
Well, Henry Bolton, thanks indeed for joining us. Absolutely fascinating. A view there from the ground today in Makerfield.
Well done on bringing that to a question.
Well, it's 1 a.m. live across the United Kingdom. This is GB News, Britain's news channel. The fate of Sir Keir Starmer and the country lies in the hands of the people of Makerfield this evening. Will Andy Burnham, King in the North, return to Westminster? Could Reform cause a major upset and block Burnham?
We don't fear anybody. We have the country behind us, and I am absolutely convinced Nigel Farage should be the next Prime Minister of this country.
Or could a surprise Restore Britain surge split the vote on the right?
Votes are for the public to cast, for those people they believe in. So nobody can split a vote. What you do is you have a roster of people standing and the public decide who they're going to vote for. Votes do not belong to anybody. They don't belong to Andy Burnham, they don't belong to me, they don't belong to Reform, they belong to nobody.
Well, over the coming hours, we'll bring you all the results as they happen. We'll have Team GB News coverage live from Makerfield.
The polls are now closed and the votes are being meticulously counted as everybody here and around the country awaits that declaration of who will be the new MP for Makerfield.
A political earthquake is coming. If Andy Burnham wins for Labour, he will almost certainly become Prime Minister. But if Reform manage to win this seat, what hope is there for the Labour Party of winning the next general election?
And it's not just Makerfield tonight, no, live from Scotland, where we could be witnessing the beginning of an SNP collapse, perhaps even the end of the independence dream. Well, voters are heading to the polls in two Scottish by-elections in both Aberdeen South and Arbroath and Broughty Ferry.
Yes, we're here in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. This is a pretty safe SNP seat. The last time in 2024 it was tight enough with Labour, but of course Labour's vote has pretty much gone away here. There is about a 75,000 potential voting number here, but how many of them will come out to put their axe on that piece of paper?
And could the Conservatives pull off a surprise win in Aberdeen South?
Counting is underway here in Aberdeen South for a by-election dubbed a referendum on oil and gas. But which party has done enough to energise voters? We'll be finding out very shortly.
Well, it seems like it's all to play for. 3 contests across the country.
So we put a lot of effort into this fight. We are the party championing the oil and gas sector. We're the party championing the city and this region.
Throughout the night, we'll be joined by expert guests in the studio and politicians across the country as they react to this history-making moment. And of course, don't miss a moment of it. We'll have uninterrupted coverage of every twist and turn. The excitement of election night starts right now. Well, the future of the country lies in the hands of a very few people tonight. Yes, the people of Makerfield in Greater Manchester could determine our next Prime Minister. Polls closed just over 3 hours ago in the most consequential by-election in modern British history. In fact, in a moment, I might have a look at some of the other consequential by-elections. I've been doing some history research, and I think it's fair to say that this might be the most consequential by-election ever. Well, it's a contest that looks set to determine who becomes Britain's next Prime Minister, of course. Turnout in the Makerfield by-election is 58.75%. It's been announced. Now, that's higher than at the general election 2 years ago. Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham hopes to become an MP, which would, of course, make him eligible to challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the leadership of the ruling Labour Party. The Reform Party's Robert Kenyon, a local plumber who came second in the seat at the last general election in 2024, is taking the fight to Andy Burnham. However, a key tally to watch for tonight is how many votes Rupert Lowe's party, Restore Britain, are able to pick up. Are they a phenomenon of the internet or the real deal on the ground? Well, Sophie Reaper has just spoken to the Restore Britain party leader, Rupert Lowe.
Rupert, Sophie Reaper, GBNews. I wonder if we could ask you a quick question.
GBNews?
Yes.
God, you never have me on.
We don't want to back
You're
your
getting in trouble for having me on.
No, of course we won't.
You
of
will.
course we won't.
You will.
We absolutely will not. I just want to ask you, was it worth the risk potentially splitting that vote if it means Andy Burnham ends up in number 10?
I'm not interested in... Do votes belong to anybody?
You tell me.
No, you tell me. I'm asking you the question. You asked me a question.
No one wants to be
By the question you asked, you sort of seem to assume the votes belong to somebody. They don't.
If they're at risk,
votes are for the public to cast, for those people they believe in. So nobody can split a vote. What you do is you have a roster of people standing and the public decide who they're going to vote for. Votes do not belong to anybody. They don't belong to Andy Burnham, they don't belong to me, they don't belong to Reform, they belong to nobody.
But if we take a look at the polls, it does seem that it's been a bit of a two-horse race, doesn't it, between...
Well, I don't mind if Reform
Labour.
want to stand down. I'm happy with that. If the Tories want to stand down, I'm happy with that.
But what will you say if it means Andy Burnham ends up in number 10? Was that worth the risk?
I don't think it makes any practical difference whether we have Andy Burnham in number 10, whether we have Keir Starmer remaining, whether we have Wes Streeting, whether we have Al Carnes, whoever else decides to stand. Labour have done untold damage to this country in 2 years. They're complete charlatans. The front bench has no idea what it's doing. They have no idea of the consequences of the legislation they're passing, of the taxes that they're effectively levying on an increasingly small, productive Britain, which is being taxed into oblivion to fund an increasingly inefficient state, which now accounts for far too much of GDP. So I don't think it makes any difference. Labour won a landslip election victory on a very low turnout, on a very low share of the vote, right? So they've got a big overall majority, and a lot of those Labour MPs will be one-term MPs, because Labour is not going to get re-elected again. It doesn't matter whether Starmer's running the party, whether the Ghostbuster Burnham's running the party, whether Streeting's running the party. They're all Fabian sort of fools, as I call them, the whole lot of them. So they don't know what they're doing, and the British public can see that. So they're not going to win another general. They're not Labour. And have you read our rape gang report, which came out on Tuesday?
I have not.
Well, you should read it, because that puts into context the failures of the Labour Party, which have allowed the evil to be perpetrated on the most vulnerable people in our society for the last 30, 40 or 50 years. And it goes to the root of power and elections and votes over principles. So you should read it.
But it's easy to say from the wings,
and so should everybody in the country.
But it's easy to say from the wings that Labour has failed. How would Restore succeed? What would you do to succeed?
Well, if you read the policy documents that we're producing, which we're putting on our website,
Well, for our viewers, tell us,
have you read our policy document on mass deportations? Have you read those?
You just summarised.
Have you read any of our policy documents?
I have not, but
why not?
Many of our viewers might not have either.
Why not?
Tell us. Just
they're on our
summarise
website.
I'm sure they are, but just tell us for our viewers at home.
You have to be able to read quite a long document and actually concentrate for long enough to take it in. But yes,
but that's not
we are producing documents on everything from mass deportations to we explain why it isn't possible at the moment, how we put that right, and then how we deal with it. And we get rid of people who are arriving illegally, living here illegally, foreign criminals in our prisons. It's all been written down so people can analyse it, question it, and challenge it, okay? Same big economic paper coming out, big paper coming out on defence.
But are big papers the way to vote?
They are. That's the most important thing. You have to have a plan. You asked me what we're going to do. We are going to have policy plans which will show people what we intend to do and how we intend to change the way the country's governed. And it's not being governed very well at the moment. That's the problem. And there's no accountability.
And you think, just final word, and you think Restore are the ones to restore Britain, I suppose?
At the moment, we've got a fantastic team of people who are working very hard. And if we get a significant vote, a party that's less than 4 months old, to get a significant vote in a national election will be a tremendous result. And I think it's a credit to all my team, to Rebecca Shepherd. We won all the county council elections in Norfolk. You could have halved every vote and we'd have still won. We won a borough council election, and we're intent on taking control of local councils, particularly where I'm an MP in Norfolk, and then hopefully nationally in 29 we can take control. Because if we don't get control by 29, I don't think the prospects for this country are very good. And I think the British people can see that now. So we have had incredible encouragement from everybody we talked to in Makerfield. And not only that, the encouragement we got from what we did in Norfolk was incredible. So I think let's look at what we've achieved. And I'm not worried about what we do with regard to anybody else. Nobody owns any vote. Every vote is up for grabs. And if the British people want to vote for me, or want to vote for Reform, or want to vote for Labour, that's up to them. Not up to you or me.
Well, the polls will tell. Thank you for your time.
We'll see. The poll is tonight. We're going to see what the poll is.
The results will come.
We were told we'd get 2%, but I think we'll get more than that.
Oh, that's a big... I'll hold you to that. Thank you for your time.
Well, there we have it. That's the latest from Makerfield. Rupert Lowe speaking to our very own Sophie Reaper. Now, some breaking news from Aberdeen. The SNP have conceded defeat in the Aberdeen South by-election, with a senior source saying tonight is the Tories' night, but pledging to win it back in 2029 for the Scottish Nationalists. Well, we'll be up with Will Godley in Aberdeen at that count very, very shortly. But first, this would be the first time that the Scottish have won a Scottish by-election since 1967. Well, let's go to our chief political correspondent now in Makerfield before we go up to Scotland. What's the very latest in Makerfield, Catherine?
Yes, well, here in Makerfield, a very, very high turnout. 59%, that's higher than in the general election. And you've just heard from Rupert Lowe that nobody owns the vote. Could it be that Restore splits the vote on the right? Reform obviously concerned about that happening. But I'm joined now by the former Transport Secretary, Louise Haigh, who is joint political lead for the Mayor of Greater Manchester, potentially MP for Makerfield. How are you feeling? Because the polls would suggest, we know the polls could be wrong, that Andy Burnham's going to win this.
Well, I think we are cautiously optimistic as the good counting officials of Makerfield continue to count the votes tonight. We know Andy has run a really hopeful and optimistic campaign that the people of Makerfield have really responded to. And I think what Andy will hopefully show tonight is just how we can take on reform and actually start to turn the tide again for the Labour Party.
But if he gets elected, it's a vote to get rid of the Prime Minister, isn't it? I mean, let's be honest.
Well, look, he has put a positive agenda on the ballot paper. He's run a change by-election. He showed what a change type of politics and a proper radical analysis for the economy and for the future of our country can look like. And it looks like the people of Makerfield have responded positively to that. So if that is the case, then they sent a very clear message 6 weeks ago when they voted over 50% for the Reform Party. If it is as things look tonight, and they have voted for Andy, then I think it's shown that they don't want reform, that they do want a changed Labour Party.
And how quickly do you think that might happen? Because at the moment we're hearing that the Prime Minister is digging in, he's got funds for a campaign. He says he's going to fight. You were elected on a promise of stopping the chaos and stopping the infighting. What's gone wrong?
Well, look, tonight is about Makerfield and the change that they want to see here. But Andy has been clear. He has put a Change Labour on the ballot paper, and that's what he wants to do, is take that to the top. 6 weeks ago, I stood in Sheffield and colleagues stood here in Wigan and watched Labour seats disappear in front of our eyes. We were in an existential crisis, and Andy stood for Makerfield to show what could be different and what could happen if we took on reform in a way that was totally optimistic and positive, that didn't do usual point scoring like political parties normally do in a by-election, but showed a truly optimistic agenda, and it really feels like the people of Makerfield have responded. This was the 6th highest vote share in the country for reform. He could barely have challenged a more difficult seat, but if it's right and they have voted for him, then it shows how we can start to turn the tide across the country.
He's very popular in this part of the world, the King of the North. We've seen that. But people get into number 10 and it often starts to fall apart quite quickly. You do have a fundamental problem that there's not much money in the country. He's got lots of big plans, but is he going to be able to actually put many of those into practice?
Well, look, anybody and any government would be, of course, constrained by the cost of borrowing at the moment. There are serious fiscal constraints on any government, not least because of the war in Iran. But Andy brings enormous experience, enormous hope, and a plan to change politics and the country. And, you know, yes, he's been away from Westminster for the last 9 years, but he has been in frontline politics for 25 years. There's hardly anybody in British politics that has as much domestic policy experience as he does, and there's barely an issue that you can talk to him about that he doesn't know what to do about in the country and what to change. So I'm really excited to have been part of this campaign where he's put real hope and optimism back to the people of Makerfield, and I'm excited to see what can be done across the country now.
He's had quite a few changes in position, though, hasn't he? On migration, on trans rights, a whole list of topics. If he gets this, will people really understand what it is exactly that he stands for and what he's going to do? Because Manchester's doing very well, but that's not entirely up to on his watch. But that's not entirely because of him. There's other people that contributed to that.
Of course, and that's Andy's politics all over, is to work as a team, work collaboratively with different parties, and that's what he means when he talks about changing politics. But his politics and his agenda is absolutely rooted in Manchesterism, where we've seen the highest growth in the country, coupled with the highest fall in deprivation. And I say this as a Sheffielder who looks resentfully across to Manchester, that how impressive that is, and his ambitious for Manchester can absolutely be applied across the country.
Well, Louise Haigh, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. We will get the results probably in a couple of hours. Back to you in the studio for now.
Catherine Forster, thank you very much indeed. Well, from one count to another, let's jump straight up to Aberdeen South now and go to our national reporter, Will Godley, at the count there for the Aberdeen South by-election, where, Will, we're hearing that the SNP has now conceded this seat.
That's right, Tom. Good morning to you from the count here at Aberdeen South. Yeah, we're hearing from senior sources within the SNP that they are conceding defeat, saying it's been the Tories' night and pledging to win it back in 2029. And we will be getting the official declaration, it looks like, in the next half an hour or so. Things really speeding up here. All the votes seem to have been counted now. Let's get some reaction to that news from Conservative MP Harriet Cross. Thanks for joining us on GB News. What's your reaction to that? The SNP have conceded. Good news for you.
Well, look, there hasn't been a declaration yet, and we're not going to get ahead of ourselves, but we are certainly very hopeful. It's been a really amazing evening. It's been an amazing campaign. Douglas Lumsden, our candidate, has had the most amazing 5-week campaign, knocking on thousands of doors, really speaking to what the people of Aberdeen need and want to hear, and that is protecting jobs in the oil and gas sector, in the energy sector, and bringing life back to Aberdeen, which for so long now has been drifting away.
There hasn't been a Conservative gain in a by-election in Scotland since 1967, 59 years ago. If there's one tonight, what do you think's led to that event?
Well, it would be an incredible result. It really, really would. And it would be a true reflection on the party rebuilding itself. Kemi Badenoch leading us down in Westminster, Russell Finlay leading us up here in Scotland. Together, the two of them really have turned the party around. They are showing us that we can win again. again, that voters are coming back to us. They like our common sense policies. That's what's been on show here. We're hoping in the next half hour we will see the fruits of that with Douglas being elected. But it's truly just showing that the Conservatives can win. We are back and we are a force to be reckoned with going forward.
But last month at the Scottish elections, you had your worst ever result in those elections there. So what's changed over the course of the last month? Is this not just a case that SNP voters haven't come out to vote today?
Well, in the Scottish Parliament elections, we retained 5 of our 6 constituencies. So on a constituency basis, we did perform well in Scotland. But you'd also have to ask yourself, why did the SNP not come out? Is it because they haven't been supporting the oil and gas sector? Is it because they promised an energy strategy 3 years ago and still haven't published it? Is it because they have let the North East of Scotland down so many times over their 20 years in power? These are the reasons why the SNP have not, as you say, turned out. And if that is true, then they need to reflect on why that is.
The SNP would point to the time you were in government, this windfall tax you introduced on the energy industry and the fact that that cut many, many jobs. They say it's 1,000 jobs a month in Scotland that are being cut from this. Has that message not got across? Because they clearly were hoping that would get through to voters. Even so, though, it looks like you're going to win tonight.
Well, the SNP have tried to take a lot of voters for granted with what they say on energy. They also forget that they were the first party to call for the energy profits levy, but we'll leave that to one side. As I say, they have changed their stance time and time again on the oil and gas sector. They say they support it, but they still have a presumption against new developments, which is effectively the same as Labour's ban on new licences. They say that it has to be climate compatible before they'll allow it, but they don't take into account the jobs and investment that it would bring, the real importance it has to Aberdeen. So they try to caveat all these things. It's not support, it's support as long as all this works. We just support the sector. We recognise the importance of the sector, and hopefully we'll soon see that the people of Aberdeen trust us to be that party helping them as well.
Well, the SNP did do very well in the Scottish elections, but since then we have had, of course, the Peter Murrell scandal. Do you think that's caused an impact on their share of the vote today? And, you know, will people be pointing out over the next few hours and days the impact that would have had if the news of Peter Murrell had come about before those Scottish elections?
Well, certainly, I mean, regardless, the SNP's vote share was down at the Scottish Parliament elections. But of course, this news of the Peter Murrell affair coming afterwards has obviously fed into this campaign period. The impact of it, I don't know. I'm sure it had a impact. I think their wider 20-year history of letting down the North East, the amount of tax that we're paying in Scotland, as I say, they're not supporting the oil and gas sector, punishing businesses, all these other failures are probably more of an issue than the Peter Murrell affair for the SNP.
OK, Harriet Cross, thank you very much for joining us on GB News from the Count here at Aberdeen South. The count, though, has finished. We will be getting a declaration very shortly. We'll bring it to you live on GB News.
Excellent. We'll be right back with you, Will, when that declaration begins. Thanks very much indeed. Well, let's speak now to the Health Minister, Preet Gill, Labour MP, of course. Preet, thanks indeed for joining us. It looks like the Tories have got a win up there in Aberdeen. All eyes now on Makerfield. What do you sense is happening there? Surely it's Andy Burnham in the bag.
Well, look, it's a really important by-election. The whole party has really come together to fight reform in this election. I was there in Makerfield today. An absolutely fantastic campaign run by a very good candidate, lots of really good energy. And you can see with the vote share, the turnout has been really, really good. I think it's too early to call at the moment. I think there is optimism, as you heard from Louise Haigh, but we'll wait and see what the results say.
Well, is it optimism? Because, of course, there's a strange sort of sense in Makerfield that you're voting for the Labour candidate in some ways to boot out the Labour Prime Minister.
Well, look, I mean, you know, let's wait and see what the result is. What the result will show is that Labour can win people back that voted reform in the May elections. You know, if they come back out and they vote for Labour, you know, I think this is really, really positive. There'll be people that were voting tactically. So I think this is really positive. I mean, this was a divisive campaign by reform, and that's what Andy has been able to expose as well.
You say this would be a vote for Labour. You were there in the constituency today. Did you get a chance to read the leaflets that you presumably were posting through people's doors. Did they say Labour on them at all?
Andy is a local candidate. He's the mayor of Manchester. Everybody knows him. Everybody knows he's a Labour mayor.
But did your leaflets say the word Labour?
Well, look, there've been lots of campaigns where, you know, you've got to give... This is a fight against reform. This is about a very...
Is that a no?
Set of May election results. No, he's never not... he's Labour through and through. I mean, everybody knows what he stands for and his values are. He's the Labour mayor of Greater Manchester, and he was fighting a very local campaign because he's local. He's from Makerfield, and it's really important that he was able to, you know, as his campaign slogan says, he's one of us. That's the leaflet I had in my hand today when I was out on the doors. It's that connection with local people, because this is a community that has felt for many, many years, especially under the last government, that it was left behind. And you can imagine the anger, and they want somebody that will deliver for them. Clearly, you know, lots of positives for Josh Simon as well. But Andy is really well known in this area.
No, it's interesting because I've seen these leaflets and they say, vote Andy for us. Nowhere do they say, vote Labour, back this government. The almost implicit implication is that Andy is going to charge down to Westminster, boot the Prime Minister out of number 10, turn the party around, turn the government around and deliver something different, deliver a change. Do you think that people in Makerfield are voting for a change today?
Well, look, I mean, people were voting for lots of different reasons, and it doesn't mean to say that every time you run a campaign that you have to overstate the party that you stand for. You run a campaign based on what is happening in that campaign environment. Now, Reform were very, very divisive. We saw some of the comments around the sexist comments from the Reform candidate. We also make comments about Putin having the right to attack Ukraine. We had Nigel Farage being very dismissive of those kind of comments. We also saw, you know, lots of misinformation being directed from various camps towards Andy as well. Andy is from Makerfield. He's local. He understands the anger that people felt. And it's that connection that matters, because when I was speaking to people on doors, that is exactly what they were talking about. He's from the area that they come from. And, you know, and they feel that he would represent them and their voice far better than anybody else.
Andy Burnham said to a group of journalists, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, he was asked a direct question and very fair to him, he answered it directly. Would he be wanting to challenge the Prime Minister's position? He said yes. Do you expect now that there will be a leadership contest, that there will be a challenge to Keir Starmer if Andy Burnham wins this seat?
There's been a lot of speculation about what will come next. What is anybody else saying? There is no contest. What all of our efforts have been on, just like, you know, the whole Labour Party has been out there supporting Andy. Keir's made it very clear that he wanted his cabinet, his ministers, his backbenchers, everybody to be out there. And that's exactly what they've been doing. And our focus has now got to be on the Greater Manchester mayoral election, because that is what we'll be focused on. We'll have until the beginning of August to make sure that that election takes place. And I know that's something that Andy really cares about, as well as the Labour Party. And that's got to be our focus.
Any hints on who the candidate might be? We've heard rumours of a recruit drive for a big hitter.
Well, look, we'll have to wait and see, as I say. This is going to be really, really important. I know Andy will want to really be behind this in terms of the Greater Manchester mayoral. You know, nobody wants to see Reform take that. And so, as I say, we have all got to come together and really focus our efforts on that election.
Well, we'll look to that in interest, if indeed it does happen. Andy Burnham has to get over this hurdle tonight first, but, well, it looks like the wind is blowing in a certain direction. We could yet be surprised, but Preet Gill, thanks indeed for joining us, Health Minister and Labour MP. Well, let's turn to my panel now. Anna Firth, Scarlett Maguire, Andrew Rossendale and Sarah Anderson. Who am I going to go to first? Let's go to Anna. Of course, we've looked at that up there in Scotland. There's been a lot that has actually happened in the course of the last 20 minutes or so, but we are expecting perhaps in the next 10, 15 minutes that declaration in Aberdeen now.
Well, I mean, it's the fact that the SNP have conceded suggests very, very strongly indeed, doesn't it, that the Conservatives have won that seat. And obviously, you know, as card-carrying Conservative, I'm absolutely delighted. There's two things which I think are really significant. One, this was a very local campaign, and Douglas Lumsden has done extraordinarily well, because you've got to bear in mind we've only held that seat, the Conservatives, for 2 years since 1997, and we've heard that it's a historic Scottish by-election result. The Tories haven't won a by-election for nearly 50 years. So he's done extraordinarily well. But this, and we're assuming he has won, if he has won, this is clearly a referendum on oil and gas in Scotland. And, you know, the Aberdeen people have spoken loud and clear. They've spoken that they want a party which has been very clear that we need to start drilling up in Scotland and start drilling now.
Conservative Party's moved a long way from hogging huskies in
absolutely.
Antarctica.
Absolutely, and I'm not defending what's gone in the past, but Kemi has been crystal clear on this point. But the final point, which relates to that, is how well Kemi has done depends on how much we have beaten the result at the last election. Remember, the Conservatives came third in the general election on 24%. Now, if that percentage has bounced by, you know, towards 10%, over 5%, then that, to me, is cast iron evidence that Kemi is cutting through, the Conservatives are coming back, and who knows, maybe the Conservatives are going to form the next government.
Andrew Rossendale, what do you make of that?
So, who started the net zero stuff? Let's face it, the Conservative Party started all this, and the fact is that everyone can see it was completely foolhardy. In Aberdeen South, the oil industry is vital to the local economy. They've clearly voted for a party that has changed to adopt a more sensible policy. Not only that, the SNP, of course, are deeply distrusted now because of the recent scandal, the Peter Murrell scandal, but also the fact that the Labour Party have now collapsed effectively across so many parts of Scotland. I suppose people probably thought, well, give the Conservatives another go. But, you know, that seat has often been Conservative over the years. I remember it being won, I remember it being won in the 92 election. I was actually a Scottish Conservative and Unionist candidate in Glasgow in the 1992
How did you do?
election. I got a Tory swing, would you believe?
Well
a very
done.
small one.
Well done, Andrew.
I didn't win
you
the
were
seat.
winning when you were a Conservative.
We did actually
did you hold your deposit?
Yes,
Come back.
I did.
Come back.
7.8% of the vote
very good.
in the 92 election in Glasgow Province, which is the east end of Glasgow, Easterhouse and that area. Pretty tough area, but I did hold my deposit.
That was after Jacob Rees-Mogg,
well,
who did 87 and lost the
But
he went and
was one then. So on and off, we have actually done rather well in that part of Scotland. It's not a big surprise. They're not going to vote Labour. They're not going to vote SNP.
Come on, Andrew.
It was never going to be a reform win.
Come
And
on.
by the way,
just say you've done jolly well tonight.
Britain,
it is the Tories' night.
Restore Britain didn't stand to help the Tories.
Interesting. Both uniting and dividing on the right. I'm completely lost. Let's turn now to Makerfield. Scarlett, it is interesting, isn't it, that Andy Burnham has been running such a personal campaign?
Yeah. So he's been running a sort of two-tier campaign. So
that's unusual under this Prime Minister.
Well, I happen not to agree about all this rubbish about two-tier policing. But what I'm trying to say is that he's been running a very local campaign.
Yeah.
OK, and he's been running it as the mayor of Manchester, as somebody who actually knows what's going on and everything like that. But on the other hand, you know, and while he's tried to stay away from the national picture, I mean, the voters of Makerfield are not stupid. They know what's going on. I mean, they know that if they vote for Andy Burnham, that actually there is going to be a challenge to the Labour leadership. So it's been quite difficult. And I know that he's tried very hard. I mean, I've spoken to a lot of people on the campaign. I mean, he's tried very hard that not taking the people of Makerfield for granted. I mean, I do hear that he is a terribly good constituency MP and that when he was MP for Lee, he was great, right? So he wants them to do that. But on the other hand, he also we all know, I mean, there's no point pretending he wants to be Prime Minister because, I mean, actually he thinks he can make Britain better. I mean, you know, Andrew sort of goes on about honours and everything, but actually...
What does Andy Burnham believe? Because, I mean, you've been around politics for a little while, and you saw him run in 2010 when he was running as the sort of the uber Blairite, giving interviews to the Sun newspaper in the back of a black cab, saying, oh no, we tacked too far to the left. Then in 2015, he was wanting to nationalise everything. And you know the old joke, how...
No, I do know that joke, which you might as well tell them.
Some people at home might not. And the old joke goes like, I suppose it's not that old, but a Blairite, a Brownite, a Corbynista and a Starmerite walk into a bar. The barman says, hello, Andy. Now, what does he actually believe in?
Because actually, it's really easy that what really changed him was becoming Mayor of Manchester and understanding that about real politics. I mean, he had a very good foundations to build on, but he transformed Manchester. I mean, he got houses built. He went both for you know the homelessness, but also for transport. I mean, that actually he made Manchester into the sort of place that it was trendy. It was great to live in. I mean, he really did it, and he did it by liaising with all sorts of local organisations, local businesses. I mean, actually, he goes across the piece, and that's what's important about Andy. Is he said, I can work with anybody if what they're interested in is Manchester, and I think he's done an awful lot of good in Manchester. And actually, what he wants to do is he wants to take what he's learnt in Manchester and actually run the country.
Sarah, there have been lots of people in this campaign trying to claim that they are the most local candidate. And it's almost been a sort of, well, if you haven't lived here your entire life, if you've ever left the greater Wigan area, perhaps you've taken a trip over to Liverpool, and then you're not quite so local as... it does seem that we have gone down a bit of a rabbit hole in this country, where we've entered this world, this strange world, where the only people who could possibly represent an area are those that were born in the area and have lived there their entire lives. I mean, Winston Churchill represented 6 different constituencies in this country, from Scotland to Essex to wherever else it was. Have we gone too local?
I think what people are looking for isn't necessarily a local candidate. That's often the way that this presents itself. But they're looking for someone who feels authentic, who feels like someone they can get behind, someone they can believe in. I think Andy does a very good job of that. And I think for me, the moment that politics became something that I could understand better was during the general election campaign, seeing the Lib Dem party political broadcast, hearing Ed Davies' story about his son and about his parents, getting behind the person as well as the politics. And I do think that Andy's done a very good job in Manchester of selling himself as a person. I do wonder what that means when he has to lead a party and all the baggage that comes with that. But I think that we've seen it in all of the candidates for this election, trying to sell themselves as a local person. We saw it in... Hannah in Gorton and Denton as well. We've seen it across the country. But ultimately, if people are then let down by the hollow rhetoric that stands behind the authentic appearance, then people are going to feel more and more reluctant to put their faith in politicians like that.
Is there a funny sort of analogy to be drawn? I'm not sure if anyone's ever compared Andy Burnham to Boris Johnson before, but Boris Johnson comes, like the Conservative Party, under a stilting, perhaps not so flashy leader who was once riding high in the polls, but now is very low and can't give a speech without being mocked. Is spoken of being a robot. I'm trying to think of more comparisons between Theresa May and Keir Starmer.
It's the jogging shorts, Tom. It's the jogging shorts.
But here we have... I mean,
hold on, Tom. The difference...
Hang on.
Between...
In 2019, Boris Johnson was able to come in as someone who was once a popular mayor, who didn't perhaps have all that much in policy, but had the personality, and actually went to win an election. Is there an analogy to be drawn there with Andy Burnham? Burnham.
Going to sound horrifically Gen Z here and say that we are looking at far more vibes-based politics. We're looking at people who sort of give this impression and give this warm, fuzzy feeling around what they're going to do for you and what they're going to do for the country. And people can get behind that quite easily because it doesn't have the difficult decisions that you need to make when you put cold, hard policy behind it. I think that people have been let down by scandal. We saw that with Boris Johnson. We saw that with the SNP this week. I think that's probably where a fair amount of the losses went and have allowed the Tories to sneak through up in Scotland. But if you are going purely based off of what you think seems to give the right impression, then ultimately you're going to feel more let down. We're going to see the rise of more populist parties taking advantage of people's disenfranchisement.
Very quickly, Scarlett.
The difference between Boris Johnson and Andy Burnham is that Boris Johnson was not in charge when he was Labour mayor. He was just charisma, right? Other people ran London. Mm-hmm. We all know that, and that's why it was such a disaster when he became Prime Minister. To be fair, Andy Burnham runs Manchester.
Some people say that some of the permanent council authority executives did a lot more for the skyscrapers than Andy Burnham did, but that's a detailed debate that we might get into in the even earlier hours of the morning. Now, in the last few moments, the SNP's Stephen Flynn. Now, he's the former Westminster leader who gave up his Aberdeen South Westminster seat to run in the Holyrood election, winning as a member of the Scottish Parliament. He's said this on social media. A tough night in Aberdeen that some will need to reflect on quite heavily. Cryptic.
Ooh,
well, let's go live now to GBNews Northern Ireland reporter Dougie Beattie, who's at the other count in Scotland, Arbroath and Broughty Ferry.
Where is that?
It's a peculiar name for a constituency, Dougie, but what have we learnt there? Are we expecting a result anytime soon? What's it looking like?
Yes, we are expecting that result. You can just see to the right of the stage, the agents and the politicians' candidates have been pulled to the right-hand side of the stage. It was a very quick count here because there's 75,000 entitled to vote in this area, and it turns out that only 23,827 of them decided to do so. And I mean, I was out and about today. People were saying to me, no, why was the seat given up in the first place? Others were saying, we didn't get a motorhome. You know, there was so much. They just became so disillusioned with politics. And it's quite disturbing to see that, because this particular area has 70% home ownership. 48% of the people here are married. This stretches from Arbroath down into the east of Aberdeen, not right into the city, or Dundee. It's not right into the city, and Dundee, of course, is an SNP stronghold. Now, what it does look like now is we are sort of counting on the tables here as we're going along on the balcony over, and it pretty much seems like the SNP have held on to this seat with Laura Bird, but it's who'll be in second place. Don't forget, Labour were only 500 votes behind Stephen Gethin when he won this seat 2 years ago, and it looks as if they may now be in third place behind Reform. We'll be waiting to see that, and we should see it very, very shortly indeed, but it does seem to be an SNP hold. What that gap will be the interesting part of this, but of course, a by-election is always, you're going to get a low turnout, but this one was especially low. I mean, we were watching some of the boxes coming in here, Tom, and I mean, some of them had 150, 200 votes in them, and they've actually brought in twice as much staff here to count than they did the last time round. So there's about 180 people counting in this room, and to be honest, most of the night they weren't busy at all. So we await to see what is going to happen. It is imminent.
Does say a lot, doesn't it? Not just about the SNP and the scandals around that party, but the second place Labour Party as well. We're going to go straight to Aberdeen now, because we've got that declaration. Aberdeen South, let's listen in.
Thank you. This is the declaration of results for the Aberdeen South constituency. Electorate 76,033. Total votes cast 28,950. The percentage of poll 38.08%. I, Angela Scott, returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in the Aberdeen South constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows: Nurul Hoque Ali, 1,550. David Ballantyne, the Alliance for Democracy and Freedom ADF, 59. UK Heart, Reform UK, 2,478. Douglas Lumsden, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 14,000. Exton, vote Scottish Greens, Let's Demand Better, 974. Mel Sullivan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,270. Richard Gordon Thompson, Scottish National Party, 8,258. Ballot papers rejected, 53. And total votes, 28,950. And I declare that Douglas Lumsden is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as the member for the Aberdeen South constituency. Ballot papers. Colleagues, if I can just conclude. Ballot papers rejected. Ballot papers rejected. Want of official mark 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 6. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 3. And unmarked or void for uncertainty, 44, giving a total of 53 ballot papers rejected. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Angela, and all the council staff and the police for a smooth election. I was going to say today, but it was actually yesterday. And to my friends, supporters and volunteers, we did it. And the people of Aberdeen have spoken loud and clear. We stopped the SNP and we sent Labour the message that the destruction of the North Sea oil and gas industry must stop now. And to everyone in Aberdeen that put their trust in me, thank you. I share your anger, I share your frustration, and I share your fears for the future. And I promise that I will be a strong voice for this city, standing up for you, your families and your livelihoods against short-sighted policies. Now, we said at the start of this campaign that it is a referendum on the oil and gas industry, and the people of Aberdeen have gave a resounding answer that we back the oil and gas industry. And I'm lucky enough to have not just one leader, but two fantastic leaders in Russell Finlay and Kemi Badenoch. I have received a huge amount of support for Russell. He's backed me 100%. And in Kemi, a big part of this election victory belongs to Kemi. You know, one of her first visits when she became Conservative leader was to Aberdeen. And when she was on that flight, a fellow passenger approached her and pleaded for her to save Aberdeen and the oil and gas industry. And now she understands that we need North Sea for our prosperity and energy security, and our commitment to my campaign and the people of Aberdeen has been nothing short of exceptional. And what has been made clear here tonight is that the Labour and the SNP governments must act to end the willful destruction of the energy industry. Now, I would also like to thank my superb campaign team, ably led by my agent, James Tweedy, as well as the excellent Mark McInnes and Alexander Burnett. You know, we had a strategy and a plan, and they executed that plan with military precision. And I've been truly humbled during this campaign by the number of friends and volunteers that have came out and helped to knock the thousands of doors that we have visited or delivered the mountain of leaflets. And I'm proud to be part of the Conservative value, a family that extends to all parts of the United Kingdom. And I would also like to thank all those voters who maybe are not natural Conservatives, but who have lent their vote to me today. I know they've put their trust in me, and I will repay that trust. I also want to thank, I'm almost at the end, my family, especially my mum and dad, June and Dougie, who are my greatest supporters and also my fiercest critics. And I also thank my fiancée Diane, where is she? She's there, for her total support. She never complains when our weekend plans are cancelled, and I know she's with me every step of the way. But now the work begins. So thank you again to the people of Aberdeen. I promise that I won't let you down. Thank you.
There we have it indeed. An astonishing result in Aberdeen South. The Conservatives winning with a majority of around 6,000 votes. Conservatives winning over 14,000 votes. The SNP a distant second on 8,248. This from a party that held this seat, that was so dominant in Scotland only recently in those most recent Scottish parliamentary elections. 14,308 is the full vote total. That's more than 6,000 as a majority in Aberdeen South for the Conservative Party. And interesting to note that the Conservative Party came in third at the general election in this seat. Anna Firth, former Conservative MP, with us in the studio. What do you make of it?
Well, I think this is an absolutely fantastic victory. Huge, huge congratulations to Douglas Lumsden and his team. He ran, a fantastic local campaign, but the big issue was oil and gas. And as he said in his speech, this was a referendum on oil and gas, and Kemi has led absolutely from the front on this issue. And the people of Aberdeen have voted resoundingly to vote for her and to vote for Douglas. It's a Conservative victory. It's a fantastic Conservative victory. I'm very proud of them all.
Well, they do seem particularly happy there in Aberdeen South. Scarlett Maguire, the Labour Party came second in this seat, and they're nowhere to be seen.
No, I mean, look, we know after the local elections and the SNP and the Holyrood elections that Labour is not doing well at the moment. There's no question. We didn't expect them to do well in Aberdeen. I mean, it's a referendum on oil and gas in Aberdeen. It's not a referendum in the whole country.
But why wouldn't the Labour Party, for the working man, backed by the GMB union, backed by other unions that represent those who work out there on the oil rigs, why wouldn't the Labour Party be the natural party for these people?
Because we know that Labour have not got their message through about how to move from oil and gas jobs to green jobs, and that the people of Aberdeen and the rest of the country, but particularly the people of Aberdeen, have yet to be convinced that there are serious jobs in green energy. And it's certainly, I mean, there's no secret in Aberdeen that there's been an argument between Ed Miliband and the leader of the GMB. I mean, quite an argument. I mean, actually, they do talk to each other. It is very, and seriously, the point is that in the end, there's a lack of, we're going to run out of oil and gas. We've got to have renewables. That's the future. And there are going to be lots and lots of jobs in renewables. And even if we started drilling tomorrow, it wouldn't come on board for 4 years. So if you want independent energy, renewables are the way to do it.
It's very true. Hydrocarbons are not infinite. It's just strange, therefore, that the government would choose to have a ban, legislate for a ban on new exploration, because there could be a large field that we have not yet discovered. We know that there are some areas that are potentially at least a bit beneficial, not least for the Treasury.
Look, as I said, even if they started exploring, it wouldn't come online for years. But actually, I mean, we do have to understand climate change, and the more we use oil and gas, the worse it is for the climate. And we all know, I mean, we now know that this isn't a myth anymore, that there is serious climate change going on, that the Earth, that we are heating up, and that actually everybody's got to do what they can to stop it. If we really go back to the oil thing, what makes me so furious is you look at Norway, right, that has a sovereign wealth fund, OK? So what did they do with their oil and gas? They actually put it into the country. And what did we do? We frittered it away under Mrs Thatcher. So actually, I am really, really angry about oil and gas.
Funded quite a lot of welfare in those years.
Yeah, because she made everybody unemployed, right?
There's an argument about the structural forces behind that unemployment, but...
She won the Falklands War as well, so quite a lot of money went on defence, and quite a lot of money, of course, went on allowing people to buy their council houses and enabling us to have a property-owning democracy.
Andrew Rossendale, while we're on Thatcher, I think it's only appropriate that we bring you in. Reform has made a big song and dance about being in favour of the oil and gas industry. Your energy spokesman, Richard Tice, has been bigging up the industry, always speaking about the North Sea. The Reform Party, a respectable four-figure vote, but nowhere near being in contention for this seat. Why not?
So I think that what's happening is a seat like that, people are judging what party is going to knock out the SNP. Clearly, the SNP was the party to get rid of. I suspect that tactical voting went on. A lot of people went Conservative to stop the SNP. I reckon a lot of Lib Dems would have probably voted Tory tactically. I reckon that a lot of people that would probably like to vote Reform in Aberdeen probably thought, no, we better vote Conservative to stop the SNP. So I think the votes coalesced around the Conservatives. They got rather lucky in Aberdeen South. But actually, if you look at the history of that constituency, it has swapped around from different parties. I think it went Lib Dem at one stage as well, if I remember. And I think it's been Labour, it's been SNP, it's been Conservative. Look, it's a by-election and people do vote tactically in these by-elections. But obviously it's a great result for the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party. But you rightly say, Tom, the politics in Scotland is very different than the politics down here. And the idea that it's because of Kemi Badenoch that the by-election has gone the Conservatives' way, I really don't think that's serious. I think that people just wanted to get rid of the SNP, and that's what they've managed to do.
Sarah, do you buy that analysis? Lots of tactical voting in this seat.
I mean, what we're hearing time and time again tonight is that, oh, well, this is only happening because they don't want these people, or oh, this is only happening because they're the least worst option. I've already given you my sell on proportional representation, but I just want a politics that you can get behind, where you can read people's policies and decide on what you believe in and not just vote against what you don't. And I hope from the conversations tonight that I might win some other backers for PR, potentially.
We had a referendum in 2011, not on proportional representation.
I personally was 9.
OK, I was also too young to vote, but the country did vote. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I remember the campaign.
I campaigned.
And the bright pink posters and all the rest of it. More than 70% of the country rejected the alternative vote, this idea that you might rank parties. And one of the big arguments there is that if you vote for smaller parties, you get more bites of the cherry. Your vote is counted more than once. There is an argument that proportional representation would cement the fragmentation that we're seeing in our politics right now, where we're seeing, frankly, a big mess, where parties are struggling to get more than a fifth of the vote in most cases and a third of the vote in one case. Is this sustainable?
I think that Richmond is the great example of this right now, isn't it? Where 100%
in Yorkshire or in London?
In London. My dad lives in Richmond, North Yorkshire, lovely place. But now I'm talking about London, also a lovely place, where it is now 100% of the seats on the council are Liberal Democrat, with 51% of the vote. That's not a political system that I want to support. It's not a political system that the councillors in Richmond want to support, because they want those other 49% of people to have their voices heard. And right now, I don't think First Past the Post is giving us stable leadership, stable political leadership, when we've had how many prime ministers in the last decade? We must be approaching 10 now, something like that. What a year. First Past the Post is not giving us a political system that is representing anyone, that is meaning that people can actually achieve the political change they want to see. Whereas coalitions, and actually sometimes compromising and realising that you don't always know what you're doing and you won't always get it right, might be a lot more productive for this country.
The age-old argument there is that with First Past the Post, people put out their manifestos in front of the country before an election. People vote on those manifestos and the election happens, and the person who wins, you know what they're going to do, roughly. And if they don't do what's in their manifesto, there's all hell to pay, as we've seen time and time again. When a coalition is the default, when proportional representation means that there is no sort of winner's bonus and everyone has to do these dirty behind-the-scenes deals in smoke-filled rooms or whatever the equivalent, vape-filled rooms probably these days, the idea there is that then it's not a manifesto that people vote on. The coalition agreement is cooked up by politicians behind the scenes, a mucky little compromise that pleases no one.
I mean, coalitions do work across the globe. We have plenty of countries these days that do have to make their politicians work together, and it doesn't lead to mass disenfranchisement with the political system. We've also seen right now that Andy Burnham, if he gets in, might be about to become Prime Minister with no manifesto mandates to make any changes. We'll have to see what he does when if he gets in.
Interesting question.
But Burnham, unless he sticks completely to Starmer's script, which is not what the country are voting for, or that Makerfield are voting for by voting him in, we're just going to see exactly the same thing, where he either needs to call a general election on his own manifesto, or he's going to be going completely off script.
Well, we're just hearing that the SNP has held the seat of Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. I pronounce that differently every single time. Let me have another go. Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. How about that? I'm sure that some people local to the area might correct me, but we're hearing that the SNP have held that seat. We'll have more on that in the next hour because, of course, we're coming up to 2 o'clock here on Vote 2026. The people decide. 3 by-elections across the country today, and it seems like 2 have now declared. That means there's still 1 in contention, and perhaps it is the biggest by-election in the history of this country, at least the most consequential. Do stay with us here throughout the thick and thin of it here on GB News. Well, a very good morning to you. It's now 2 a.m. live across the United Kingdom. This is GB News, Britain's news channel. The fate of Sir Keir Starmer and the country lies in the hands of the people of Makerfield this very evening. Will Andy Burnham, King in the North, return to Westminster?
The fact that we're even in contention here really is testament to Andy Burnham. He's done something that I'm not sure any other Labour politician could have done here. He's convinced people who we lost, not just at the last election, not just at the local elections, but many years ago. He's convinced significant numbers of those people to come back to Labour.
Could reform cause a major upset and block Andy Burnham?
We don't fear anybody. We have the country behind us, and I am absolutely convinced Nigel Farage should be the next Prime Minister of this country.
Or have Restore Britain possibly split the vote on the right?
Votes are for the public to cast, for those people they believe in. So nobody can split a vote. What you do is you have a roster of people standing and the public decide who they're going to vote for. Votes do not belong to anybody. They don't belong to Andy Burnham, they don't belong to me, they don't belong to Reform, they belong to nobody.
Over the coming hours, we'll bring you all the results as they happen. We have Team GB News coverage live from Makerfield.
The polls are now closed and the votes are being meticulously counted as everybody here and around the country awaits that declaration of who will be the new MP for Makerfield.
A political earthquake is coming. If Andy Burnham wins for Labour, he will almost certainly become Prime Minister. But if Reform manage to win this seat, what hope is there for the Labour Party of winning the next general election?
And from Scotland, the Conservatives have pulled off a major victory in Aberdeen South. And in the last few minutes, the SNP has managed to hold on to Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. Well, throughout the night, we'll be joined by expert guests in the studio and politicians across the country too as they react to this history-making moment. Don't miss a moment of it. We'll have uninterrupted coverage of every twist and turn. The excitement of election night continues right now. Well, the future of the country lies in the hands of a very few people tonight. The people of Makerfield in Greater Manchester, the one by-election still yet to declare. Well, polls closed just over 4 hours ago in the most consequential by-election in modern history, a contest that looks set to determine who becomes Britain's next Prime Minister. Turnout in Makerfield is 58.75%, considerably higher than at the general election 2 years ago. This would mark a higher percentage, indeed, than that election, and the first time that this has happened since 1982, presumably in a by-election. Well, Labour are reported to be quietly confident of a victory. Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham hopes to become an MP, which would, of course, make him eligible to challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the leadership of the Labour Party. The Reform Party's Robert Kenyon, a local plumber who came second in the seat at the last general election 2 years ago, is taking the fight to Andy Burnham. An official spokesman for the party has briefed that it's a fairly close fight and no one's running away with it. All to play for, perhaps. Well, up in Scotland, the Tories have taken the Aberdeen South seat from the SNP. But the SNP have held on in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. Well, let's speak to my panel this evening. Former Conservative MP Anna Firth, the former Labour advisor Scarlett Maguire, the current Reform MP for Romford, Andrew Rossendale, and indeed the chair of the Lib Dem Education Association, Sarah Anderson. Scarlett, we are waiting on Makerfield.
We are waiting on Makerfield. We are desperate because that what happens after Makerfield is so important for all of us. And so the question is, will Andy Burnham win? It looks like it. I mean, I don't want to take anything for granted, but I do hear that Reform are saying that they think that they've lost, and that Labour are, as I think they're called, what is it, quietly optimistic. And then we have to, then it's what happens next. Yeah. I mean, for the people of Makerfield, they have a new MP. They had a perfectly good MP last time in Josh Simons. They have a very good MP in Andy Burnham. But what we all know, and the reason that we're concentrating on it so much, is what does Andy Burnham do this weekend, and how do negotiations with Keir Starmer go, and
do you think
do
there will be negotiations?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I just think...
Are we going to see Andy Burnham strolling down Downing Street, invited in for a cup of tea?
No, I think we're not going to see anything public. I think a lot of things are going to be done on the phone. It'll be very private. There are also private ways of going into Number 10, as I'm sure that you know, through the Cabinet Office that you quietly go in. So I assume it'll be fairly low-key. It'll be beginning between various aides. But, I mean...
Could Andy Burnham be offered a job?
He's already been... I mean, Keir Starmer has said I will offer him a job, and he has said no. I mean, the problem is you cannot negotiate in public, right? I mean, as soon as you negotiate in public, it all becomes macho. And then, it's not like it's just these two. So you've got Wes Streeting saying, oh, I've got my 81 as well, so I can stand.
This is the threshold, the number needed to challenge Keir Starmer.
So you have to have 81 MPs who will sign up for you. Now, what we have to remember, MPs of all parties are like this, particularly the two big ones, that actually they don't like backing losers. So MPs do think, well, if I back Wes and he's going to lose, then I'm not going to get anywhere.
Do you think Wes is going to fold behind Andy Burnham? I thought he'd already indicated that.
Well, he also said, I've got the 81. I mean, he does everything. I mean, everybody. And then there's Al Khan's, which is what Labour really needs, is let's have somebody who's been in for 2 minutes, thinks he knows everything. Honestly.
Scarlett, are you, as a Labour woman, are you slightly irritated that once again we're talking about 3 candidates for the leadership of the Labour Party, which sees itself as the champion of gender equality and everything else, talking about Andy Burnham, Wes Streeting and Al Khan's? Now, unless one of these men has had a very big announcement that I have missed, I think that is once again an all-male shortlist.
And we wouldn't count it anyway, because I want... No, of course, I am deeply furious. I mean, you know, I have to say, I backed Keir for the leadership against 2 women, even though I believe, you know, I do believe, I thought he was the best. I still think that he was the best choice. It saddens me. From Alva Ray of the New Statesman wrote a great piece about, you know, how it should be Bridget Phillipson, but actually, I think she's.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I think she is fantastic.
Only if she brings Gemma Collins along.
I think she is great. But, I mean, look, you know, this is realpolitik.
What she's doing to education...
What she's doing to education is transforming children's life chances.
An education debate. We're going to go back to Makerfield. Our chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster, has a guest. I believe, Catherine, you're with Sarah Pochin.
Yes, I am. Good morning from Makerfield. A political earthquake is about to happen because Labour sources have told GB News that they are quietly confident. We don't have a result yet, but we're expecting it potentially in the next hour. I'm joined now by Reform MP Sarah Pochin. Sarah, thank you very much for talking to us on GB News. We talked to you a little bit earlier, well, last night, as it was. You said then that you'd be happy with a good second. It sounds like Reform, no, you're not going to get this. Would you admit that?
Well, we don't know yet. The result hasn't been announced, but as I said earlier, yes, I mean, it's clear that this was a 2-horse race. It's clear that in these safe Labour seats, as was, Reform is really making a huge impact, like we did in Runcorn and Helsby. And tonight, I mean, we're very much hoping for a strong performance by Reform. And look, we may be in a situation tonight where Wigan Council make a few pennies by those that actually lose their deposit. Wouldn't it be interesting, for example, if the Conservatives, the Lib Dems, the Greens even, you know, let's wait and see, but potentially we could see some major parties actually losing their deposits, which tells us that come the next general election, certainly in areas like this, it's a fight between Reform and the Labour Party.
Clearly a lot of tactical voting going on in this seat, but Restore are causing you some problems, aren't they? I mean, Rupert Lowe pretty defiant, saying nobody owns these votes, but it could be that they cost you this by-election.
Well, we need to analyse the amount that we lose by and the amount that, you know, the share that Restore take, obviously. But I would be very surprised if Restore, if we're not successful tonight, if we don't win, I'd be very surprised if it was because of Restore. I mean, I knocked on hundreds of doors, and the Restore issue was very, very low. They're very small. So I don't believe that's the case. I think it's more likely to be the fact that Labour voters here probably clearly recognise the Burnham name and possibly are prepared to give Labour just one last chance with a different Prime Minister, because the message that came out loud and clear from every doorstep was that everybody wants Starmer out. So I do wonder if the traditional Labour voter thinks one last chance to see if this government can stand up for the British people under Andy Burnham.
Well, Andy Burnham has sort of nicked your line unofficially, which was vote Reform, get Starmer out. But that's what effectively Andy Burnham saying, vote Andy Burnham, get Starmer out. But how much of a problem are these comments of your candidate, Rob Kenyon, about women? Some of them more offensive than others, but the ones about abortion, particularly, not to mention the retweets of really crass comments about Carol Vorderman, that must have come up on the doorstep, surely.
Do you know, actually, it didn't, in the doors I knocked on, it didn't come up on the doorstep. The issues that come up on the doorstep are immigration, and not that, and it's because people feel that they're being treated so unfairly that they don't see why that they're not getting there's housing lists with local people on them when illegal immigrants are coming in and taking those houses. Those sort of issues do come up on the doorstep because the cost of living, actually, people feel that in terms of the money in their pocket, and if they think the money in their pocket is being spent on people that aren't British citizens, that don't deserve our system, that don't deserve free housing, that is actually what they get very passionate about, and it is linked to the cost of living. And of course, you know, Andy Burnham, as we know, will come in and advocate for open borders. So I feel for the people of Makerfield, because even if they do think that under Andy Burnham's premiership, which of course we don't know yet whether that's going to happen, if they think that suddenly everything's going to be all right, well, they're going to be in for a shock, because Andy Burnham stands for increased taxation, unfettered immigration, and taking us back into Europe. And that, in the deal that the European Union have suggested, means that we lose the pound and gain the euro. The British people will be up in arms about that.
Well, Michel Barnier has said tonight that he thinks the EU would be open to us going back on the same terms, keeping the pound, not being in Schengen. Also, Shabana Mahmood's immigration reforms would be quite tough if they come through, and Andy Burnham has rode back on those EU comments a bit. But look, it's quite possible tonight, well, it looks likely that Reform are going to come away empty-handed. You are, in fact, the only by-election that Reform have won. Isn't it the case that there is a ceiling of people who want Nigel Farage as PM of about 30%? 70% don't?
No, I don't agree with those comments. In my by-election, there were two candidates, both of which were sort of unknown. We were playing with a core, safe Labour vote, if you like, a traditional Labour vote. When it came to Gorton and Denton, then we had a different issue there. We had the issue of 30%, I think, of that constituency had a Muslim vote, and then so you're up against a different factor. Here, as I said, I think everybody wants Starmer out, and as I've said, I wonder, with the name recognition of Andy Burnham, whether the core Labour vote think we'll give Labour one last chance. We'll wait and see what happens tonight.
OK, well, Sarah Pochin, thank you very much indeed for joining us on GB News, and we will hopefully get the result. Well, what time is it now? 2:15, maybe in the next hour or so.
Catherine Forster, thank you very much indeed. Always good to keep a vague sense of what time that result might be. Thanks very much. Well, perhaps in the next hour. Fingers crossed. Let's see. We have, of course, had two results, both of the results in from Scotland now. One victory for the Conservative Party defeating the incumbent SNP, and one victory for the SNP holding the seat that they did. Well, let's turn to my panel now. Delighted to be joined by Anna Firth, Andrew Rossendale, Scarlett Maguire and Sarah Anderson. Andrew, we are expecting this result now within the next hour or so in Makerfield. It seems like Labour is getting more confident the more the evening is going on. Sarah Pochin there saying coming second would be respectable, would be good, but this was a very high target seat for the Reform Party.
So this constituency has been Labour since it was created in 1983. I remember the 1983 general election. In fact, I was at school and it was Margaret Thatcher's great victory, 144-seat majority. And it's been Labour all those years. In fact, it's been Labour under the previous constituency since 1906. So it's never been anything other than Labour. The fact that Reform, and we don't know the result yet, and I'm still hopeful we're going to win this by-election, but if we don't, fact is Reform would have done incredibly well, beyond anyone's expectations even a year ago. And the only reason, if we don't win, is because Andy Burnham, it's a special case. It's a special by-election. It's a get Starmer out by-election by putting
Does this historical argument that you've just made slightly fall flat when we know that the demographics of this country have shifted in the way that people vote. The white working classes that used to be solid for Labour are not. These are now some of the most favourable parts of the country towards reform. And I could make exactly the same case to you about somewhere like Putney. How on earth could the Labour Party ever hold a seat in posh London when it's been held by the Tories for however long? And yet, of course, the Labour Party holds these seats in urban areas with younger populations, with more diverse populations. Demographically, Makerfield should be right near the top of Reform's target list.
And do you know what? If Andy Burnham hadn't been the candidate, I've no doubt whatsoever it would have been a Reform UK win. It still might be, by the way, because we don't know the result.
We don't.
But Burnham has made all the difference for two reasons. One, he's well known and respected in the Manchester area, so he's a local person and he's bound to get a higher vote because of that. He's not just some parachuted in person from Labour HQ. He's actually a genuine local person. So for
That's
that
not
reason,
what Reform literature said.
So for that reason, well, he's from Manchester, so of course he's local. But the second reason is, and I spoke to Reform voters who will always vote Reform in normal circumstances, but some people actually thought vote for Burnham because that means we're going to get rid of Keir Starmer. So actually it's a weird by-election and it's going to produce a weird result.
Can I ask you, but before we bring Scarlett in, can I ask you, do you think that Reform lent too heavily on the local angle? They went in really, really hard picking a local candidate. And it's fair to say over the course of this campaign, there have been a lot of question marks about this candidate, about posts that have been released online. I have to say that we are looking at pictures of Andy Burnham arriving now at the count. This does mean that the result must be close now. The candidates, especially big candidates like Andy Burnham, big high-profile candidates, will only turn up when they think that result is close. But Andy Burnham there on our screens just sweeping in to the count there in Wigan for the Makerfield constituency. I imagine he'll want to thank some of the counters there, shake some hands, talk to some staff, talk to some volunteers. But just reading some body language there, lots of hugs, quite a confident stride that he had walking into this counting area. Oh, and that's a 3 or a 4-way hug there that Andy Burnham is getting involved in at 2:20 in the morning. Clearly, a lot of love towards Andy Burnham. There are smiles on a lot of these Labour activists' faces, it has to be said. Although Andy Burnham, yes, that's a smile. It's a firm sort of sense of purpose. I'm going to stop trying to do some amateur body language interpretation now, but it is fascinating to watch Andy Burnham on this screen. I wonder what he's thinking. Is this a man who is thinking, on Monday morning, I'm going to stride down Downing Street and tell the Prime Minister where to stick it? Is this a man who is preparing to get his 81 or even more Labour MPs to publicly endorse him to be the next Prime Minister? Is this a man who simply sees this seat as a stepping stone in his career? Or is this a local champion, and the local champion of these local people, what he's been saying through the course of this campaign, that he sends his kids to school in the local area, that he knows this area, that he's represented the whole of Greater Manchester for the best part of the last decade? Well, as we see him sweep away from the cameras there, followed by an entourage of many supporters. Lisa Nandy, the technology secretary, among those supporters there. Fascinating to see Andy Burnham enter that count there. Surely this means that the result is indeed close. But let's turn back to Andrew Rossendale. I want to get in on this question of your candidates in this election. We've spoken a lot about Andy Burnham there, perhaps too much. Rob Kenyon, a local lad, but with a lot of internet history that did become an issue in this campaign.
Look, I like the fact that Reform has real people. We have actual proper people that have come from ordinary backgrounds who, yes, may have made mistakes or said things in the past that they probably regret. I mean, who hasn't? Frankly, Reform is an authentic party. It's not a plastic organisation where everybody's a robot. So I like the fact that we had a good, genuine local candidate who was from the area, who was a local councillor, nice guy, fought a fantastic campaign, and I hope he wins tonight. But, you know, there's another factor here that we're forgetting about. Where were the Greens in this election? Where were the Greens? Gorton and Denton, they were everywhere. Why were they not seen anywhere? Not a single Green poster I saw today from the Greens. So the Greens clearly have done some underhanded pact with the Labour Party to keep away.
Do you think they've done an actual pact?
I don't think they've done an actual pact. I'm not privy to any discussions, but quite clearly the Greens have backed away in order to help Labour win. So there's an unofficial understanding, I think, my assessment, between Greens and Labour. You've got Restore taking a chunk of potential reform votes. Conservatives are not even in the picture, nor are the Liberal Democrats. So all these factors have conspired, potentially, because we don't know the result, to help Andy Burnham.
Right, this is. I don't know how many excuses we're going to have for Reform not winning it.
Well, they're all valid reasons.
Let's begin by saying, because you do this whole history. 6 weeks ago, this constituency was Reform. Right, no question about it. In fact, that's what everybody said: is Andy cannot win it. He was advised by a lot of people not to go for it. He was considered completely and utterly mad to go for it. It was absolutely reform territory. And when you say, you know, will he be a champion or will he be? You can be both, right? You can absolutely. I mean, frankly, Tony Blair was wonderful for Sedgefield. He was also the Prime Minister for a very long time.
Quite often people like to have a Prime Minister representing them.
But also you can do an awful lot of good. I mean, the thing about Andy is he knows that constituency. It is absolutely genuine that it's children. And I think to make the excuse that somebody is authentic because they have appalling, the horrible things he said about Carol Vorderman, that you'd think he'd say, actually, I shouldn't have said it. I'm sorry.
To be fair, he didn't say the original comment about Carol Vorderman.
He liked it.
He endorsed the comment someone else made about it.
Okay, he endorsed it. But instead of saying, what you say is, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it, actually. I just shouldn't have done it. It was a stupid thing to say. And instead, he just goes, no. And then Andrew Rossendale goes, well, this is authenticity. Well, actually, I'm bored of people, of a lot of men being really, really awful about women on X and endorsing things. And I think it's got to stop.
We've also seen massively classist comments saying, oh, this is just working class culture, this is just working class banter. There are brilliant, kind, thoughtful, working class people up and down this country who would reject all of those comments and reject that they have any part of their culture.
Well, Andrew Rossendale, what do you say to that? That there is authenticity without straying into the gratuitous?
Look, it's not for me to justify or excuse comments of any other individual. What I will say is this, is that there are far too many people in politics who want to project themselves in a way that gets them into the position they want to be, and therefore will read from the script, as Anna's been doing this evening, so I have no script in front of me.
My own notes.
Fair enough, but I don't have a script. I say what I believe in, and that's a great thing about Reform, is that people in Reform believe in things, and we're there for the right reasons for our country. And I admire Rob and other Reform UK candidates that are coming forward. Many have never been in politics before. You know, we've been in politics for a long time, but they haven't.
Do you think that Reform is going to do a bit better at finding things on the internet that their potential candidates have said?
All parties obviously need to check these things out before people are selected. But look, at the end of the day, who doesn't make mistakes in their lives?
But your candidates are still making mistakes. Sarah Pochan made comments about how keep winning, lads, because every time England lose in the World Cup, domestic violence goes up. Domestic violence goes up if England win or lose, and what we need to be doing is tackling domestic violence at its cause and not making crass
The Liberal
jokes
Democrats are always judgmental of other people. I'm not going to be judgmental.
Andrew, that was an appalling thing to say, to not understand domestic. But look at your candidate in Denton and Gorton, right? I mean, you know, who thought that women without children should pay extra tax, who thought that, I mean, some of the things that Matt Goodwin had said, and this isn't, you know, some poor working class person who doesn't know anything. Matt Goodwin has been an academic for ages, and the sort of things that he comes out with were appalling. And you put him as a candidate. I mean, actually, it is about time.
Did he say that women should pay? Wasn't it tax cuts for women who do have children?
Well, it's the same, isn't it?
Well, it's quite a big difference.
No, well, it is basically women are there to have children, right? That's, I mean.
Well, like fertility is a legitimate issue to talk about.
I still think we are slightly missing the point here because clearly 6 weeks ago or whenever it was, everyone in this area was happy to vote for reform to be their councillor. Since then, they have seen a bit about these reform councillors, and I've mentioned to you. Yes, it is. I've mentioned to you tonight.
Can I at this point say that we do not know if Andy Burnham has one or not? I'm hearing in my ear that Nigel Farage is saying that it's too close to call, that reform has thrown absolutely everything at this by-election.
Yes, they certainly have.
So, I mean, it could be. We're looking at Andy Burnham with his cup of coffee there, speaking to, I think, some of the members of the Monster Raving Loony Party there at the count, having quite a good back and forth with those loony...
But it is absolutely right what Charlotte said, that go back to the beginning of this campaign and people were saying that perhaps Andy Burnham had been stitched up in terms of having to go for this by-election. Now, he has gone from that position, which was a perception, it may not have been reality, but it was certainly a perception, to now the perception being that he has won this. Now, it may be close, but he has moved the dial over that time, and the Reform candidate, now that he's been exposed to a bit of sunlight, he's given his views, he's been on Question Time, people have taken against him, and they've taken against the Reform politics. Because what is the Reform politics? It is the politics of grievance. And ultimately, we are a positive country, and people generally prefer to vote for positive people with a positive message. And telling people to vote, and it may work once, and it did work once, telling people to vote a reform to get rid of Starmer is fundamentally a very negative message. Now, it worked.
It does seem that that's
it worked in the locals.
Working for Andy Burnham tonight.
What's working for him is the fact that he does have a positive message about what he wants to do and who he is, and the fact that he's been the mayor of Manchester. That is fundamentally different. And I suspect that Farage's big essay that he published a week ago, which I think was pretty racist, frankly.
Really?
I do. The whole tenor of this essay...
The essay was saying that too many non-citizens live in social housing.
He actually said, unless, you know, I will confess I have not read this. I haven't read the essay. I've just read the commentary.
Right.
But if it's true that he was saying that we are now a country which discriminates against white people, I'm sorry.
I think that he does point to several instances in equality law where there is a presumption if there are, for instance, two candidates who are considered for a position in the civil service or a public body, both equally abled, there is a presumption to pick the one who isn't white. That does seem like it is a structural form of discrimination against a white candidate in that scenario.
Anna, I have to say, you used the word racist against Nigel. That's just shocking and appalling and wrong. And you wonder why the whole of Essex has dumped the Conservatives and voted Reform in the recent local elections. It is because the Conservative Party are playing this woke game and branding names around.
I think we should ban the use of the word woke, actually, and I would never call the Conservatives woke.
It is why the Conservative core vote in places like Southend and places like Romford have gone away from the Conservatives.
Not today, Andrew. But in both the county and the district election in Rayleigh, the Conservatives have won with a landslide. And that's because when people have seen these Reform candidates that have got in, and particularly when they've been let down by them badly, they go against them.
Of course, there was a time when the Prime Minister, unprompted in an interview, I think it was the Labour conference before last, was asked, do you think that Reform's policies are racist? And he said, yes, I think they're racist. Of course, Nigel Farage has always said that he is not a racist.
Oh,
and
no,
it's
no,
interesting that Reform's numbers went up when the Prime Minister tried to call him that.
Hang on, I'm not calling Nigel Farage a racist. Let me be clear about that. I'm talking about this essay and what I perceive to be the policies that are talked about in that essay. You can have a view on something which could possibly be termed as racist. That doesn't make the person racist. I think that's very different.
What do you make of this, Scarlett? It does seem like when people bandy around words like this, it sometimes backfires.
I think it's really important to look hard at what Reform are actually saying. And so when they say, you know, it sounds, oh, no, people who aren't British. And then you realise what enormous number of people... So Robert Jenrick has said that people who aren't British will have to pay more in national insurance, right? But actually, when he says not British, I mean, why should workers who are here, who've been... And a lot of... I mean, most, you know, people who work here are legally able to work. And why should they pay more than somebody, and he won't even count indefinite leave to remain. Why should they pay more? I mean, I would say that is a form of racism, actually.
Really? But that's not judging someone on the basis of their race. If someone was born here, is a citizen here, and whatever the colour of their skin, they would get the tax
I'm
cuts.
not talking about... I don't think you have to... I don't think racism is just about the colour of their skin. And I think this whole thing about foreigners is quite difficult, actually. What is a British person? I mean, you know, Matt Goodwin says, you know, saying that you're British, being born here isn't good enough, right? When that guy knifed those people on the Peterborough train. I mean, you know, it is really, really difficult. This whole thing about what is real British. That Rishi Sunak is not English, right? He thinks of himself as English. He was born here. He was educated here. He sees himself as English. But there are, you know, lots of people on the right say, oh no, Rishi Sunak isn't English because he's got Indian heritage, right? So actually, I just think we should stop it. I think it's divisive. I think it's divisive politics.
Which is why Reform UK will get rid of the Equality Act, because this is what's caused all these divisions.
It is not.
Exactly.
It is absolutely not.
You treat everyone equally under the law. You don't have laws that actually biased laws that actually benefit certain characters.
Before we get into the Equality Act debate, which is a big one, we're going to turn to Aberdeen South and speak to Will Godley, who's at the count there, because, Will, this is one of the big upsets of this evening.
Absolutely, Tom. Good morning to you from Aberdeen South. I'm a little bit of a loner here. Everybody else has gone home. Of course, we've had the result, and it's been described by the Conservative victor here. He is called Douglas Lumsden, as a seismic victory. He took about half of the vote here. Now, it had been an SNP seat, and it was Stephen Flynn, the SNP leader in Westminster, who got a seat in the Scottish Parliament, and that's what triggered this by-election. And for the SNP, it's a big loss for them, but a huge win for the Conservative Party, who have been calling this throughout this campaign as a referendum on oil and gas. And Douglas, reacting to his victory, said this win sends a message, a clear message to the Labour Party, saying that they need to stop the destruction of North Sea oil now. And that's really what he's campaigned on, putting that first. And reacting to this win tonight here, we've heard from the Shadow Secretary of State for Scotland, Andrew Bowie, who said this is an extraordinary victory. This is the first time that the Conservative Party has gained a Westminster parliamentary by-election in Scotland since 1967. We said that this election was a referendum on the future of North Sea oil and gas, and Aberdeen has spoken loud and clear. Let's get Britain drilling now. When I spoke to Douglas in the last few minutes, he told me that is his top priority. When he goes down to Westminster, he wants to be putting pressure on Ed Miliband and the government to get Britain drilling once again far more and really reinvest to jobs here in Aberdeen. He said that is the issue that came up time and again here on the doorsteps, and that's why the Conservative Party and Douglas indeed himself says he's dubbed this the referendum on North Sea oil and gas. Of course, the SNP earlier this evening conceded victory. They blamed their defeat on tactical voting here. They said there's been no votes really for the Labour Party and Reform. Their vote, they say, has collapsed, and those voters who perhaps would have thought about voting for Reform and Labour instead chose to vote for the Conservative Party in a bid to try and oust the SNP. And of course, it's worked this evening. The SNP saying they want to get this seat back in 2029, but of course a big loss for them this evening, Tom. But of course this is a big clear message from here in Aberdeen that North Sea oil and gas is still very, very important for people here, and no doubt looks like Douglas says he's going to be putting pressure on the government to back the North Sea oil for people of Aberdeen here and going forward.
Well, Will Godley, thank you indeed for being the hardest working journalist there in Aberdeen South, the last in the room just before they turn off the lights. Thank you indeed for bringing us all of that. What a moment there, what an upset in Aberdeen South. But who better to speak to now that we're talking about the revitalisation of oil and gas and that industry off the North Sea, or indeed that's what the people of Aberdeen South seem to want in their numbers this evening. Let's speak to the chair of the London Green Party, Eugene McCarthy. First of all, on this Aberdeen South result, is the pushback against sort of the net zero drive beginning in earnest now?
I think, to be completely frank with you, Tom, Scottish voters, particularly in parts of the country which have historically been dependent on North Sea oil and gas, have been given the short end of the stick, to be completely blunt. The government has not helped them out. As we decarbonise, which we absolutely need to do, there are plenty of opportunities to re-industrialise Britain, bring back industrial jobs in all sorts of areas, whether it's house building, green technologies or other heavy industry. But the government has totally failed to invest in that. We have sky-high energy prices.
But Eugene, there is a certain dignity in going out to work for a productive industry that you know is creating a heap of money for the country, that is pouring money into the Treasury, working for a private business that is adding to this country through the work that you do. Isn't there a difference there between doing that and working in a pretend job that has been conjured up by the government that only exists because taxpayers' money is being funnelled into an industry that wouldn't otherwise exist? There's a fundamental difference between these two things.
I completely disagree with that. Every single successful economy in the world subsidises industries which are crucial for national security, whether that's steel or other forms of energy, like countries like China, who have delivered successful industrial policy. And there are other countries like Germany or France, which are much more market-oriented, which do the exact same thing. These aren't pretend jobs. The government, where it's important for our national economy, it has the right to intervene in the economy. I think that's completely reasonable. And
the reason I describe this as a pretend job
country
is if you look specifically at Aberdeen, which might not be the most strategic place in the country to put a massive factory, but it certainly is the most strategic place in the country to have the heart of our oil and gas sector. If you deliberately shut down a sector that is productive and then try and replace those jobs with something that doesn't naturally want to go there, and you sort of force this industry up there. It's something that the Attlee government tried in preventing. They saw that Birmingham was too successful, too much manufacturing, too many businesses that wanted to set up in Birmingham. And so they made every single business that wanted to set up in and around Birmingham instead go and set somewhere else in the country to try and rebalance the economy. And do you know what? More than half of those businesses just didn't do the investment because they didn't want to be told where to go by the government. They wanted to be in Birmingham because that's where the talent was. I mean, trying to force industry somewhere just because government wants to replace jobs that it has killed through its own policy choices, that's a dire strait.
I don't think that's the way it is. Like in places like Aberdeen, we have huge numbers of very skilled workers. We have historic industrial areas. That's a perfect opportunity for businesses to invest and the government to invest, because let's be clear, state investment is crucial to this country's future, particularly our industrial policy. So it's not at all like turning investment away from places like Birmingham. It's bringing in the next generation of investment to places like this. So we don't end up in a situation where, like in the 1980s, we had huge numbers of completely unproductive coal fields that were propped up and then abruptly shut down with tremendously dire consequences for workers up and down the country.
Well, we've done the policy there. Let's shift on to the politics, because there is quite a bit of suspicion about what exactly has gone on in Makerfield. I mean, Greater Manchester is an area where there is a strong Green presence. I mean, thousands upon thousands of activists were bussed into the Gorton and Denton by-election just down the road. And it seems like the Green Party didn't even try in Makerfield. Could there have been some sort of secret agreement between the Greens and Andy Burnham in this by-election?
Oh, yeah, Lord no, Tom. I'm not a particular fan of Andy Burnham. I think throughout this campaign has really shown his true colours in a lot of ways, seeming to tack further right than the supposed right-wing candidate for the Labour leadership. That was definitely not going to happen, Wes Streeting, on a whole raft of issues. He's not particularly aligned with the Green Party. That being said, we've got three parties throwing the absolute kitchen sink at this by their own admission in the form of Labour, Reform and Restore. To be completely honest with you, by-elections are incredibly expensive to run. We have just fought incredibly hard and won a pretty stonking victory in Gorton and Denton. If Andy Burnham does win, we're going to have a Greater Manchester campaign to run. And of course, there are council by-elections and other campaigns across the country, which we need the money for. If you look on the Electoral Commission's website at fundraising returns in the last quarter by each party, we raised very, very little compared to the big establishment parties. Reform somewhere in the range of 9 million. We raised about 300,000. So we're working on a much smaller budget than the other parties, which unfortunately does have to factor into decisions like this.
Now, Eugene, apologies if I interrupt you in your next answer. We are expecting this result in Makerfield very, very shortly indeed, I'm being told. But clearly, at the start of this campaign, the Green Party did say that they were going to campaign. I mean, originally, there was sort of question mark as to whether the Greens would field a candidate. And then Zach Polanski said, no, we will field a candidate. We're not going to let Labour get away with this. We are going to oppose them. We are going to campaign. And then I've spoken to people in Makerfield who haven't seen a single Green leaflet.
We have been campaigning. It's obviously not at the same scale which Labour or Reform or whoever else can achieve with significant amounts of money and social media ads and lots of leaflets going out. But we have been campaigning. To be completely frank, it's more modest in the other parties just because that resource on the ground is not there for us. But we're trying to make a show of it as much as we can with the resources available to us. It's the joy of grassroots campaigning.
You say that Andy Burnham has tacked to the right, and clearly there have been some statements that he's made, particularly around migration, around asylum, where he's U-turned on previous positions. But where he doesn't seem to have tacked to the right at all, really, is in his positions on economic matters. He still talks about Manchesterism, this slightly amorphous idea, certainly not the Manchesterism of Cobden and Bright of the free trade movement of the Victorian era. A new form of Manchesterism, a sort of state capitalism, certainly state control of more industry. Is this something that the Greens could work alongside?
I mean, to be completely honest with you, Tom, I don't know what Manchesterism is. You said it's sort of state capitalism, more state control. Looking at Manchester, I don't even really see that. He doesn't do anything particularly differently to other
He'll say he took the transport sector into public ownership.
They have a poorer deal than we have here in London with regards to their transport in Manchester. We have much more state control here in London. I think Andy Burnham is just kind of a good showman. Like people like him. They seem to like him. He doesn't come across as a ghoul, as a lot of politicians tend to. But I mean, we have to see what his platform actually is, because we know surprisingly little, other than that there seems to be a game of telephone with his close inner circle, briefing the press on specific policy things that he may or may not do, if he does or does not run for the Labour leadership. Nothing from the horse's mouth, and none of that seems to be particularly set in stone. So there's really nothing to work with. If he comes out and is a really strong, progressive, sort of old school Labour, how they used to be fighting for workers' rights and a decent economy, then perhaps we'll have something to work with. If he ends up being Keir Starmer Mark II, then no, thank you.
Perhaps something to work with. That's interesting. I mean, it's to some extent a blank sheet of paper. I mean, if Andy Burnham does win today, and he does do what he said he would do in this campaign, which is challenge the Prime Minister, and if the polls are right, as inaccurate as polls of party memberships tend to be, he could well be Prime Minister by the time of party conference season in the autumn. I mean, we'll quickly learn what sort of Prime Minister he might be, and is it possible that there could be some sort of agreement between the Green Party and the Labour Party at the next general election, whenever that is, some sort of electoral agreement for the betterment of what some people might have described as a progressive coalition?
There's two answers to that. The first is kind of a cop-out. We are a democratic party. Something like that will be decided by our party membership. The second, which is kind of less of a cop-out politician's answer, is I would not be supportive of that. I think even with the best form of Andy Burnham as Prime Minister, there will be a number of issues where there is just fundamental disagreement between us and the Labour Party. I think the most sort of left-wing economically that Andy Burnham could be is not where the voters are at, let alone where the country, I think, needs to be on particularly the scale of investment that we need in the economy. And I think that's from both the public and private sectors. The level of investment is through the floor. It's dismal. And we do not get those concessions from Labour by rolling over and showing our bellies to them. And I think that's where the Green Party membership are at.
Taking a bit from the Restore Britain playbook, if I may, pushing certain parties further to the right, as Restore does with Reform and the Tories, and perhaps the Greens trying to push the Labour Party in an equal and opposite direction. I've got to ask.
Or indeed Reform or Lib Dems or any other party who wants to push any other party to any particular position.
I've got to ask, what do you make of the recent polling that we've seen? A slight slide in the Green Party's popularity, and particularly when it comes to leadership favourability, a big decrease in what the general public think about Zach Polansky personally. Some personal scandals around his tax affairs, around equivocation on certain issues of the Middle East. I mean, has the shine come off the Greens a little bit?
So, I mean, I've been looking at the Politico poll of polls, which, as a poll aggregator, you get some better consistency than individual pollsters. We were at about 17%.
I'm going to interrupt you, I'm afraid, Eugene. I think we're seeing something there on the screen. Right, that was an audio test. Eugene, apologies. We're going to leave you now and head straight to Makerfield, but thank you indeed for joining us. Our chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster, is there at the front of the scrum at the Makerfield constituency. Catherine, what can you see? What can you hear? It sounds like things are very close indeed.
Can you see and hear me? I am in a scrum. I literally cannot move. There was an absolute rush. It's like being at a football match at the front of a concert. You can probably see better shots than I can because we can't see a fat lot, but obviously we are hoping to get a moment with Andy Burnham, who we fully expect is going to be announced winning this by-election. And of course, if he wins the by-election, we know that he is coming for the Prime Minister's job. We also know that no matter what the Prime Minister says, he is going to get it, because despite the fact that the Prime Minister will be on the ballot paper, if Andy Burnham wins here in a seat where Reform swept the board in the local elections very long ago, this is proof of concept that he can take on Reform. So he is the so-called King of the North, the man of the moment, the most popular politician in the country. Of course, if he goes into Downing Street, I'm very aware that my glasses are set at a very jaunty angle on the top of my head, but I don't have a hand to bring them down. If he does get into Downing Street, he could lose that popularity, that magic, as somebody described it to me a little bit earlier, pretty quickly, because, of course, it's one thing being a successful mayor of Greater Manchester. It's another thing entirely to run the country. So I can see there. I can't actually see. I can only see on other people's cameras. Lisa Nandy, the Culture Secretary, and Louise Haigh. She has been his political co-lead. She's been planning on what is going to happen when, I think we can say when, he gets into government. So many unanswered questions. We don't know how fast this will move. We do expect that the Prime Minister will take the weekend to sort of think about his position, and that Andy Burnham wants to give him the space. They would like an orderly transition. They don't want an unseemly period of chaos, but, you know, this is not what people voted for 2 years ago when they voted for change and an end to chaos and infighting. They're hoping that the Prime Minister will decide that clearly he can't win against Andy Burnham, that he will set out a timetable for his departure. Maybe he might get to go to the NATO summit at the beginning of July. Maybe he might get to go to the EU reset. But certainly by September, that Andy Burnham would be in place. Of course, it might not pan out like that, because the Prime Minister appears to be digging in. We also know that Wes Streeting has said he's got those 81 votes needed to get on the ballot, and he says he'll fight a contest. But we also know that Wes Streeting met with Andy Burnham just a couple of days ago. We don't know what has been discussed. We don't know who the Chancellor would be. Ed Miliband is a hot favourite. He's been here today. But despite the speculation, I have heard that that's not going to be the case. But huge manoeuvrings, of course. Every single Labour MP, pretty much bar the Prime Minister, seems to have been here at Stubshaw Cross, where they had the sports club, which has been their base. There's a wall filled with Labour MPs who've signed their name, even some celebrities. Hugh Grant was up here yesterday. I think we're just going to move slightly further forward.
I've got to ask you, can you push your way to the front there?
They're trying to get the photographers. The photographers are trying to...
Catherine, you're more important than those photographers.
Got something digging nastily into my phone. And oh, stop pushing.
You're in a mosh pit, aren't you?
That way. It's exactly that, and I've got a pen and a phone and a notebook and glasses, and I know that I'm going to lose one, and if I lose it, it will be lost forever. It'll be trampled underfoot, and I actually can breathe a bit more easily at the moment.
So is there, Catherine, is it Andy Burnham at the core of that scrum? Is that what that all is?
Sorry?
Is it Andy Burnham at the core there?
I can't see what's at the head of the scrum. I can see Louise Haigh, who we interviewed earlier. I can see Grace, who was on loan from Ed Miliband's team, who's been sort of masterminding this campaign. So I can see some of the key figures. But the man of the moment is totally invisible to me. But I feel that his presence is close because of the feverish environment. It is quite incredible, but there's nothing normal about this by-election. This is a Labour mayor coming to get elected to take a Labour Prime Minister's job. I mean, it's surreal. The whole thing is surreal. Yes, he's running a promise of change, a promise of hope, but it's about unseating the Prime Minister, which was exactly Reform's message, of course, in those local elections where they were so successful. Vote Reform, get Starmer out. But here, vote Andy Burnham, get Starmer out. Incredible, isn't it?
Incredible. And we've been looking at some of these rosettes that the Labour team around Andy Burnham have been wearing. I've sort of been squinting from my position and looking at them on the screen. They seem to say, vote Andy. Not vote Labour, vote Andy. In fact, it seems like the word Labour has been fairly absent from this campaign.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's been vote Andy for us. I was there at the campaign launch. It was a very hot day. His picture, a sort of cartoon with the glasses, vote Andy for us. And today, vote Andy for hope, because Labour, let's face it, is a dirty word with many people around here, and indeed up and down the country. They weren't wiped off the face of Wales, a country which has been Labour for forever. They weren't decimated for nothing, and Andy Burnham completely realises that. He says and feels that Labour abandoned the people that they're supposed to represent, the working classes. That's something I heard over and over again in Wales, that it's a Labour Party that was supposed to be there for working people, was founded for working people, and has abandoned them. So he is clear that he wants to get back to representing ordinary working people, but he's going to have his work cut out, isn't he? Because we know that he's changed position on many issues. So the bottom line is, first of all, he's stuck with a Labour manifesto within the confines of that, and also there's not much money around. There's not much money around. I mean, only a week or two ago, he said, he'd really like to give something to the WASPy women. Well, that's £10 billion that Labour have closed the door on that. If you're going to have £10 billion on the WASPy women, well, they quickly then said it wasn't going to happen. But where does the money come from? He wants more public control of lots of utilities. Again, where does the money come from for this? But I was talking to one of his team earlier, and they said, look, there is a lot we can do, actually, quite quickly. Without much money. Well, we'll see. I suppose what he can do, maybe, is he speaks like an ordinary person. He is likeable. People engage with him. He seems like a normal guy in a way that the Prime Minister doesn't seem to be able to connect with people. He's quite wooden. He's quite robotic. People don't know what he stands for. I think there are some questions about what Andy Burnham stands for. As well, he would say Manchesterism. Yes, Manchester has done very well indeed. 3.1% growth, double the national average. But actually, a lot of Manchester's success is not because of Andy Burnham specifically. It's by people that preceded him. There's been a lot of private investment into Manchester, and also the areas, Greater Manchester, outside of the centre, haven't done so well, so that prosperity hasn't spread out to places like Makerfield. And by the way, there's no such place as Makerfield. There's a whole collection of little towns and villages, Ashton and Makerfield being one of them, just slightly out of the constituency in Wigan. But we're literally halfway between Liverpool and Manchester here, and if we get a northern Prime Minister, this will be something that we won't have had for decades.
Since Harold Wilson.
Manchesterism to the exactly a very, very long time ago, and he's very popular. But the problem is, sorry, what were you saying?
I'm sorry, we're having some disagreement on the panel here, Catherine, as to whether a Scottish Prime Minister counts as a Northern Prime Minister. I would posit that a Northern Prime Minister means from the north of England, and that a Scottish Prime Minister is an important but separate, distinct category. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Catherine. I'm also finding it frankly hilarious that you're stuck like a sardine in a journalist's scrum somewhere at the heart of this. I mean, what a marvellous display of journalistic integrity.
I would get Jose, my cameraman, to pan round, but if he did, he would probably hit somebody on the head, or he's going to pan slightly. Oh, yeah, OK, so you can probably see we've actually got a little bit of space here. But there's been quite a few sharp elbows, and two of them are attached to me. But you have to do what you have to do, don't you? The problem is I still cannot see Andy Burnham, or indeed at the moment anybody else at all.
I don't want to be.
I have to say, Catherine, we've got eyes on Andy Burnham from a separate camera, and it does look like he did, about 20 minutes ago, take his jacket off, and he was wearing a T-shirt and he was swanning around. The jacket, I can reveal, is now back on. I don't know what we can interpret from this particular sartorial choice. Perhaps it does mean that this elusive declaration is getting closer. The fact that he comes as smart as Andy Burnham has ever been, which is T-shirt plus jacket. I think that's his signature look, but certainly the jacket is back on.
Yeah, I have to tell you, it's very, very hot. I came with a lovely pink jacket. I'm afraid I've never worn it because it's absolutely baking. But then I'm not about to become Prime Minister in a few weeks, am I? So I think he'll suffer the heat, but the heat is quite incredible here. What colour is his T-shirt? Is it a black T-shirt? I can't even see.
T-shirt and a black jacket.
Simons, though, and yes. I do see Josh Simons, though. Of course, Josh Simons is the Labour MP who took the decision to stand down in this seat to allow Andy Burnham to stand. If you think back to just after the local elections when we spent that week on Downing Street, Tom, we knew that Andy Burnham didn't have a seat and he was sort of scouring around. We kept hearing names mentioned. I don't think we really saw Josh Simons coming, and this is a really tough seat for Andy Burnham to win because all of the council seats in the local elections in this area went to Reform. It turned turquoise. It was a very heavily Leave voting seat. This is a seat that in any other scenario with any other candidate other than Andy Burnham would have gone to Reform. So what this is a proof of concept that if Andy Burnham can win here in what would have been a Reform stronghold these days, the idea will be that he can take on Reform across the country. Of course, as I said before, one thing to be a very popular Mayor of Greater Manchester, another to be a very popular Prime Minister, given the hunger that people have for change, given the fact that we don't have much money, there's very deep systemic problems that have dogged us for a very, very long time that nobody's going to be able to just wave a magic wand. And also there'll be plenty of people going, where's his mandate? We didn't vote for this guy, and he's just appeared, and 77,000 people have chosen the next Prime Minister. Not even 77,000. What was it, about 49,000 that actually voted? I don't know what that is as percentage of the population, but very, very tiny indeed.
Yes, Catherine, it does look like candidates are being lined up now. I mean, we've been spotting, I think, Howlin' Lord Hope looks like he's up on stage from the Monster Raving Loony Party. We can also see Count Binface, a staple now at our elections, and he has been since 2017. We can also see some of the less fun candidates with less imaginative names. But of course, the comedy candidates are something that has been a staple in British politics for a very, very long time. People might remember the faux by-election that was represented on Blackadder with Pitt the Younger, Pitt the Even Younger and Pitt the Glint in the Milkman's Eye. But that's by the by. We have had comedy candidates standing in by-elections in particular, but also in seats of political leaders and senior politicians for a very, very long time in this country, and all power to it.
Yes, we have. I think there's a fox here as well. I haven't actually spoken to them, though. I know Count Binface did talk to Sophie Reaper a little bit earlier. And you've got a much better view than me. I literally can see
We've got a bit of an aerial view of this queue.
But we can assure you that when the herd moves again, we will move. We will move as far forward as we can. We're hoping that he will, after he makes his speech, come to talk to us. But the problem is, I think there is an issue with crowd control here because we're sort of being kettled on either side.
If you had to guess, Catherine, how many journalists are there in this one hall?
He's not the full camera.
Oh, God, a couple of hundred, I'm sure. I feel like I feel like everybody from Westminster is here.
Catherine, I've got to say, it looks like they're going up on stage now. I'm going to interrupt you as we look at the lineup of candidates. The moment appears as if it is here. Let's go live to that stage and listen to the words of the returning officer, who also appears to be approaching that stage. 14 candidates in this by-election, including a man with a bucket on his head and a man wearing a fox costume. And there's Andy Burnham, the man of the moment, whom we assume has done very well in this by-election. He's got a smile on his face, it has to be said. And we are seeing these candidates all line up there on the stage. And is that the returning officer heading to the podium? It looks like it might be. There she is. Let's listen in to the result of the Makerfield by-election, the most significant and potentially consequential by-election.
Before I declare the result, it is really, really important that I say a massive thank you. Thank you to all of you for your patience this evening, and a massive thank you to our elections team, to all of the counting staff, to the staff from across Wigan Council, to Greater Manchester Police, to all our partners and to all of the staff at the Edge. You've been absolutely fantastic and you've done an amazing job. So thank you so much. Declaration of a result of the poll. Election of a Member of Parliament for Makerfield constituency on Thursday, the 18th of June. I, Alison Mackenzie-Folan, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Austin Jake, Liberal Democrats, 163. Harvey Jonathan David, commonly known as Count Binface, the Count Binface Party, 95. Burnham Andrew Murray, commonly known as Andy Burnham, the Labour and Cooperative Party, 24,927. Daniel David, commonly known as Dan Clark, the Libertarian Party, 18. Dyer John Alfred, Independent, 37. Gemmell Edmund John, commonly known as Ed Gemmell, the Climate Party, 18.
Yes. Yes.
Gould Paul Richard, Independents, 8. Hope Allen, commonly known as Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 45. Kenyon Robert, commonly known as Rob Kenyon, Reform UK, 15,696. Pownell Robert Neal, Independent, 18. Shepherd Rebecca Lee, Restore Britain, 3,111. Wakefield Sarah Elizabeth, the Green Party, 308. Ward Peter Mark, Rejoin EU, Bring in PR, 35. Winstanley Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 997. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 9. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 0. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 39. Taking the total number of ballot papers rejected at 48. The electorate was 77,462. The ballot papers issued were 45,510, and the turnout was 58.75%. And I do hereby declare that Andy Burnham is duly elected. Thank you.
I will. It's very kind of you.
Shall you sue me if you did not dump a nuclear reactor? For 27 years, you've been legally threatening me. This is not a nonsense. Go to the site and watch the 3-hour video. Shell killed an ITV1 documentary about them dumping this nuclear reactor. Thanks.
And this is also to say I'm standing up for British wildlife. This Labour government has done sod all for animals and wildlife in the last 2 years. I can't name one thing this government has actually done in the benefit of wildlife. Hunting's still going on. They allowed the cull of badgers for 2 more years too. It's disgusting. We're calling on this.
Well, we're listening to some protesters now. Andy Burnham walked up to that podium and then quickly walked away as first a protester stood up and that seems to have emboldened an animal rights protester dressed as a fox to take his turn to shout. Are we seeing Andy Burnham leaving? Andy Burnham walking out of the room there. He hasn't made his victory speech. This is quite the turn up for the books, and frankly...
We did agree with all candidates that there'd just be one speech this evening for the successful candidate. That is what we are trying to do, and that is what we will do. Thank you.
Andy Burnham appears to be approaching back up to the stage, and the security around this speech has not been good.
Firstly, can I thank everybody who has worked so hard to make this election run so smoothly and so safely. Thank you very much, everybody. And can I say to my fellow candidates, yes, all of you, can I say to you all, thank you for at least a civil debate between us. If not everything going on around the election, we managed that, and that's really important. Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight just could, be the turning point. From here on, I will give everything I have got to make it so, to ensure the name Makerfield is forever synonymous with bringing about the change this country needs. Bringing back something we've lost, hope for the future. I am proud that this place has shone in the world's spotlight these last 5 weeks. And the warmth, humour and hospitality of its people has been on show for all to see. It will never be a stepping stone to me, but instead will be my touchstone. A Makerfield test at the heart of British politics will ensure the places Westminster has neglected will now get fairness. I spoke in the campaign about the need to change politics. I promised to lead by example from the front as your Member of Parliament. I know people who traditionally vote for the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, and perhaps more recently, in May, for Reform UK, have given me their support in this election. I will always have respect to them for that, and out of respect for them, I will always take a place first rather than a party first approach, and I will focus on problem solving rather than point scoring, and I will work hard after this by-election to heal the divisions of this campaign. And let it be really understood that I will be your MP, however you voted. When this borough went to the polls in May, it made a loud cry for change. In this campaign, we have begun to answer that. But I do say to my own party, this is a final chance to change. This is what people said directly to me on the hundreds of doorsteps that I stood on. We must hear it. We must act upon it, and we must get it right. There will be no second chance. But it is a chance now, from this result tonight, to build a new politics based on unity and hope, turning away from the path that takes us to a divided, dark politics of the kind we see in the United States. We must now take this path and put this country back on the right path and bring people back together and get things working properly again. It is with some sadness that this result brings an end to my wonderful 9 years as Mayor of Greater Manchester. This city region has given so much to me, and it is a wrench to leave the job I love. But I am not leaving the service of Greater Manchester. I've always been clear that it can't achieve everything it should be, and we can't close the north-south divide, and we can't make all the great English cities be what they should be without big change at the national level. I always knew one day I would seek to go back to Westminster to complete that unfinished business, so that Makerfield and Greater Manchester and the north of England can fulfil their potential. And I will forever be grateful to the people here, the people of the wonderful places that make up this constituency, the proud places that always have deserved so much more. I will forever be grateful to them that they have given me the chance to go back and make this country work for Makerfield, and the many places like it across the country who have been neglected, who feel that the country works for other people in other places but not for them. And that changes tonight. This result changes that. This result will bring about a country that works fairly for everywhere and for everybody. People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. Thanks so much, everybody.
There we have it. Andy Burnham says Makerfield will not be a stepping stone, but a touchstone. He says he will return to Westminster to complete unfinished business. A reminder of those numbers. Andy Burnham winning with almost 25,000 votes to reform UK's almost 16,000 votes. It's an enormous majority for Andy Burnham. He took home 55% of the vote. Only 3 parties keep their deposits in this election: Labour, Reform and Restore. Restore getting 7% of the vote. Well, let's go live to our national reporter, Sophie Reaper in Makerfield. Apologies, let's go to our chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster, there on the ground. Catherine.
Yes, hello. Well, in the end, it was not even close. I think you can safely say that Andy Burnham has absolutely smashed this by-election. 24,900 and something votes. I couldn't hear for the shouting. Reform on just under 16,000, Restore on just over 3,000. Put those two together, you get 19,000. So Andy Burnham, 6,000 votes above Restore and Reform combined. So even if Rupert Lowe hadn't stood in this seat, it would have made no difference. The Mayor of Greater Manchester, as he said, after 9 years, sad to be stepping down, but he is now on his way to Westminster. No be Prime Minister. There is no way on earth that the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, no matter what he says, no matter what he thinks, when he digests these results, sees the scale of this victory, has any hope of staying on. What people close to Andy Burnham have told me tonight is they hope that the Prime Minister will take the weekend. Andy Burnham will speak to him at some point. They will have a conversation. The hope is that the Prime Minister will see that the game is up and that he will set out a timetable for an orderly transition. If that doesn't happen, we could be looking at cabinet ministers resigning. I don't think it will happen at the weekend, but certainly could happen on Monday. Who might it be? Ed Miliband, perhaps? Lisa Nandy, perhaps? Well, she told me about an hour ago that that wasn't going to happen, but they will have to do something to shift the Prime Minister. Wes Streeting, well, he's insisting that he's going to run, but will he really, given the scale of the victory here, given that the polling suggests he's nowhere with Labour members? We know that Wes Streeting and Andy Burnham had a meeting a couple of days ago. We don't know what was discussed, but look, it is all about Andy Burnham now. I said it as soon as he found that seat to stand, that week of chaos following the local elections and the decimation of Labour in Wales and terrible results in Scotland too. I said as soon as he fought this by-election that it was all about Andy Burnham. It really is all about Andy Burnham now, but my goodness, he's going to have his work cut out because people will say he has no mandate. And of course, the challenges remain exactly the same, whether it's Keir Starmer in charge, whether it's Andy Burnham, whether it's Wes Streeting. The country doesn't have much money. We've got very deep-seated problems. We have lacklustre growth, stagnant living standards really since the financial crisis. We're not building enough houses. We haven't got enough opportunities for young people. Taxes are high. I'm depressing myself just listing all the problems, so I think I'd better stop. But let us see if we can get close to the man of the moment. Where is he? Hopefully he's going to come this way. We will try to grab him. I think I'm going to hand back to you for now and see if we can get ourselves in a position if and when he comes over here, see what he has to say.
You nestle in there, perhaps use your elbows in a way undignified for national television. We'll be back with you as soon as you get to the front of that scrum. Thanks indeed. Oh, goodness me. This is a seismic victory for Andy Burnham. Bigger than the polls expected, bigger than most people predicted. Andrew Rossendale, Reform MP, you have not been joined by another Reform MP this evening.
No, and that's a shame. But I do understand that Andy Burnham is incredibly popular in that part of the world. It was inevitable that with him standing, having been Mayor of Manchester and very popular in that part of the country, it was inevitable that he was going to bring with him a very large personal vote, which is what has happened this evening. But added to that, Andy Burnham is the person that can get rid of Keir Starmer. And a lot of people, I think, in Makerfield voted for Andy Burnham, not because they were backing Labour, but because they liked Andy and they knew that by voting for Andy Burnham, that's the route for getting rid of a very unpopular Prime Minister and changing the government.
Is this not now a risk for the Reform Party that, if anything, your local election campaign slogan might be slightly too successful? You're riding high in the national opinion polls against Keir Starmer's Labour Party. It now seems probable that in the coming months it will no longer be Keir Starmer's Labour Party. They'll have a moment to reintroduce themselves to the nation, to reset, to start afresh and potentially ride up in those polls.
Look, it happened with the Conservatives. Changing Prime Ministers didn't do them any good, did it, in the end?
It didn't the first time they did it.
Well, you can perhaps get away with it, as happened when Theresa May took over and then Boris. But look, people get bored of that, actually, in the end. But the reality of this is that the politics isn't going to change. We've still got a very left-wing Labour Party. We've still got red in tooth and claw socialism. We've still got all the policies that are driving the economy into the ground. They're not going to change anything. It's the same old Labour Party. And I think Andy Burnham very quickly, if he gets into number 10 Downing Street, will soon become as unpopular as Keir Starmer. There is only one alternative now. It's either going to be Labour together with Greens, maybe Liberals, some kind of left-wing coalition after the next election, or it will be a Nigel Farage-led Reform UK government.
Now, just before we get to the Labour perspective, I want to get your thoughts on the Restore Britain vote. Almost 7%. That's one of the three parties that kept their deposit today. And yet, if you add up the Reform vote and the Restore vote, it does not get over that line. Andy Burnham still ahead of both Restore and Reform combined. Can you say that Restore was a problem?
Well, look, if you did add up the Restore and the Reform vote, you're not far off 20,000, roughly.
It's about a 6%, 6,000 lead for Burnham.
OK.
Yeah.
But Burnham's personal vote and the special circumstances of this by-election, I would lay money on it that any other candidate for Labour would have lost and a Reform UK MP would have been elected this evening. This by-election is unique, it's special circumstances, and I think that a better guide is how people voted in the local elections.
Scarlett Maguire, you've been itching to comment.
I have. Well, I mean, as I said last time, I mean, this is lots of excuses for losing. Look, what happened was that a Labour person took on a total Reform constituency and won massively, and that's what we have to remember. Yes, Andrew's right. It is very different that had another Labour, had Josh Simons, drop dead and somebody else come in, then it would have been different because actually they would still be having Keir Starmer as Prime Minister, and we know from the Labour elections from the local elections, that Keir Starmer is not very popular. But what was so good about this by-election was it was all about hope. And I think, Andrew thinks this is a blip. Actually, I think that this is the beginning of Reform actually going backwards, that this shows that Labour can do it. And then we have to see, I also think, like you do, that Andy will be the next Prime Minister, and then we have to see what happens.
Although there could well be a contest. The Times is reporting this evening that Keir Starmer has raised £100,000 in a war chest to fight any potential challenge. We know Wes Streeting wants to, although he did meet with Andy Burnham earlier this week. And we know that people like Al Khan's are looking at it
I know,
as well.
but sure. I mean, if what we do know, I mean, I'm really sorry. I actually think Keir has done far more than we ever give him credit for. I think that he has done an awful lot of good for this country, but he is very, very unpopular. There are Labour people who think they'll lose the next election. There are Labour MPs who think they'll lose their seats. That's what's going to make it. They voted for Keir in the original leadership because we'd had the dud Jeremy Corbyn and they wanted somebody who could win. They're not going to vote for somebody who can't win. And Andy is a winner.
Just in a word, is Keir Starmer now done for?
I'm afraid that he is, and I think that what we want is for him to go with dignity, because he's done a lot and he can still do a lot more. And I think what we need is a serious transition.
Well, that feels like a bit of a moment this evening, that there is a growing consensus there in the Labour Party. But Scarlett Maguire, Sarah Anderson, Andrew Rossendale and Anna Firth, thanks indeed for being with me on the panel. You were only meant to be here for 3 hours. You've all stayed an extra 30 minutes to get to this moment in time where we can say we now have these three results from Scotland and Manchester as well. A huge, huge moment here in British politics. The most sensational by-election, particularly Makerfield, that we have seen in a very long time, perhaps the most consequential as well. Let's go straight back to Makerfield and speak to Sophie Reaper, who is there at the count for us. Sophie, huge goings-on.
Was sensational. I remember when we got that news on the 14th of May that Josh Simons was stepping down and that it was potentially going to be the return of Andy Burnham, the King of the North. I was on the ground then the next day speaking to people, and it was almost immediately obvious, Tom, that this was going to be a two-horse race. We didn't even have the candidates at that point, but the people on the ground were telling me it was either going to be Labour or it was going to be Reform, and that is, of course, what we've seen throughout this campaign. It's really been Andy Burnham versus Robert Kenyon. But what's really interesting when we take a look at this vote count is that it's a tale with two sides, really. We talked about, would the Green Party split the votes for the left-leaning Labour? And actually, when we take a look at it, the Greens actually only took 308 votes, whereas Andy Burnham for Labour took a whopping 24,987. So in fact, it doesn't look like the Greens had much of an impact whatsoever. However, if we take a look at Robert Kenyon from Reform, he took 15,696, so 9,291 less than winner Andy Burnham. But actually, what's been quite a surprise was that Restore, who there was conversation that they would split the right-leaning Reform votes, they actually took 3,111 votes. Now, of course, that actually wouldn't have made a difference, even if Reform would have taken every single one of those votes away from Restore. It still wouldn't have been enough for Robert Kenyon to take the seat here in Makerfield. And that just goes to show, Tom, this seat here in Makerfield, ever since it came to be in 1983, it has always been a Labour seat. It is, for a long time, it's been considered one of the safest Labour seats in the country. Now, I'm not sure I would go as far as saying that that is still the case, because Andy Burnham, after all, was an MP only a few miles down the road just a few years ago in Lee. A lot of people here speaking to me on the ground also really like what he's done as the Mayor of Greater Manchester. Of course, there are people out there who don't think he's done a particularly good job, but there are those people who do support Andy Burnham to the core, and that has really shown here in Makerfield tonight. When you look at that deficit between Labour and Reform, 9,291, Andy Burnham taking a whopping 55% of that vote. It really just shows the safety of this seat. Now, just to bring you a few of those lines that Andy Burnham gave in his speech, he thanks the candidates for them at least having a civil debate despite all of the controversy that's gone on around it. He said, right now the country isn't where it should be. Tonight could be a turning point. And I think we could listen to a bit of Andy Burnham, the new MP for Makerfield, just now.
Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight could, just could, be the turning point. From here on, I will give everything I have got to make it so, to ensure the name Makerfield is forever synonymous with bringing about the change this country needs. Bringing back something we've lost, hope. Hope for the future. I am proud that this place has shone in the world's spotlight these last 5 weeks. And the warmth, humour and hospitality of its people has been on show for all to see. It will never be a stepping stone to me, but instead will be my touchstone. A Makerfield test at the heart of British politics will ensure the places Westminster has neglected will now get fairness.
Now, in that speech, Andy Burnham, the new MP for Makerfield, also said that he was saddened because although he's won here in Makerfield, it brings an end to what he said was a wonderful 9 years as Mayor of Greater Manchester. Of course, that was a contentious point as part of this campaign. Was it that he was leaving that post to try and use it as a stepping stone? We just heard him say that it wasn't a stepping stone, it was a touchstone in order to bring more power, not just to Makerfield, but to the north of England. But he said it's a wrench to leave the job that he loves. Now, we now know, thanks to our wonderful senior political correspondent, Catherine Forster, that Andy Burnham is actually not giving any interviews right now. He's now left the building, and I believe he'll be giving interviews later on in the morning. So make sure you stay tuned to hear from the new MP of Makerfield. But it is an interesting one, isn't it? Because he said that the people of Makerfield, very powerfully at the end of his speech, Andy Burnham, he said they voted for change, they've voted for more power for the north, and they've voted for hope. Now, of course, as I mentioned, it's been a two-horse race here. We've not heard anything from Robert Kenyon, of course. He losing by more than 9,000 votes. But interestingly, as I mentioned earlier, more votes for the Restore Party than I think we thought we were going to get. I actually spoke to Rupert Lowe earlier on this morning, and I asked him whether he felt it was worth the risk to potentially split that right-leaning vote. And he told me that actually there is no splitting of votes. The votes don't belong to anyone. Let's take a listen to what he had to tell me.
I don't think it makes any practical difference whether we have Andy Burnham in number 10, whether we have Keir Starmer remaining, whether we have Wes Streeting, whether we have Al Carnes, whoever else decides to stand. Labour have done untold damage to this country in 2 years. They're complete charlatans. The front bench has no idea what it's doing. They have no idea of the consequences of the legislation they're passing, of the taxes that they're effectively levying on an increasingly small, productive Britain, which is being taxed into oblivion to fund an increasingly inefficient state, which now accounts for far too much of GDP. So I don't think it makes any difference.
That's Rupert Lowe there of Restore Britain. I think a much better night for them than they could have ever dreamt of in their wildest dreams. And similarly for the Labour Party, I think they maybe assumed it was going to be a much closer race than this, when in reality it was more than 9,000 votes that Andy Burnham managed to win this seat here in Makerfield.
Well, Sophie Reaper, thanks indeed for being there for us, for grabbing Rupert Lowe earlier in the evening, as you did, or the morning, I suppose we should say, at 3:30. Goodness me. Thanks indeed for being there for us. Cheers. Well, joining me here in the studio is a brand new panel, so do not go to bed. Yes, no, we've got much more to discuss with the former Conservative MP and Immigration Minister Tom Pursglove, the Reform UK councillor Natalie Oliver, the journalist and commentator Kai Wilshaw, and the former Green Party council candidate Fahima Mohammed. Let's start with you, Tom Pursglove. The Conservative Party did gain a seat, although we've all slightly forgotten that, given the excitement of the last 60 minutes.
That's right, and actually, we not only won that seat in Aberdeen, but came second in Arbroath, which has come as a bit of a surprise to some and should be a bit of a worry for the Labour Party. I mean, look, we're in a rebuilding process. We were routed at the general election, and I think that this shows that Kemi is beginning to cut through. I do think that this was a referendum on North Sea oil and gas, and a bit of common sense needing to prevail there when it comes to our energy policy, the need to have a proper mix. But also, we should be looking, of course, at our own domestic supply of oil and gas. If we can help to lower energy costs for people in this country, also the absurdity of importing that resource from around the world from an environmental perspective seems absolutely bonkers to me. So significant steps, not only in terms of backing Kemi, and delighted, absolutely delighted for Douglas Lumsden for winning. We've got a small team in Parliament. I know he's going to be a great constituency MP, add a lot to the team in Parliament as we seek to rebuild and build on these steps. So really delighted.
And, of course, we also heard in the last few minutes of that Makerfield result, Kai Wilshaw, Andy Burnham winning by a larger margin than I think just about anyone predicted.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it goes to show just how much this by-election was a referendum both on Keir Starmer, but also, as Andy Burnham said, a vote for change, a vote for hope, a vote for something different. Now, I think this will... The immediate impact of this is actually in MPs' minds, because I think we've been talking about perhaps having a battle of ideas in the Labour Party. I think this result puts that to bed, and certainly, and thank God, puts Keir Starmer away and out to pasture.
Do you think this is now going to look more like a coronation and less like a contest, perhaps fittingly for the King in the North?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, we've heard from Lou Hay. Her direct quote was, "We don't want to prejudice the conversation that the Prime Minister will have with Burnham, but that hopefully they can come to an agreement between themselves." Obviously, Wes Streeting's going to be pretty disappointed with that, but I think Wes Streeting is a canny operator. Many of the potential leadership hopefuls, they're pretty canny too. They'll be looking at this and thinking, how on earth can I credibly go up against Burnham when he surmounted all those headwinds, immigration, in Makerfield, the 7th highest constituency, putting immigration as their #1 issue. Then, of course, the demographics, 97% white, much higher than average, pensioners, much fewer graduates. All the headwinds were against Labour in this seat. It was a key reform target seat. So for him to win by so much, I think that really has massive implications in the short term for the leadership of the Labour Party.
Well, let's put all of that to Natalie Oliver there. The Reform Party underperforming, frankly, in this seat.
Yeah, it was disappointing, Tom. We can't deny that. However, I think it just shows that it's the overwhelming desire to get rid of Keir Starmer. He is the most unpopular British Prime Minister we have ever seen, and the people of Makerfield have looked at this strategically. They want him gone, and that is what they have voted for. So, you know, Andy Burnham's got his chance now. He needs to put his money where his mouth is, but at the end of the day, he is now standing, potentially, as the next Prime Minister without a mandate. So how is that going to look? In fact, in what I can perceive is just more chaos.
It is strange, of course, because the Reform Party stood on those local elections where you did very, very well across the country, saying vote Reform, get Starmer out. Well, now we're, a couple of months on, it looks very likely like Starmer will be got out. Is there a slight part of the sort of the back of your mind thinking, darn, if Starmer had stayed on until the next election, it's much more likely that Labour will go to a crushing defeat. This likely change in leadership now could well put new boosters under the Labour vote.
It could, but, you know, let's look at it. If there had been any other candidate in this seat tonight, it would have gone to Reform. It's gone to Andy Burnham because people can see that that is the only chance of getting rid of Keir Starmer with immediate effect. So I don't think we can look at this any other way. I think, you know, Reform are the only party that can win at the next general election when you look at the fight with Labour. There is no other party that are in the running. I mean, you know, we heard you talking about the by-elections up in Scotland, but you've just lost your deposit at this election in Makerfield. So the Conservatives are just not in the running when it comes to nationally. So Reform are the only ones that are going to take that on. And yeah, OK, there might be some momentum with Andy Burnham, but is anything going to change? Or is Andy Burnham just Keir Starmer in jeans?
Well, let's put that question to Fahima. Do you think that the Labour Party could be in for a big, big change with this potential change in leadership?
I think so. I think when we're talking about this mandate, I think it's been settled. Makerfield has, you know, directly voted democratically and giving the mandate to Burnham. So at the end of the day, I find that this is now going to be something that when people were even talking about this being so close between Reform and Labour, this is not about getting just Keir Starmer out. I think people are still very much wanting Labour to come into power and remain to keep Reform out. And it will be that way. And this really proves it. And this shows that even some Green members, some Green candidates, stood back in order to give Burnham the actual way forward so that Reform could not actually come into power. And even when it came to the by-elections, some independents stood back for the Green Party to come. Obviously, every sort of area will differ, and you've got to fish where there is fish. Yeah. But at the same time, when it came to the Greens, and in London, they did actually gain lots of mayoralettes, you know, sort of candidates. They've even gained lots of seats, and they gained a lot of sort of, you know, council candidates, which would not normally happen. So I think Reform has now got a different talking point to what they normally do, and they cannot just sell themselves as they normally do.
As a former Green candidate yourself, do you know people, current candidates, who have deliberately stayed away from Makerfield, deliberately not campaigned for the Greens because they wanted Burnham to win this?
I think there was conversation, but I don't know of anyone personally that would actually do that. But I think there was conversation. But people do not want, generally, like you said, you know, politics is not in social media. So when you go out there in the public, people do not want Reform to come in.
That's an interesting point, Kai. You were sort of nodding along to a lot of that. It seems that in the way that perhaps the right has been split, although we've seen in the numbers that didn't actually change what the result would have been, it seems that the left in this seat at this moment did unite.
Yeah, it mirrors a little bit what we saw in Gordon and Denton, in that tactical voting in Gordon and Denton, you knock on the doors of Labour and Green supporters, there was total total confusion to the point of paralysis, actually. I met people on the doorstep who literally were saying, you know what, and I actually talked to one voter twice on the day of poll, and she said, I still haven't made my mind up. And there were households splitting their votes. There was real fear about reform. Now the reason why you had that split and the Greens won out is, number one, the Greens held the mantle of hope and change. And number two, it was still a vote for the continuation of Keir Starmer, so the Greens took it. Here, those two factors don't apply. We heard Andy Burnham say in his speech, essentially promising devolution, great, it's sort of on brand for him, and promising hope and change. But also we know this is kicking Keir Starmer to the curb. So those two factors meant it was an easy decision for voters to make and to vote for Labour. And I don't think it's anything to do with Green activists sort of maybe going, maybe not. Yes, they didn't have the massive campaign, but it's the voters that decided this.
Yeah.
It's interesting. You mentioned this sort of uniting around a candidate. We've seen this now in 3 distinct by-elections. Gordon and Denton, where it was widely presumed the Greens were the left candidate, and there was consolidation there where it seemed that Reform was the opposition, or Reform might get in. Here in Makerfield, it was seen that Reform versus Labour was the dichotomy, and the left united around Labour to stop Reform. In Caerphilly last year, it was seen that Plaid Cymru was the party to stop Reform, and the left all consolidated around Plaid, and the Labour vote went from very, very high to almost non-existent. In each of these cases, we've seen the left unite and the right potentially fragment more.
Yeah, I think it's going to matter a lot how tactical voting develops over the next few years, right? Because what we saw a little bit in Gordon and Denton is a deliberate muddying of the waters, where famously the Labour Party sort of created this organisation, nobody was quite sure whether it really existed or not, to try and swing people one way or the other. And of course, parties did what they always do and put out these gammy bar charts. Everybody wants a piece of the pie. What I think you're going to see now, given that decisiveness, as you say, that voters can sort of figure it out for themselves, they sort of coalesce around the candidate. I think what you'll see is parties doing that a bit as well, and actually either through coordination or through just case-by-case bases, I think they'll start to make a more concerted effort to plump at one candidate or party.
It is easy to do that, however, during a by-election, when the entire focus is on this one contest, when, frankly, the attention of the country is on this one contest, and the media all agrees it's this candidate versus this candidate, and everyone else doesn't matter. When there are 650 concurrent elections in the country, Tom Pursglove, it's going to be mightily confusing for voters in terms of who is the candidate to stop Reform here or to stop Labour there or whatever it might be.
So that's right, but I've never known sophistication amongst the electorate in terms of tactical voting like we're seeing now. And, you know, as Kai has described, we've seen in different by-elections different voting patterns that have been about trying to stop Reform. And when you look at the national opinion polling, for about the last year, Reform have been slowly coming down. And we're now in a situation where you've got 3 parties in the 20s, and I think that makes it quite competitive. It means that small shifts in polling can make a huge difference in terms of outcomes when it translates into seats. And it's one of the reasons that I would argue that Reform does need to have a more optimistic message. I think sometimes it can sound very negative. There are significant problems that the country faces. We have to fix those problems. You need a plan in order to be able to do it. I would argue that's where Kemi Badenoch is beginning to cut through, because we've diagnosed the problems, we've put in place a credible policy response to that. There's still a long way to go. We are earning the right to be heard. But I do think as well a big mistake that Reform makes is to be relentlessly rude about Conservatives. That is not an effective way of trying to get Conservative voters who you want to vote for you to go to a polling station.
I've got to bring Natalie in on this one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's incredibly interesting, isn't it? I don't think we'll be taking any lessons from the Conservatives that had 14 years, and the electorate are so unhappy with you that it wasn't Keir Starmer that won the last election. It was well and truly you that lost the election.
Generally speaking,
you know, you had an incredible amount of time, and I think, you know, to talk about the Kemi bounce, you know, we've just had the local elections where nearly 4 million people voted for Reform. all over the country. So, you know, you talk about reform sort of drifting off slightly, but the Conservatives are absolutely nowhere to be seen. So, you know, I cannot...
a parliamentary by-election tonight.
I know, but it was a bit of a one-off and it was strategic. And that's really interesting because actually it was you guys that brought in the levy that actually caused the oil and gas situation in the first place. So it's quite interesting how the people up in Aberdeen might have actually forgotten about that, to be fair. But no, this whole Kemi Bounce situation is just... yeah, it's pie in the sky.
Well, on that point, let's bring in another guest now, because it's not just Makerfield that we're talking about this evening. No, as was mentioned, the Conservatives won a parliamentary seat in Aberdeen South. Let's speak to the former Conservative advisor, Charlie Rowley. Charlie, is this a fluke or is this a trend?
Good morning to you, Tom, and good morning to the panel and everybody up, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed on what has been a very interesting night, as you say. I think this is a trend of all parties and people. I think making it loud and clear that, you know, the country needs change. I think, as Kai was saying just a short second ago, that, you know, this is the end of Starmerism in whatever form, whether that's people in Makerfield turning to Andy Burnham, as they have this morning, or whether people are sick and tired of Starmer's government when it comes to oil and gas and the way in which Ed Miliband has put up energy bills effectively and wrecked, even more so, a local area's economy, where Aberdeen, obviously very well known for its oil and gas industry. The people there have decidedly voted that they do not want a Starmer government. They don't want Labour. It is I know it was an SNP seat, but they don't want this government, and they're voting for the Conservatives.
Point to bring up, though, because looking at the national opinion polls, the Conservative Party is bouncing between 17, 18, 19, occasionally in the low 20s. The Reform Party, despite not picking up a seat tonight, is in a consistent lead. There hasn't been a single poll where the Reform Party hasn't led for the best part of a year and a half now. Is there a risk that Westminster reads too much into the sort of headline winners of tonight and misses the data, the broader data that we're seeing across the country?
Potentially. You're absolutely right, Tom. I think, look, you know, the campaign in Aberdeen South was very much focused on the oil and gas industry and allowing a community to effectively give the government, and, you know, whether it's the government in Scotland or the government in Westminster and the UK more broadly, a kicking. And also on an issue where I know, you know, Kemi Badenoch and the Tories, I think, were quite quick out the traps to sort of say, right, you know,
I guess we'll never know what Kemi Badenoch was out of the traps to say, but Charlie Rowley, thank you indeed. Let's turn to my panel now. Fahima, the Greens didn't seem to be anywhere in any of these by-elections. Why?
Like I said, I think we have to fish where there is fish available. And when we know that certain areas we're not going to win, when I was even a candidate, I knew that Ed Davies, our MP, so we were there, but we came second and we did really well with the votes. But at the same time, we weren't going to win, but we had to obviously stand in that particular area of Kingston and Surbiton. Now, again, I find it really funny how Conservatives and Reform even, you know, against Conservatives, because half, if not all of their sort of, you know, MP members are Conservatives, right? So at the end of the day, I see Reform as just defective Conservatives, and there is no difference for Reform. And I think people are waking up to that even more so, because we want an establishment which is different, or not an establishment, but they actually do represent that. So when I see now Andy Burnham coming in, he might actually stand for what Labour should stand for in the first place, and maybe that could really shake things up, and Green might come and support that even more. So that's how I see the next government coming in and making a difference. And even with the opinion polls, it does not mean that everyday people are there that's going to vote. Even in the general election, the way in which the opinion polls suggest. I feel that, especially when it comes to the youth, when it comes to, which is, you know, a lot of people now that are looking for our future, it is not just the minority, which is the blaming of the immigrants or, you know, minorities. Even that has been resolved by Labour with Shabana Mahmood to an extent. So again, I do feel that those sort of rhetoric is just not working. And like you said before, those were the talking points. Get rid of Starmer, vote reform. Now what? What they're going to talk about now?
It's interesting, Natalie. Do you think it might have been, in retrospect, a mistake for high-profile Conservative MP defections to be welcomed into the Reform Party? It does seem to now be one of the most common attack lines that you hear against the Reform Party, that it's just chock-a-block with old Tories.
Absolutely not, and also I disagree that the majority is made up of Conservatives. Myself, I'm Reform. I've never been a member of another party before, and there are plenty of other people within the party like myself. I think bringing those Conservative MPs over, we got sort of called out for not having experience. You get called out when you bring people in with experience. Those politicians that have come over from the Conservatives, they were suppressed by a Conservative government that were not allowing them to fulfil their true political beliefs. And Reform are the home for those previous Conservative MPs to be able to do that. And we have well and truly taken them on. They have got some incredible experience, and they are, without doubt, the right people to have within the party.
Tom Pursglove, what do you say to that?
Well, look, I don't speak ill of fellow people on the right of politics. And I don't like, actually, people who I consider to be friends and colleagues who now are rather negative about people that they used to have a personal friendship with, but we're now in different parties. I respect the fact that they've concluded differently to what I've concluded. My personal view is that I'm a Conservative. I've been in the Conservative Party my entire adult life. I'm not going anywhere. And I think what you do in politics, serious conviction politicians, where you identify issues in your party that you don't like and where you want to see a direction of travel that is different to the status quo, you stay and fight. And I think, Kemi is leading from the front. I have been massively impressed by the fact that she has really taken stock, wanted to get to grips with the nuts and bolts of the challenges that the country faces, that we accept that we didn't get everything right, because we quite clearly didn't.
Tom,
but there is experience there, and we are delivering a proper policy agenda that I think the country's going to like.
You were Immigration Minister. Do you understand one of your predecessors in the Home Office, Robert Jenrick, or indeed Suella Braverman as Home Secretary, the frustration that they have subsequently expressed about trying to get policy through, and either it being rebuffed by civil service resistance or indeed by cabinet-level resistance, as both Suella Braverman and Robert Jenrick have spoken about?
So I think political opinion, both in Westminster and in the country, has shifted enormously. I remember when I announced the Rwanda policy and Priti and I made that announcement, there was a lot of hostility towards it. There was a lot of people saying it was cruel, a lot of people saying it was inhumane, a lot of people saying it was the wrong thing to do. I now see that as being the baseline of where public opinion sits in terms of addressing illegal migration. So the political world has moved enormously, as has the public, in terms of the risk tolerance or the policy tolerance that exists. But we didn't get everything right. I was in a position to be able to pull the levers that Brexit gave us to bring legal migration numbers down. This Home Secretary takes a lot of credit for the changes that we introduced in government, but I do accept that those levers were pulled far too late. I think on questions like the ECHR, what we should have done, and this certainly applies to Rob and Suella's period in the Home Office, we spent 12 months delivering the Illegal Migration Act, probably should have spent our time delivering the Nationality and Borders Act and all the provisions in it, delivering the very minor change that came, but a very significant change in what it had in terms of its effect with the Safety of Rwanda Act, and got on and operationalised those flights. But the temptation, of course, is people want to say that they've got the toughest, most robust immigration legislation that there's ever been. So I think there were mistakes. I think there wasn't a willingness to fundamentally address the ECHR issue in that period, but there were steps that I believe could have been taken sooner if different political choices had been made, which includes some of those individuals who now complain about that period in office, where they were integral to it.
It is absolutely fascinating to see what narratives are beginning to be spun from what we've seen over the course of the last hour. It does seem to me like the Conservative Party is going to be whooping and cheering about what has happened over the course of the last 24 hours. I would expect Kemi Badenoch to appear in Aberdeen South tomorrow morning for a photo call. And I wonder, is this going to be perhaps too early to celebrate, given the state of the national opinion polls?
There's no complacency there. When you hear Kemi speak, she is really clear about the hard yards and the effort that we've still got to put in. This is about re-winning the right to be heard. When you get routed and you come out of an election with 121 seats, that is, apocalyptic. And we have got a long way to go. We should be buoyed by this result. There's a lot of positives in it, but we've still got to convince the country that we have the right solutions to the big challenges that we face as a society.
Well, Tom Purlsglove, thank you very much indeed. It's now 4 a.m. live across the United Kingdom. This is GB News, Britain's news channel. The King in the North heads south. Yes, Andy Burnham has comfortably seen off the reform threat in Makerfield, securing over 25,000 votes in the most consequential by-election in modern British history. GB News chief political correspondent Catherine Forster has been quite literally in and amongst the action all night.
Yes, we have seen history being made here tonight. Andy Burnham winning 55% of the vote. He will now head down to Westminster, and it looks very much like he will be Prime Minister. The only question being, is it going to take days, weeks or months, and will Sir Keir Starmer go quietly?
Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be.
Well, Andy Burnham has already had a dig at the Prime Minister in his victory speech, declaring politics is broken. Well, all eyes are on the Cabinet now. Will anyone resign in support of Andy Burnham? How soon will this all looming challenge to Keir Starmer take place? Just how many backers does Andy Burnham have within the Parliamentary Labour Party?
The fact that we're even in contention here really is testament to Andy Burnham. He's done something that I'm not sure any other Labour politician could have done here. He's convinced people who we lost, not just at the last election, not just at the local elections, but many years ago. He's convinced significant numbers of those people to come back to Labour.
Well, why did reform fail to cut through? Andy Burnham won almost 25,000 votes, beating Reform's Robert Kenyon by more than 9,000. The new kid on the block, the Restore Party, also picked up over 3,000 votes. Is the right of British politics now split for good?
Votes are for the public to cast, for those people they believe in. So nobody can split a vote. What you do is you have a roster of people standing and the public decide who they're going to vote for. Votes do not belong to anybody. They don't belong to Andy Burnham, they don't belong to me, they don't belong to Reform, they belong to nobody.
Well, we'll dissect that sensational result. But meanwhile, in Scotland, the Conservatives have pulled off an historic victory in Aberdeen South. But the SNP managed to hold on to Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. And the political reaction with experts in the studio here and politicians across the country too continues as Britain digests this history-making moment. Yes, a seismic change in British politics is surely imminent. Andy Burnham has won the Makerfield by-election for Labour. Well, perhaps for himself, paving the way for a leadership challenge against Sir Keir Starmer. Yes, the Mayor of Greater Manchester will return to Westminster next week. This after comfortably seeing off Reform's Robert Kenyon. Labour secured a majority of 9,231 votes, with a share of 55% of those who voted. Here are the...
People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them. Thank you very much indeed, everybody.
Well, Mr Burnham has promised to enter the race to replace the Prime Minister. Wes Streeting, the former Health Secretary for his part, has urged Sir Keir to announce his resignation next week or face a challenge, while allies of the Prime Minister insisted this week that he would not quit and Number 10 would fight any challenge to his premiership. Indeed, reports this evening that the Prime Minister has raised £100,000 to fight off any potential challenge to his job. Well, let's go straight to our chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster, there at the Count in Makerfield. Catherine, the most seismic events this evening.
Yes, a by-election like no other, a by-election where the Labour candidate was standing, yes, on a ticket that said, vote Andy for us, for hope, but actually a ticket that also said, not overtly, but implicitly, vote Andy Burnham, get rid of Keir Starmer. Now, Andy Burnham has won this seat so comprehensively, I think beyond really anybody's expectations. 55% of the vote. We were all talking, weren't we, just a couple of hours ago about the problems that Restore and Rupert Lowe were causing Reform, how they could split that vote on the right, how they could potentially hand that seat to Andy Burnham. In the event, it wasn't even close because Andy Burnham got 55%, Reform on 34.5%, Restore, can't read my own writing, on I think 8%, but you add the Restore vote and the Reform vote together and they are still about 9,000 shy of where Andy Burnham was. He has just won a majority of 9,241. This is in a seat that just at the beginning of May, the local elections, all the wards in Makerfield, bar one, went to Reform. He has managed to create a 27% swing back from that result. And also Josh Simons, the Labour MP who triggered this by-election by standing down to give Andy Burnham that chance to stand and come back to Westminster. His majority in 2024 was 5,399. So Andy Burnham has smashed that as well, despite the fact that, you know, Labour were elected with that huge landslide and their popularity has sort of fallen off a cliff really since then. One of his team said to me a couple of hours ago that he has a little bit of magic, and you know, people, not everybody, but a lot of people around here really, really like him. There is a reason why he is called the King of the North. Remember during COVID, that angry speech that he made when he heard what the government were planning in terms of putting them into tears. People feel that he does speak for them. He says that he understands that the Labour Party has left the working classes, and in his speech, he said that this could be a turning point, and he wants to bring, yes, change. We did hear that before, of course, 2 years ago. That was the word on the front of the Labour manifesto, but also hope for the future, hope that is something which feels like it's missing at the moment. He said, I don't want Makerfield to be a stepping stone, it will be my touchstone. I will always be bearing in mind the people of Makerfield, the people in areas around the country that Westminster has neglected. So what now? We will hear from him tomorrow morning. He will go down to take his place as an MP on Monday. Over the weekend, he's likely to speak to the Prime Minister. We know that the Prime Minister has been saying that he's going to fight. We know that Wes Streeting has been saying he's going to fight. But really, is the Prime Minister going to do that? Because just look at these polls. Andy Burnham has proved that he can do something that possibly no other Labour politician can do. This was a heavily Leave voting seat, and yet he has seen off the threat from Reform. I know you shouldn't make predictions, but I just cannot see a world in which he doesn't become Prime Minister. It's only a question now of whether it is days, weeks, or perhaps a couple of months, and whether Sir Keir Starmer goes quietly or if there is a very messy fight.
Well, Catherine, I'm just thinking back to that week a month ago when you and I spent just about every waking hour we had on Downing Street amongst the rain, the wind and the cold. I hope at least if we have to spend another week or two camping out on Downing Street that it'll be a little bit sunnier in June than it was in May. Oh, Catherine, thanks indeed for joining us there live from the Count. We'll be back with you in a little bit. Let's turn to my panel now. Joining me is the former Conservative MP and Immigration Minister Tom Pursglove, the Reform UK councillor Natalie Oliver, the journalist and commentator Kai Wilshaw, and the former Green Party council candidate Fahima Mohammed. Kai, we're going to start with you. Let's pick up on what Catherine was saying there. This could all kick off in a big way in Westminster, well, on Monday morning.
Yes, it could. The signs are, to me, fairly clear from what journalists have been reporting about the sense of where Labour MPs are. And this was, of course, before the results were in. But it seems like Andy Burnham was planning to present Keir Starmer in a few days' time with, well, to have a conversation, but perhaps to present him with that list of MPs who might support him. Now, my guess would be that list would include sitting cabinet ministers, something that we haven't really seen. You know, cabinet ministers come out and support a leadership candidate. It would also be a raft of other ministers across departments, as well as MPs previously thought to be loyal, who have talked to the whips behind closed doors saying that he needs to go, but now willing to put their name to a list and to a candidate. That's what I think the Burnham camp have been preparing. We know that he's tried to tell ministers who are ready to quit, don't do that, to give Keir Starmer this, finally, the dignified exit that, frankly, after his toadying, sitting around, after moment and moment of jeopardy, he doesn't deserve, frankly, that dignity. But I think that's what's going to happen. I'd be shocked if something messier happens at this point.
So your guess is clean. That's that dichotomy. There's another dichotomy here, which is quick or measured. I mean, when Tony Blair was forced out as Prime Minister, he said that he would that the next party conference would be his last. He gave himself almost a year grace period to go. It could be behind closed doors. Keir Starmer says, right, I'll stay on for another 9 months and then go. Or he could be out next week. I mean, where do you think you fall with regard to that dichotomy?
I think there's an argument for letting Keir Starmer serve out a few other international engagements, try and cement maybe his legacy in terms of some legislative achievements he might be able to succeed in up until the parliamentary recess and then in that final 2 weeks before a Labour conference. I think he has to have Andy Burnham having a Keir Starmer swan song in the Labour conference in September and Andy Burnham coming in and having that opportunity to reset and then perhaps a King's speech or whatever happens after that. But that seems to me the most natural thing to happen. It gives Keir Starmer enough time, but also gives Burnham time to prepare. Because, of course, one of the big problems that this current government had was that they clearly didn't do any of the planning work in opposition. So this maybe gives a few months.
2 years that they would win.
Look, I despair just as much, if not more than you, but this at least gives them a few months to start building the bike as they're riding it.
So, Fahima, do you think that it's going to be all as smooth, no tears, everyone's going to agree, and it's going to be a nice transition without any screaming or fighting?
I think there's always going to be some sort of like infighting, but I do feel that if Labour, anyone that, whether they supported Starmer or not, and loyal to him, if they now see such a huge support for Burnham in this sort of, election, they will be foolish to not take it further nationally, because I think that is their survival kit right now, is having someone who has proven that people like him. There's a chance where everyone was against Labour for so many months. This is now their opportunity, whether they like it or not, to take him on and make it happen as soon as possible. But I don't think Starmer's going to do it that quickly, personally.
Interesting.
I don't think he will.
Carl, you're trying to get in there?
No, and they'll steal the Greens' thunder. Isn't that what Burnham's done here? I think he is directly, squarely on your turf. Don't you think?
Coalition, yeah.
Because he's untarnished. No, but he's taking your votes. There's no coalition here. He is untarnished by the national issues that people vote for you on. Things like immigration and Gaza. He's currently untarnished with that. He brings a hope and change message. And he ran a youthful campaign. And he can promise a more left-wing perception.
Not easy to, frankly, ride roughshod over the Greens in a place like Makerfield? 97% white, older, working class. Is Andy Burnham going to be able to do the same magic in a place like Islington, in a place like Bristol, where the Greens are surging with younger, more diverse, people who've recently been through university? All of these groups that disproportionately skew Green are not going to like what Andy Burnham has said in the last 4 weeks about deporting illegal migrants. He's not going to like what he's said about the boats. He's not going to like what he's said, frankly, to get past the people of Makerfield.
No, you are right. However, we know that the Greens may be able to win lots of votes, but in terms of seats, they don't have that much room. Well, they have a lot of room to grow, but not a threatening amount.
Look, there's going to be a hung parliament. Just get used to it. We're going to be there, and that's it.
Do you think that's partly why you guys stood down? Because basically Burnham has said in the last few weeks, going to your conference and so on, come on.
Collaboration.
He's opened the door to, in a couple of years,
I think
we'll be working
Zelensky
together.
has spoken to Burnham about that. I have seen that. So I think there could be a collaboration, absolutely.
Well, on that point, before we turn to our right-wingers on this panel, let's bring in another Labour voice, the Labour commentator Stella Santakidou. Stella, thanks indeed for joining us at this early hour. How do you presume the coming days, weeks, months might go? Is Andy Burnham now dead set on becoming Prime Minister?
I would say by the end of next month. I would have said, yes, possibly it could be that he will delay it. It could be that there will be some plans to give Keir Starmer a dignified exit, perhaps waiting until the conference because Andy Burnham needs some time as well. His team needs some time as well. He hasn't been a member of parliament for 9 years. He hasn't been a minister for longer than that. And a lot of people could say, surely there needs to be some kind of transition period where he gets used to it again. But given these results, this insane 27% swing, I cannot see how Keir Starmer would be able to remain Prime Minister. I do not even think that he will just set out his exit, which will be sometime around conference. I think he cannot remain in number 10.
You might think that. Keir Starmer has been telling anyone who will listen for the last month that he is the Prime Minister. He will not accept anyone challenging him. If someone challenges him, he will fight on and fight to win.
I doubt Keir Starmer knew that we were going to have the result that we did. I think that even the internal polling showed something like 8% margin. It's that Andy Burnham would win. So I think that basically doubling the majority when we all expected him to Labour to just about keep the seat. I think that this is new information for Keir Starmer himself. Just the sheer turnout that we had for this by-election shows the power of Andy Burnham's campaign. And I think that this is something that even Keir Starmer will have to reckon with. Let alone, whether Keir Starmer could potentially be in a future cabinet, which I think a lot of people will be hoping is not going to happen. But also we have seen from all of the other potential leadership candidates, for example, from West Streeting, the way that he has been speaking in the last week is quite conciliatory, showing that there is broad acceptance across the different factions of the party that Andy Burnham, if Andy Burnham wins this seat, was the narrative, I guess, then he deserves and he's clearly the right person to lead Labour into the next election. And I think just the sheer numbers, as I said, the sheer the majority that he won by is so big.
It's a very impressive result in Makerfield, in Greater Manchester. What if Prime Minister Andy Burnham polls incredibly well in Greater Manchester, even wins every sodding seat in Greater Manchester, but doesn't have this Mancunian magic in the southeast, the southwest, the northeast even, the Wales. I mean, all these places where Labour has won seats or perhaps even surprised people in terms of how well it did in 2024. Will the magic of Andy Burnham stretch beyond, frankly, wool country?
Excellent question, Tom. I would say that Makersfield was a very difficult seat for Labour to win. So Makersfield was not at all the best case scenario for Andy Burnham. There are other places that would have been much easier for Labour to win right now. So that's the first point. The second one is the good thing with Andy Burnham, and it is a testament to his character and his personal warmth, the fact that, you know, throughout the campaign, there were so many people who had personal stories about Andy Burnham. The thing with him is that he has an appeal across the political spectrum. So his image in the party has become more left-wing over the years. He has put more meat on the bones on Manchesterism and what that means about him and his politics. He has moved further to the left than the last time he ran for the Labour leadership in 2015, when he was considered a little bit almost the Blairite candidate back then. But at the same time, he still has the broad appeal of a centre-left politician, and he is someone who would be trusted even by a lot, I would say, of the kind of voters, the hero voters who voted for Keir Starmer but who would normally vote for a Conservative party. And as for those voters who had gone to the Greens, and you're quite right to say this is Makersfield, right? It's not a metropolitan city, but I just have a feeling that Andy Burnham would appeal to Green disillusioned voters who are extremely disgusted at Keir Starmer and who don't want to see Reform winning.
Yeah, well, let's see if he can keep that unwieldy coalition together. Well, Stella Santachido, thanks indeed for joining us at 4:20 in the morning, 4:20. Good blimey. Now, let's take a listen to what Andy Burnham had to say himself upon his astounding victory.
Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight just could, be the turning point. From here on, I will give everything I have got to make it so, to ensure the name Makerfield is forever synonymous with bringing about the change this country needs.
Well, that's what Andy Burnham had to say. Let's turn to the other half of my panel who've been waiting ever so patiently. Natalie Oliver, are you scared of an Andy Burnham premiership? Not in terms of what he might do, but in terms of the potential electoral success that he'll breathe back into the Labour Party?
No, I'm not scared at all. I think, you know, this is a special case. It's a very unique by-election in itself. There was an overwhelming feeling to get rid of Keir Starmer, and the people realised that this was their route to do that. And, you know, you've got to look at the fact that if Andy Burnham does become Prime Minister, there is a severe lack of talent to actually bring in to a cabinet. You know, we've got no one in there that's business-minded. It's clearly that then, you know, it's very clear that Labour are not doing well when it comes to the economy. So he's going to be leading that same party with the same direction. Like I've already said, it's just going to be like Keir Starmer Part 2, just slightly different with a bit of a Manchester accent.
I suppose one of the interesting elements here that we have not discussed yet is the makeup of the Parliamentary Labour Party, Tom Pursglove, because Rachel Reeves, much maligned as she is, has not been able to carry through her Plan A budget. Her Plan A budget involved reducing the way in which the welfare spend was rising. Not reducing the absolute welfare budget, but by making it rise by slightly less than it was. And Labour MPs rebelled on that. they said no, it had to go up without a penny taken off. And I wonder, almost whoever occupies number 11 and number 10 Downing Street, if it's the same parliamentary Labour Party, their hands might be bound in the same way.
I think that's a massive problem, and I think people are getting very carried away in terms of extrapolating a very localised result into that national picture, because none of the country's problems change overnight with a change of Prime Minister. You've still got a fundamentally unsound group of Labour MPs who don't want to take very difficult decisions about the direction of the country. Welfare is a very good example of that. Can't even deliver £5 billion worth of savings. So the idea you're going to deliver major structural reform in welfare is just for the birds. And that's before you get into tackling things like illegal migration. Without a credible deterrent and an ability to be able to detain and remove people, you're not going to solve this. And what Andy Burnham has done is flip-flopped on everything. I mean, you've seen over the course of this by-election him change position on so many of the big issues that he's been asked about. Exactly. Yeah. And that list will grow. Because it will meet the political realities of Labour MPs and their constituents and polling numbers. And that's the political climate that we're in. It is much easier, I have to say, to run Greater Manchester and give the impression of doing a good job and being charismatic, because effectively what you're doing is receiving government grant and spending it. That is easy to do. It's a fundamentally different proposition when you have to make really hard split-second calls, very fine decisions on a range of issues, but crucially as well, have to identify the funds in order to pay for things. And so, from my point of view, this is not going to be straightforward for Andy Burnham. I think people will get a bit of a sugar rush on the back of this. It'll make Labour MPs feel better about themselves. But there's also, to come back to your point about the way in which change is brought about in terms of the change of Prime Minister, these are deeply scarring events. And so it would seem to me that they have to try and find a way of resolving this amicably. That may well mean, for example, trying to get to a place where Starmer has until perhaps the party conference to be able to go with a bit of dignity, to be able to do a few things, to be able to go to a few more of these international summits. That would help to perhaps bring the parliamentary party back together, where if this moves very quickly over the course of the next few days, you could have really deep scars that only exacerbate some of that existing division.
Tom, you're a veteran of some of these defenestration attempts yourself. You've seen a number of Prime Ministers come and go. Do you think Labour MPs will be on the phone to each other as we speak? Will the plotting have already started?
I think the WhatsApp groups will be on fire tonight. And there'll be, wheels within wheels and people expressing different points of view, particularly to the whips. And you've got ministers who've been out very publicly saying over the course of the last couple of weeks that they will support Keir Starmer if there's a leadership election. So that is a messy place to be. That is not where you want to end up. But I just think that political reality collides with the situation. This is whatever you think of him and whatever you think of his politics, it is a massive personal triumph for Andy Burnham winning this by-election with such a large majority. He's clearly got profile in the area. That's clearly paid dividends for him. But that doesn't necessarily translate into the national picture.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose when you have ascended to that zenith, the old adage might be that the only way is down. But let's seeing as we're talking about Andy Burnham, let's return to Makerfield for a moment and speak to Sophie Reaper, who's been there at the count all night. You've been able to see Andy Burnham in the room with you, observe his body language. Is this a man who sort of has the weight of the world on his shoulders, or a skip in his step?
I think it's certainly the latter, Tom. You could see there was a smile from ear to ear on Andy Burnham's face this evening, and no wonder. What a resounding victory it has been for him. But we may be wrapping up here in Makerfield, but this is not the end of it. Of course, we now know that Andy Burnham is going to go on to try and take the PM's place. But what about here in Greater Manchester? Because, of course, whilst he was standing, he was a candidate to become the MP, he was able to hold on to his mayoralship here in Greater Manchester. But now that he has become officially the MP, now that he's won the seat here in Makerfield, the job as Greater Manchester Mayor is now up for grabs, because you can't be a sitting MP here in the United Kingdom whilst also being a Metro Mayor. Now, what that means is that right now the Deputy Mayor of Manchester, Kate Green, will step in temporarily, but they've only got 35 days to now carry out a mayor by-election essentially here in Greater Manchester, and that means that they're going to have to do that by the 6th of August. So that does not give parties, whether it be Labour, Reform, Green, Lib Dem, Conservative, whatever it may be, it does not give them a lot of time to get their ducks in a row. Now, that being said, of course, I'm sure for the majority of the major parties, they will have already given this a great deal of thought. They'll have suspected there was every chance that Andy Burnham would have been stepping down after 9 years as the Mayor of Greater Manchester, and that they would need to have a candidate ready to hit the ground running, ready to take on that campaign trail, ready to try and take on what is really a huge deal, not just here in Greater Manchester, but there's a lot of devolved powers here. And of course, Andy Burnham, he really has made the most of them during his 9 years here in Greater Manchester. And whoever takes on that job, I think, will have big shoes to fill in terms of wielding that power, but they'll also have to really take on a lot of what the pressure of being, it's such a devolved area. There's so many things to deal with here in Greater Manchester. So a lot of the big parties now will turn their attention. It's Labour who've won here tonight, but now they're going to turn their attention to the Mayor of Greater Manchester. Who will take that? We will know in the next 35 days, Tom.
It's a very short timetable. I don't think I'd quite internalise just how quick this mayoral election will be. Sophie Reaper, thanks indeed for bringing us all of that from the heart of the count there in Wigan, where the Makerfield constituency was counted. Now, this is, of course, a significant moment. There, of course, have been already reports that Reform had been sounding out potential candidates, reports indeed that the Labour Party had been looking for a big hitter, perhaps a celebrity candidate to stand for them to fill the boots of Andy Burnham. But let's zoom out now and take a look at sort of some of the policy changes that may well take place if indeed Andy Burnham succeeds the Prime Minister as the next Prime Minister. One area in which the Labour Party has certainly not fallen in love with, or indeed made slightly more acrimonious relations in its 2 years in power, has been with the countryside. A war on the countryside is how some people have put it with regard to policies facing whether it's stewardship of the land or indeed inheritance for family farms. Let's speak now to the Director of External Affairs at the Countryside Alliance, Mo Metcalfe-Fisher. Mo, I know that the Countryside Alliance has had its disagreements with the Keir Starmer premiership. Do you think that if Andy Burnham were to take over, it's the start of a new leaf?
Well, we would welcome a reset in relationship between the countryside and government, Tom. That's all we've ever asked for, and we've done that to the current Prime Minister and leadership of the Labour Party. We want to see Labour, or the government now, fulfil what it promised to the people of the countryside before the general election, which is to restore the bond of respect between politicians and rural people. That's what Keir Starmer famously pledged before he became Prime Minister. He became Prime Minister mainly, it must be said, off the back of many rural votes. Let's not forget 120 odd rural Labour MPs, many winning for the first time ever. And then what happened, Tom? What did we see? We saw the family farm tax straight away, went after farmers. He thought that was a really good idea. And then when we took to the streets, when we protested, despite all the public outcry, he doubled down. He continued all the way up until Christmas just gone. But it's not just the family farm tax. There's also taxes on rural businesses. Our pubs, our high streets are really struggling. We've also got some real toxic culture war nonsense, pledges to ban trail hunting, gun ownership and game shooting, all of which is puerile nonsense and, quite frankly, underlines why people didn't take his party seriously for so many years after Labour last left office in 2010. So, look, this is an opportunity for everybody, no matter what the Labour Party chooses to do. Whilst they're playing games in Westminster, people in the countryside will be struggling come what may. And we hope that they will reflect on the feeling of anger out there in the countryside and change their relationship and reset that relationship. And we'll be there to work with whoever it is that they decide to select as the leader and ultimately the Prime Minister. But we, as I say, things are not good in the countryside, Tom, and Mr. Burnham understandably is chipper tonight, but he will be inheriting, if he does become Prime Minister, a real mess in the relationship between the government and rural people.
What's your impression of Andy Burnham as a politician? I suppose as mayor, he's most associated with urban transport networks and gleaming skyscrapers in the centre of Manchester City. I mean, it doesn't sound like he's potentially all that interested in the countryside.
I should think it probably hasn't come across his desk too much. That being said, though, Tom, he has commented on rural issues in recent weeks, actually. Mr. Burnham joined Wes Streeting, another one budding for the leadership, in raising concerns about the family farm tax, about the policy, because there were changes made to it after a very long time on our part trying to overturn it. He said that he understood those concerns and would look again at the policy. That's what he said he'd do, and that certainly has not gone unnoticed in the countryside. This issue is not dead. It will continue until the next general election, and, you know, opposition parties, a lot of them have already pledged to overturn it anyway, so it will be a live issue, certainly for the rural electorate. But there's also talk of a land tax as well, and that's obviously sending the jitters through farming circles in particular. Not a lot of information about that. So, you know, Mr. Burnham may be giving with one hand and taking with the other. So we'll have to wait and see. There's not a huge amount by way of a rural track record, but let's give him his dues. He has been the mayor of Greater Manchester, so we'll have to see. But as I say, Tom, when he becomes, or if he were to become Prime Minister, I should say, he will be the Prime Minister for everybody, not just the cities. And that's been the government's problem. They are seen as hopelessly out of touch by many people with the priorities of rural people. You know, there is a consultation to ban trail hunting. It is beyond belief that the government think that that is a priority. But there has been an astonishing response from the countryside. Nearly 90,000 odd people, that's not without businesses and individual people, who have used our platform to say no to that ban and to demand that the government stop it and reset their relationship with the countryside and drop the culture war nonsense. So look, let's see what happens over the coming weeks. This is a real opportunity for the government to reset their relationship with the countryside, and the countryside will be there to work with them to get the very best for rural communities and our whole country.
OK, well, Mo Metcalfe-Fisher, the Director of External Affairs there at the Countryside Alliance, thanks indeed for joining us at almost 20 to 5 in the morning here as we dissect some of what exactly has taken place, not just in Greater Manchester, in Makerfield, but also in Aberdeen South and in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. So there we go. Let's turn to my panel now. Let's Kai Wilshaw, you were listening there to what Mo Metcalfe-Fisher was saying, but I suppose let's zoom out, not just the countryside. I think every single group, area, interest in the country will be thinking, is this the moment for change? A big moment for Andy Burnham, an ability to reset, but also perhaps because he's such a blank slate on so many of these issues, a lot of people might be let down with just what he could do were he to become Prime Minister.
Perhaps. I take a more optimistic view because it's been a shocking 2 years for this current Labour government. But I think that many of the structural issues that this government has faced in terms of its approach, I actually think it's undersold how much a new face with that new approach can change things, because politics is all about momentum and solutions, OK? I genuinely believe that part of the reason Keir Starmer is seen as a flip-flopper, but also as somebody not in charge of his backbenchers, is a matter of momentum and timing when you look at when he lost control. In May of 2025, winter fuel U-turn. Then in June of 2025, grooming gangs U-turn. And this comes at a time when Number 10 was a command and control fear operation under Morgan McSweeney. The Parliamentary Labour Party hated it. In that environment, July, welfare reforms flopped. Okay, and that then set lots of the momentum, the downward momentum, the downward spiral, that felled Keir Starmer's premiership. I think this from Burnham, and the right changes, the right messages, the right leadership, and the right legislative agenda, the right mix of different things, you can very much see this momentum continuing. Because all we hear from lots of the right is, OK, we'll have a bit of a bounce, and then it'll drop off. I don't believe that. I think this could actually still be the start of something, as we see the Greens maybe recede, the right fight with each other, and a new face with a new agenda. I think there's a lot to be gained.
That's a really interesting perspective, that there does seem to be some received wisdom that Number 10 is inevitably a poison chalice, that whoever is Prime Minister is going to be hated by the country because everything's going to the dogs, because energy prices are sky high, inflation's higher than it should be, wages have stagnated since 2008. You know the list. We go through it time and time and time again. Tom Pursglove, is there an opportunity, actually, that, frankly, different communications could make people feel differently about the man in charge of the country?
So where I agree with Kai is that the Starmer going, I think, is underpriced. I think the country will feel a huge sense of relief at the point at which he leaves Downing Street. And that was reflected, actually, for me in the general election in 2024. There are a lot of Conservative voters who were thinking of going off to vote Reform, and many of them did. But there are also many who weren't voting. But time after time, those voters would say to me, it's not about you personally. We're fed up with the government, we're really frustrated. But then they'd say, but we're not voting for him. So all the way through this, I think there's been a complete misunderstanding from the centre of government about the mandate that they were given from the public. It was most definitely a case of we lost the general election as opposed to Keir Starmer winning it. So I think that's an important point to make. But I come back to this point that the fundamentals don't change. You know, those big policy questions, I don't believe that the Labour Party as a whole has got the courage to take the difficult decisions necessary. I think a lot of the things that Andy Burnham will want to do are things that involve massive amounts of spending, and you've got to raise that. So the countryside should be worried about land taxes and the like, because that's an obvious place that he will want to go, and he's sort of given some credence to that over the course of recent weeks. But I also think there's quite an important point in all of this. If he wants to be as bold and brave and cutting edge as Kai's suggesting, there's a strong argument that he doesn't have a mandate for that. And that begs a whole host of questions about whether a fresh general election is needed in order to have a mandate. If he's going to see through the Starmer mandate and deliver on the manifesto, which he didn't stand on, either at the general election or at this by-election, that is one thing. But I think if he's wanting to go much beyond that, that starts to open up a big question about democratic legitimacy, which of itself is quite a big moment for the country, potentially.
Natalie, I can see you nodding your head there, and I know that Reform is chomping at the bit for a general election. And yet, in this country, we elect parliaments, not prime ministers. Yep. There are 650 concurrent elections rather than some sort of presidential system. It's the parliament that's elected for this 5-year term. Is it really credible to say that there must be a general election?
Well, I just think in terms of the way that we see the country, if Andy Burnham really has got this true momentum that everyone is painting tonight, which is obviously going to be sort of sensationalised, if you like, because it's been such doom and gloom for the Labour Party for so long. I mean, we've just come off the back of a catastrophic set of local elections for the Labour Party and the Conservative Party while we talk about that. So if he really does believe in making a true change, in order to be able to do that, I totally agree with Tom. He has not been elected on a mandate to be able to make those ultimate changes. And I think the other really interesting point is, hearing from Mo there from the Countryside Alliance, obviously I'm from Lincolnshire, where we've got a huge farming community. I can guarantee you now, it doesn't matter who you put in that position, the farming community and agriculture has been so catastrophically affected by this government. There is absolutely no way on this earth they are going to change their opinion on voting for Labour. You know, and then we look at the other aspect, don't we? You've got Ed Miliband sat in the cabinet, who we all know is actually running the show from the cabinet position, refused to leave that position when Keir Starmer actually wanted to move him out of it. So Andy Burnham has got all of these challenges to come in and try to deal with, and if he's even going to start to try and set up a new relationship with the countryside and with farmers, he's got to take on Ed Miliband, who is absolutely hell-bent on completely ruining the countryside. You know, we in Lincolnshire have got NSIPs popping up all over the place, solar farms, wind farms, national significant infrastructure projects. They are popping up everywhere. They are absolutely changing the face of our county, and, you know, farmers are there to farm. Where will we get our food from? It's about national security. It's about food security. Ed Miliband is not bothered about that. That is not the direction of travel. So this is another issue for Andy Burnham. And Ed Miliband was up there in Makerfield today supporting Burnham. Fahima, would you welcome an early general election?
You know what? I think a lot of people don't understand how this system works. Like you said, we are not like the US. When I hear, and even in my comments, OK, which I have a very small platform, but I will get hundreds of comments and thousands of views, I know that people are listening to reform. They want reform to come in, and actually reform has proven that they are actually, you know, really good contenders. But the disappointment that they're going to have with reform is what they want to change is legislation and law, which in this country has to go through the Houses of Parliament, the Houses of Commons, Lords, and the Royal Assent. And these things will take time, and even getting rid of, you know, the ECHR, Equalities Act that Suella Braverman was talking about, these things are probably going to take more than 1 or 2 terms, if anything, if it comes ahead. And this is what people really want, is those changes. Those are the voters that are talking. They want people like myself deported. They want British citizens to come out of this country. Now, I'm telling you the truth. We're not going to talk here and make it really like, you know, airy-fairy, OK? I know what people are angry about, and not even, forget Labour, not even reform is going to be able to fulfil that. And that's the disappointment of this country, because they are being sort of like, you know, with rose-tinted glasses, or tainted because Farage is playing like a mini Trump, thinking that he's a president and he can be sort of like, you know, calling on these kind of like executive decisions like Trump does. We don't have that system here. We do not have that kind of government here.
But in some ways, a Prime Minister with a united parliamentary party in the Commons has more power than an American president, because they're not limited by a constitution that would require a supermajority. A parliamentary majority.
In this country, it is not easy.
It's not easy, but with a parliamentary majority and the backing of a manifesto in the world of a new parliament, due to the Salisbury-Addison Convention, to get technical, if something's in a manifesto, it can be railroaded through the House of Lords. Yes, it might take 2 years maximum, but it can be. You can use the Parliament Act. The House of Lords has a convention that it won't...
So to abolish the Equalities Act?
Yeah.
To get rid of the ECHR?
If that's in the manifesto, there's a convention in the House of Lords that it will not...
It affects so many other outside countries as well. And to be democratic, to be part of, you know, the Western world, it does not conform. We just think that we are an island, but even so, we are in connection with allies. We keep this country running also with foreign investment and people, OK? So when people vote for reform, they're getting a raw deal and a message that I don't see that's really going to come forward. I really believe that.
I've got a theory that some of the most difficult elements of our politics is because politicians aren't open and honest enough about what they're going to do at the time of the general election. So to illustrate the point, some of the most contentious things that this Labour government has done it has been because they didn't tell people that they were going to do it. The tax rises, the benefit reductions, all of these things, were they in the manifesto? They'd have had a much easier time getting this stuff through Parliament. Tom, you'll have had experience with Rwanda. The reason why the House of Lords could delay that and vote against it and send it back and all the rest of it, because it wasn't in the manifesto. No. If it was in the manifesto, of course you didn't anticipate the boats problem, but if it was in the manifesto, then the convention would be the House of Lords would not vote it down.
That's right. And we were elected in 2019. The small boats problem had manifested itself enormously in the period that then saw us announce in 2022 the Rwanda policy. And it was difficult to change the legislation to such an extent because of the fact that there was no mandate for that. We had not been elected to deliver a Rwanda partnership and the legislative base around it. We were elected to deliver a number of changes around illegal migration, which we did get on and legislate for. Again, I'd argue the political climate changed a lot over the course of that period and continues to evolve now.
But that would actually underscore, perhaps, the need for a general election. If Andy Burnham wants to really change the direction of this government, if he wants to get stuff through both houses of Parliament, to some extent, to get it through the Lords, he will need that democratic mandate.
Mm-hmm. Let's take two examples that have been talked about in recent weeks. If he wants a really fundamental cozying up to the European Union, I don't think he's got a mandate for that. If he wants
Although the Lords would probably vote for it.
Well, there's a lot of people in the Lords who are fundamentally unsound on that and fought us every step of the way when we were trying to deliver our departure in the first place. But that aside, you've got the voting issue around the voting system. If he wants to change the way in which our general elections are carried out, and there would be a lot of support on the left for that he would be able to rally around in support of him in trying to deliver that change. In fact, for him, that's probably not a bad issue to galvanise around a general election. But he wouldn't, in my view, be able to deliver that without getting a mandate from the country.
Wow, it seems like the chances of general election are not zero, and they seem to be growing by the second with this conversation. So let's pause this now, because I don't think any of our sleep schedules can take another general election, another enormous electoral event in this country, at least for another few weeks. Let's go live to Aberdeen South, where Will Godley, our national reporter, is there, because, Will, it's not all about Andy Burnham today. No, the Conservatives have pulled off an upset in Aberdeen.
Yeah, they certainly have. Good morning to you. Hope you can hear me. We're just having a fiddle with the microphone here.
Certainly can.
Certainly can. This is Aberdeen. Well, that's very, very good. I'm glad you can. It's a beautiful day here and beautiful morning in Aberdeen. And the Conservatives have won here. They've described their victory here in Aberdeen South as seismic. Now, Aberdeen is the UK's oil and gas capital. But of course, that's a sector of society that has been in decline for a number of years and decades now. So it's no wonder then that industry was at the focus of the campaign here in Aberdeen. All parties talking about the North Sea, but it was a two-horse race between the SNP and the Conservatives, both of them positioning themselves as the champions of the North Sea. The Conservatives even saying this was a referendum on oil and gas, and ultimately it was their vision that voters got behind when it came to the oil and gas industry, and they won almost 50% of the vote. Douglas Lumsden was their candidate. He won here, and he said his victory sends a clear message to Westminster, to Sir Keir Starmer, to Ed Miliband and their net zero policy. This is what he told me earlier. Douglas Lumsden, congratulations. How do you feel? You've got a big smile on your face.
I've got a huge smile on my face because that margin of victory was something unexpected. We'd be working hard for the last 4 weeks to try and get this win, but to get almost 50% of the vote was beyond our expectations. And it just shows that, we run a campaign about stopping the SNP and also around the future of oil and gas. And, it just shows that people are really concerned about that industry. They're concerned about the jobs and livelihoods in Aberdeen. And that campaign has paid off. And now the hard work begins, where I have to represent the people of Aberdeen South and defend that industry as much as possible.
You said in your victory speech this win sends a message to Labour that the destruction of the North Sea oil must stop now. What do you mean by that? Was that something people were saying to you on doorsteps?
Absolutely, but that was the number one issue when we were talking to people. People can't believe that we're actually importing oil and gas and leaving our own resources in the ground. And when that happens, we're losing jobs in Aberdeen. You know, people are having to either move abroad to work or just facing redundancy. And there's a lot of anger about that. So, you know, Labour now have got to look at again at, you know, the policies that they've got and, you know, do something different, because a lot of people in the North East are really angry.
And you talk about their anger over how the North Sea oil has been treated over the last few years. The SNP point out it was the windfall tax introduced by the last Conservative government that has resulted in a number of job losses over the last few months. What would you say to people in Aberdeen South who say that's still causing a problem for them now?
Well, the Conservatives have been quite clear that there is no windfall anymore. That tax needs to go. This is just destroying the North Sea oil and gas industry. You know, Labour came in, they extended the windfall tax, they took away a lot of the allowances as well. And that is having such a negative effect. It's time for that tax to go before there's nothing left of the North Sea industry.
It was introduced by the Conservatives.
It was called for by all other parties, including Reform, including Labour, including the SNP. But now there is no windfall. It needs to go.
There's also the criticism of Conservatives, as there is with Labour and other seen as Westminster parties, that the profits from Scotland's energy don't stay in Scotland. What would you say to that criticism?
The oil and gas industry is supporting thousands of jobs, many of which are in Aberdeen and the whole of Scotland. So, you know, it's just a fallacy that it doesn't support the local economy. You know, we need those jobs. All we're doing is offshoring our emissions and offshoring our jobs. There needs to be a different direction taken.
You say, Kemi Badenoch said during this campaign, this has been a referendum on oil and gas. What do you think this result, a vote for the Conservatives or a win for the Conservatives, says in that referendum?
I think it sends a clear message. A clear message. You know, we need oil and gas, so let's produce it in this country as much as possible. It doesn't make sense that we import more. You know, while we still got a need for oil and gas, it's much better for our jobs, much better for the environment and much better for the economy that we produce it in this country.
And you said just now in the start of this interview, the hard work starts now. What does that look like for you?
Well, for me, it's calling on the Labour government to change tack. You know, invite Ed Miliband once again to come up to Aberdeen to see for himself the impact that his policies are making across this city. Because people, you know, I've had thousands of conversations over the last month. People are rightly angry, rightly concerned that they're seeing jobs go, they're seeing property prices fall, and we can't take it anymore. We need action from government.
And what does that action look like?
Getting rid of the windfall levy to start with. It means actually issuing new licences in the North Sea. And once we do that, then we might see an improvement in the local economy.
Wonderful, Douglas. Thank you so much.
Great.
Appreciate
No
it. Congratulations. Douglas Lumsden there, talking about the tough job he now has on his hands, of course, as the incumbent MP here for Aberdeen South. This by-election, though, triggered by the SNP, Stephen Flynn, resigning from his seat in Westminster when he got a seat in the Scottish Parliament. He's said the result for the SNP tonight is tough, but does believe the party can turn things around come 2029. But, of course, fresh in voters' minds will be the Peter Murrell scandal. Of course, just a few weeks ago, he pled guilty to embezzling more than £400,000 from the party that he was chief executive of for 20 years. Now, just what an impact that would have had on the Scottish parliamentary elections last month if he'd pled guilty earlier on. Well, no one will ever know the answer to that question. But something we do know now is today the Conservatives came out on top. It's a historic victory for them. They haven't gained in a by-election in Scotland, Tom, since 1967. That's 59 years ago.
Will, thank you indeed for bringing us all of that, the interview with the candidate, and indeed thank you for reminding us that it's light outside already. Outrageous. I can't believe it. Well, Will Godley, thanks indeed for being there for us live in Aberdeen South. Oh, goodness me. Well, a lot is happening. Let's quickly go over exactly what we've seen this evening with my panel. Joining me is Kai Wilshaw, Fahima Mohammed, Tom Persglove and Natalie Oliver. Kai, quickly, because we've only got a couple of minutes until the top of the hour. It's interesting, given all of the narrative that we've had for the last 2 years, that two-party politics is dead, that it's the rise of the Greens, the rise of reform, and the two big winners we've just been talking about, the Tories and the Labour Party.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. I would say they're not the biggest winners, really, from tonight. I would be thrilled if I was Restore, I'll be honest. They came out of nowhere, frankly, to tackle reform, and gives them a really odd, I think Reform are going to find themselves in a really difficult position after this by-election, right? Because they're wondering, do we try and peel back those Restore voters? It's a significant amount, 7% here. It's a good amount. And I think Farage started to do that with his Substack article, where he started to talk about white Britons again, and some of the things they've said in the last few weeks. I think they're trying to regain that narrative. But then, equally, I think this shows that there's still a big core of the British people who are very anti-reform and who are quite put off by that. So where do they decide to go here? This is sort of an indecisive result, in a way, for reform, because where do they now go? Like, Restore have really achieved their objective.
Have they?
Don't you think? I mean, I'll be honest, and with the greatest of respect to Tom and Fahima, really, you both your parties lost your deposit. Should you really be here? Should Restore be here?
We did invite a representative
I'm sure.
to come on this evening. Sadly, none was available, though I'm very glad we did get our interview with Rupert Lowe there at the Count in Makerfield.
We've won as many seats as you tonight.
Natalie, we've got to let you come back on that.
Yeah, no, I think Kai's doing his typical try and divide the right even more, hasn't he? You know, let's be honest, you know, the people that have voted for Restore are patriots, but it's time, you know, that they need to realise that the only party on the right to take on Labour and win the next general election is Reform. It's where we need to be. It's where people need to realise that we are the only serious party that are actually going to be able to achieve that. Restore got 3,000 votes tonight. You know, probably did better than I was actually imagining them to do. But I think, you know, I've just been having a little flick through and they got less votes than the BNP did in that seat. So when you compare it to that, you know, and there's no place for that in British politics. So.
Gosh, well, lots to discuss, and we'll be getting into all of that in just a moment's time. Yes, it's now 5 a.m, live across the United Kingdom. This is GB News, Britain's news channel. It was the most consequential by-election in modern history, and the King in the North is now heading south. Andy Burnham has comfortably seen off the reform threat in Makerfield. So what does it mean for the people of Greater Manchester?
Well, the results may be here in Makerfield, but as you say, what does that mean for the rest of Greater Manchester? As Andy Burnham leaves behind his job as the mayor, that's going to have to be decided in a by-election in the next 35 days.
And the big question is, will the King get his ultimate crown and become Prime Minister?
Yes, the King of the North heading south now. The only question, I think, really is whether the existing Prime Minister will decide to go in a dignified manner or will put up a fight. If he does that, it could get very messy indeed.
Messy indeed. Well, for his part, Andy Burnham says politics simply isn't working.
Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be.
Well, all eyes are on the cabinet now. Will anyone resign in support of Burnham? Indeed, to force Keir Starmer from office? And just how many backers does Burnham really have within the Parliamentary Labour Party?
fact that we're even in contention here really is testament to Andy Burnham. He's done something that I'm not sure any other Labour politician could have done here. He's convinced people who we lost, not just at the last election, not just at the local elections, but many years ago. He's convinced significant numbers of those people to come back to Labour.
Also tonight, why did Reform fail to cut through? Andy Burnham beat Reform's Robert Kenyon by more than 9,000 votes. New Kid on the Block, Restore, also picked up over 3,000 votes. Is the right of British politics split now for good?
Votes are for the public to cast, for those people they believe in. So nobody can split a vote. What you do is you have a roster of people standing and the public decide who they're going to vote for. Votes do not belong to anybody. They don't belong to Andy Burnham, they don't belong to me, they don't belong to Reform, they belong to nobody.
Meanwhile, in Scotland, the Tories pulled off a historic victory, an upset in Aberdeen South. And the SNP held on to Arbroath and Broughty Ferry.
Highs and lows for the SNP north of the border. Arbroath and Broughty Ferry is held by Laura Bird, but it's not so good in Aberdeen.
Well, the political reaction with expert guests in the studio here and politicians across the country too continues into the morning as Britain digests this seismic political moment. A reverberating change in British politics is imminent. Andy Burnham has won the Makerfield by-election for Labour. Or is it for himself? Well, anyway, it paves a way for a leadership challenge against Sir Keir Starmer. The Mayor of Greater Manchester will, of course, return to Westminster next week after a 9-year hiatus and after comfortably seeing off Reform UK's Robert Kenyon. Labour secured a majority of 9,231, with a 55% share of those who voted. Well, here were the closing remarks of Andy Burnham's victory speech.
People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them. Thank you very much indeed, everybody.
Well, the Manchester Mayor, or is that former Manchester Mayor, has promised to enter the race to replace the Prime Minister. Wes Streeting, the former Health Secretary, has also urged Sir Keir Starmer to announce his resignation next week or face a challenge, while allies of the Prime Minister insist this week that he would not quit and would fight to challenge any challenge to his premiership. Well, let's go live now to our national reporter Sophie Reaper, who's up in Makerfield for us. Sophie, it seems that these by-elections are a bit like buses. You wait for a while and then 3 come along at once, perhaps 4.
You say that, Tom. I feel like I'm never waiting very long for a by-election here in the northwest of England. They seem to be coming thick and fast. But of course, we're wrapping up here in Makerfield this morning. Of course, things will be happening now down in Westminster, but they're also going to be happening here in Greater Manchester because, as you alluded to just a moment ago, we now are without a mayor here in Greater Manchester, and that is because Andy Burnham is having to step down now that he's been confirmed as the MP here in Makerfield. When you're an MP, you aren't allowed to be the Mayor of Greater Manchester, and that is because of regulations due to the fact that the Mayor of Greater Manchester is also the Police and Crime Commissioner of Greater Manchester, so regulations prevent you from also being an MP. So, long story short, Andy Burnham, after 9 years of being the Mayor of Greater Manchester, is having to step down from that position. But that doesn't mean we're now going to have a lengthy campaign or we're going to be left without one for too long. I must say, in fact, Kate Green, who's the Deputy Mayor, will be stepping up in Andy Burnham's stead for the time being, for a brief period. But that mayoral by-election now has to take place within the next 35 days. And that is a maximum, by the way. So we could even see it happening before that 35-day time period elapses. So by the 6th of August, Greater Manchester will have a new mayor. And that, as we were talking about earlier, Tom, is not a lot of time. I'm sure the major parties will have already started getting their ducks in a row. They'll have a good sense of who their candidate will be. But they'll need to get them named very, very quickly, because they'll need to hit the campaign trail. They'll need to start door knocking, trying to garner support. Of course, Andy Burnham, representing the Labour Party for the last 9 years as the Mayor of Greater Manchester. Will it continue to be a Labour Mayor here in Greater Manchester, or will another party be able to come in? Of course, we've seen success for Reform at the local elections, but we've also seen success for the Green Party, of course, in Gorton and Denton earlier this year. So it's going to be a really interesting contest here in Greater Manchester to see who's going to try and fill the boots of Andy Burnham, who now, of course, goes on to be the MP here in Makerfield and perhaps even the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Wow, it really is people often say that this is the biggest by-election that we've covered, and we often do the sort of journalese, bigging it up and all the rest of it. This one really is potentially the most consequential by-election in modern British history. My goodness me, determining who lives at number 10 Downing Street. Sophie Reaper, thanks indeed for all of that. Thanks for being there for us in Makerfield. And it sounds like we're going to send you on the campaign trail for the Greater Manchester mayoral by-election over the course of the next 35 days. It'll be a fun one. Thanks indeed. Well, let's speak now to the former political director to Sir Keir Starmer, Luke Sullivan. Luke, thanks indeed for joining us this morning. Is Keir Starmer going to see the writing on the wall? Is he going to go, or will there be a fight?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me. Look, I do hope he realises that I do think it is the end of the road in terms of his future leadership of the Labour Party. And I think what needs to happen now is that the Prime Minister should be given some space and time to consult with his key political allies, but also with his family, just to work through what is the best thing and how he manages what is clearly going to be a very difficult and painful moment.
Is now, frankly, a question of when, not if, Sir Keir Starmer goes, I suppose. It was around a month ago that all of the Labour unions said there's no way Starmer can take the Labour Party into the next election. It seems that as every day has gone on in this campaign, that date being the date of the next election when Keir Starmer must go by, the date by which he must go has sort of gone nearer and nearer. How near do you think it is now?
Look, I think that ultimately is a decision for the Prime Minister. And I think, as I said, I do hope what he decides is that it is not in the best interest of the Labour Party and, most importantly, the country, for there to be a very brutal leadership contest in which the Labour Party are not focused on the problems of the country, but focused on ourselves. I think the Prime Minister, hopefully will reflect over the coming hours and over the weekend and makes an announcement for an orderly timetable. I think that is the right thing by the Labour Party. I think that's the right thing by the country. And I think that is how Keir Starmer has acted throughout his leadership of the Labour Party. Now, I think, ultimately, this isn't just about the Labour Party. The country, I think, sadly, sent a very clear message in May that the Labour Party under Keir Starmer was not headed in the right direction. And I think many of the dynamics in this by-election, this extraordinary by-election that's taken place in Makerfield, has been that test of a different vision for the Labour Party and for the country. And it's a simply extraordinary result that happened. And I think, as you were just saying with your reporter on the ground there, this has been an absolutely extraordinary by-election. There's no historical comparison for it.
No, and I've been looking at some of the most consequential by-elections through history. I thought perhaps Clacton in 2014, which brought UKIP into Parliament for the first time, but that's not as consequential as removing a Prime Minister. Perhaps Crosby, 1981, the entrance of the SDP into elected politics, but that all fizzled out. The Hamilton by-election in 1967, that brought the SNP into Westminster for the first time. That had longer-term consequences, but not the immediacy that I think we're probably going to see off the back of Makerfield. I had to go back to 1933, where I think I found the most consequential by-election in previous years, which was Fulham East, when a Labour candidate surprisingly beat a Conservative. The Conservative was in favour of rearmament in the face of what was going on in continental Europe. The Labour candidate was a pacifist, and the shock victory of the pacifist Labour candidate changed the government's approach to appeasement. And that seemed to have significant knock-on effects for the later 1930s. I think perhaps that is the scale of consequence for a by-election. Going back almost 100 years I had to go to find one that I thought was even on the same level of consequence, of comparability.
Yeah, even before GBNews existed. I mean, look, I think the historical nature of this by-election I don't think can be sort of put to one side. But I think what we are seeing is the shift of power from, the Prime Minister Keir Starmer to who is, I think now, widely expected to be the next Prime Minister, and that's Andy Burnham. And I think, going back to that personal point, this is obviously going to be a very difficult, painful moment for the Prime Minister, but it is absolutely adamant and important that he puts both the country and the party first, and I do believe that's what he will do.
Wow. I mean, that is going to be a wrenching decision. Luke, why do you think that Sir Keir Starmer was such an effective politician in opposition and frankly is perceived to have been such a useless Prime Minister in government? Is the difference whether you're working for him or not?
Look, I always thought that Keir Starmer was going to, any Labour Prime Minister elected after the period of time that the Conservatives had in, with the hopes and dreams that were invested in the Labour Party, that it was always going to be very tough. And I think, the Prime Minister can have and does have a very good record and legacy that he can point to. I think he has done some really big and important things. I think there is an issue that I think some of the U-turns, I think the Prime Minister has struggled to make that connection with the British public. And look, I think for a lot of the reasons, I suspect Keir Starmer is feeling very hurt and bruised by the whole experience of the last few months. I think a lot of the the views of the voters are unfair on him. I think for many reasons Keir Starmer has become this sort of lightning rod, and I think some of the opinions of him don't actually stand up to reason. But look, ultimately voters decide, and Labour MPs, I think from May, but before, were very much of the view that Keir Starmer cannot win the Labour Party another general election. And I think it's important that, what Keir Starmer said in his conference speech in September of last year was that the key defining political battle in this country was between the Labour Party and Reform and their type of politics. And he talked about putting the country and always putting the party first. And I think what became clear in May was that the Labour Party under Keir, unfortunately, is really struggling against Reform. And I think what is extraordinary about the Andy Burnham result in Makerfield last night was, in May, only a number of weeks ago, I think 25 out of 26 of the wards were won by Reform. And, Andy Burnham has almost put on the best part of a 10,000 majority. I think it is a proof of concept that Andy Burnham's approach and type of politics has more resonance with the British public. Now, look, whether he is able to sustain that through being Prime Minister is another question, but I think ultimately that is the decision that Labour MPs have made, and they think that Andy Burnham gives them and the Labour Party the best chance of governing for the country and being re-elected in 3 years' time.
Goodness me. Well, it all does seem very real indeed this morning. Luke Sullivan, thanks indeed for joining us and talking through this seismic day. Former political director to Sir Keir Starmer. Really appreciate your time. Thank you. Well, joining me now is my panel, the former Conservative MP and Immigration Minister Tom Pursglove, the current Reform UK councillor Natalie Oliver, the journalist and commentator Kai Wilshaw, and the former Green Party council candidate Fahima Mohammed. Natalie, let's start with you. Clearly, there is now going to be an election for the Greater Manchester Mayor. It's going to be in the next 35 days, which seems incredibly soon. Can Reform win this one?
Yes, absolutely. You know, Reform is a well-oiled machine when it comes to elections now. Obviously, the turnaround time is incredibly short, but that's the same for all parties. It is definitely something that we will be gunning for, and we will be looking to win, Tom.
Kai, the Labour Party has been preparing for this moment. It's going to be a tough fight to win Greater Manchester.
I think it is. It will depend, I think, a little bit on the candidates, though, because I think we have seen that have an impact in recent elections. And when you layer on top of that the fact that people will know that there's a big change, Keir Starmer may be on the way out, still an Andy Burnham effect in Greater Manchester that will soften the blow for Labour. I don't think Labour will hold on to the seat. But I think those factors might not make it the sweeping win for a Reform candidate that we might expect. It all depends on...
Why would we expect a sweeping win for Reform? Andy Burnham won the mayoralty with North Korean margins.
Yeah, but as we've seen, he's capable of North Korean election results, isn't he? I don't know.
He's wearing all black, a bit like Kim Jong-un there. I don't think perhaps we should stop with the analogy.
They haven't got many Andy Burnhams, have they?
No,
that's the problem. That's where they're lacking.
Yeah, I mean, look...
You can't do both.
There's not another Andy Burnham. We know that the Labour Party is likely to put forward Bev Craig, the long-time leader of Manchester City Council, isn't she? Who, again, she's not a nationally charismatic figure. Whereas Reform, after a bad run, by the way, some by unluck.
Hang on.
Robert Kenyon, unlucky.
We've had incredible local elections come
on candidates. Let's take two by-election candidates.
Two by-elections, come on. And they've been very unique by-elections.
But so important in a by-election, a high-interest election,
to get the
choose the right person.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
You've made a mistake twice now. Who are you going to pick for this critical election? It might be key. This might be the deciding factor.
I don't agree that we've made mistakes at all. I think the by-elections have been very, very unique. I mean, Gorton and Denton was nowhere near a target seat for Reform. It was something like 420th target seat for Reform. So that was always going to be incredibly difficult to win. So I disagree with the choice of candidate on that one. And this is another, you know, completely unique by-election. This has all been about removing Keir Starmer from that position. So I don't think we can judge this on candidates. This is far, far deeper than that. You know, the actual outcomes to these by-elections have been completely different, and they have been incredibly unique. So I would disagree with you, Kai.
No, but almost 10,000 a majority for Labour.
That's how much people want to get rid of Keir Starmer.
Is it a majority for Labour?
Is it catastrophic for you?
Kai, is it a majority for Labour, or is it a majority for Andy Burnham? And are those two things the same thing, or must they be separated?
I think it's for Andy Burnham and for the hope of a Burnham-led Labour Party and government. And I think that's where the change really comes in. Yes, of course, there's a personality factor here, but I think people are voting for the next 3 years, really. I think that's really what this by-election was about.
Very quickly, I would suggest.
Fahima, we've spoken a bit about how it seemed like the Greens really stepped back in Makerfield, did not put in a fight, virtually no leaflets given out, I mean, an invisible candidate. The Manchester mayoralty is a different kettle of fish. Yes. There are some areas in Greater Manchester that are much, much more Green-friendly. There are many, many Green councillors across Greater Manchester, many different candidates potentially to choose from, perhaps even another plucky plumber. But the Greens are going to throw a lot more at the Manchester mayoralty.
I think so, and I think that Labour can't take it for granted that they've had some of the progressive voters as well. And I do see that what we're missing here, that there is yes, personality and all of that matters, but there's a lot of investment when it comes to these campaigns. For Gorton and Denton, I think there was 2,000 activists on the streets. For this particular one in Makerfield, there was 3,000 activists thrown at this particular campaign, where even households claim that their doors were knocked on about 6 or 7 times. So, you know, all of that does make a difference. People need reminding, people need like refreshing as to who's there. I've been out campaigning myself door to door, and when you speak to people and you've got people out there, you know, talking, regardless of the personality, it can make these differences, especially to something like this. So it depends on the people who is going to go there. And the Greens are very, very sort of like active. You know, they've got their sort of, you know, mobilisation across whether it's in the north or in London in the south. So I do feel that this is a chance to now step up and show that there is another chance for the Greens. But again, I think Reform does have a strong chance, to be fair, and they have come up. But again, every other place that you see, you have to know you got to fish where there is fish. So some areas just may not be for certain parties, but I think there's still a strong chance for the Greens to sort of step up on this particular area from area.
Tom, where are the Conservatives here? I mean, I think I'm right in saying the Conservatives came second at the last Greater Manchester mayoral election, a very distant second, but second nonetheless. Doesn't seem like you're in contention this time.
We'll be working hard for every vote. I've got no doubt we'll have a great candidate and look forward to that campaign. This election that we've seen tonight, this by-election, clearly significant personal vote for Andy Burnham, clearly a very safe vote for voters of all different political parties to go and cast if you wanted to see the back of Keir Starmer. So I wouldn't read too much into it. I think one of the interesting things about the Manchester mayoral election to come is that, as I understand it, the secondary legislation has been going through Parliament to change the voting system.
This is important.
Which I think will make it quite difficult, actually, for Reform to win that.
And
it would make it very
this as
difficult
well.
for Conservatives to win it equally.
Perhaps anticipating this, they've rushed it because it has, for only the last 4 years or so, been first past the post. You know, the party with the most votes is the winner. And now the Labour Party is changing it so that everyone's going to get a second preference at the very least, but maybe more preferences than that. I can't quite remember the system that they have plonked for, where second choices are going to be added together. And if there is I mean, Reform has a 10-point lead on 30%, but that's 70% of people not voting for Reform, which could then add together and be a big block.
And we've seen elections where candidates have lost on second preferences, not had the 50% to disqualify the rest of the process kicking in terms of the reallocation.
Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, not last time, but the time before.
Being a very good example. And so it adds a layer of complexity, but it also adds another opportunity for people to vote very strategically, very tactically on the left. And you can easily see Green voters happily voting Labour as a second preference, and you can easily see Labour voters being very happy to vote Greens in a second preference. So it'll come down to where all of those land when the reallocation, if someone doesn't get over that 50% plus one hurdle at the outset.
That is interesting. Although, Kai Wilshaw, looking at most areas that have ever had sort of second preference mayoral elections, I mean, London, for instance, probably the most famous mayoralty that goes back the longest way in this mass election way. Every single time, the winner by plurality has also been the winner by majority, i.e. transferring votes would not have changed the outcome. The first place candidate each and every time, even after all of the reapportionment of the other votes, has still ended up the first place candidate.
Yeah, and look, I think that we're still not... I mean, we saw this a little bit in Wales, for instance, with the Senedd elections, where there's a lot of confusion about what the different voting systems mean. Frankly, though, I do think that what the phenomenon you just described, I think it is also a feature of the mayoral elections. You know, as I say, I think personalities do really matter. There's a massive impact on personality. And if they're tied to a party in such a way as, say, an Andy Burnham is, or as many of the mayoral candidates are, being a sort of... I don't know, they sort of represent in a different way in kind that local party and the representation of that party in the area, I think that all is in the mix as well.
Is it difficult? Is this perhaps a flaw in our devolved setup of government, that mayors just usually win? They're seen as sort of our guy or gal who represents our area. They don't have to do the tough stuff like raising taxes. They get a block grant from government that they can then spend. In the United States of America, the mayor has to raise taxes. The mayor has to make many more executive decisions. Here, they're like not quite ceremonial, but not a million miles away from that.
Yeah, and look, so many of the reasons why Burnham has been able to avoid the toxicity that surrounds the current Labour Party and Keir Starmer is precisely because he can dodge those national issues. And it works both ways, right? On the immigration debate, he's been able to dodge it and so gets an edge on reform. But even with the Greens, one of the reasons why he's maybe not as tarnished by the anti-Labour vote is because, on issues like Gaza, on issues like immigration, again, he's not as tarnished on by the left-hand side of the voters than as Keir Starmer has been.
I heard some of
his position.
I heard some of his speeches, even in the Gordon and Denton time, where he was against, the divisiveness, rhetoric and propaganda spread by other parties when it came to, sort of the riots or the streets. And he was saying that we should, unite our sort of like communities instead of the other fighting talk and sort of divisive talk. So he does actually still, come from sort of the left side more than most. Yeah. And that's the thing. But we also have to understand that, there are different things that can come into play, like even voting at probably like 16 or something as well, that can make a difference. It could go against Labour right now, since they banned social media for under 16.
Well, that is a whole other kettle of fish, which we could, I'm sure, spend hours talking about. But let's quickly head back to Makerfield now. Our chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster, has been there all night for us. Catherine, I gather that this is your last interview, your last reports, I should say, of the morning before you can head off to Bedfordshire, or indeed bed. But Catherine, this has been. Let's just sum up what we've seen this evening and indeed this morning. No one quite imagined that Andy Burnham would put off this scale of victory that he achieved.
Yes, we've seen history tonight. I think it was a by-election like no other, very surreal in many ways, because Andy Burnham was doing what Reform had promised to do just a few weeks ago when they had campaigned Vote Reform, Get Starmer Out. Andy Burnham, yes, it was Andy, vote Andy for us, vote for Hope. But underneath that, the intention is vote Andy Burnham, get Keir Starmer out, because we know that he said that he wants to take the fight as far as he can. He has said that Makerfield will not be a stepping stone, but a touchstone. And he's on his way to Westminster, courtesy of Josh Simons, the Labour MP who got a majority of over 5,000 here just a couple of years ago. And despite the fact that Labour have become so unpopular in those intervening 2 years, Andy Burnham has upped that majority to well over 9,000. He got 55% of the vote. The fact that Restore got, 3,000 votes, Reform got 15,500, put them both together, they're still way of what Andy Burnham managed to achieve. One of his team said to me he's got a little bit of magic. Now, sure, there's plenty of people that do not like him, but many people round here really do. They feel that he speaks for them. He has promised to be in Parliament and represent people and areas who Westminster had turned its back on. And look, let's see what the weekend brings. But the Prime Minister has said that he's going nowhere. What Andy Burnham's team hope is that he will look at these figures, he will know that Andy Burnham basically will beat him hands down in any contest, and that he will decide to set out a date for a departure, maybe in a few weeks or a couple of months, maybe go to the NATO summit, maybe the EU reset and bow out gracefully. But will he? Because a Labour figure that just left in the last half hour or so, when I said, do you think the Prime Minister will fight, said to me, we don't do a clean kill. There'll be bits of bodies all over the place. This is the Labour Party. We always find a way to mess things up, so we shall see. But isn't it extraordinary? Just 2 years ago, Labour were elected promising change, promising to stop the chaos, to stop the infighting, and yet here we are.
A vivid metaphor you bring there for us, Catherine Forster. Just in your professional opinion, do you think we are going to see mess next week? Andy Burnham sworn in as an MP on Monday afternoon. Is he immediately going to launch into some sort of contest? Or, as The Guardian has been reporting, is there going to be some sort of behind-the-scenes negotiation, a grace period, no immediate challenge to Keir Starmer?
My sense is that they would like the Prime Minister to come to a realisation himself. I mean, this can happen the easy way or the hard way. Now, they're not ruling out the hard way, which is to mount a direct challenge, but they would really like to avoid that. Look what happened with Boris Johnson when he clung on and cabinet minister after cabinet minister resigned, and then he couldn't replace them fast enough. Would the Prime Minister really replicate that? We know that PMs, once they get into Downing Street, don't want to leave, understandably. But would he really do that? I just don't think that anybody knows, to be honest, what happens next. But I do think, one way or another, Andy Burnham will be Prime Minister. He is very popular, but of course, once he gets into Downing Street, that could change pretty quickly.
Well, much to report on in the coming days and weeks. Catherine Forster, thanks indeed for being there for us all night at the Makerfield count. What an evening. What an evening. Let's discuss some more with what exactly is going to happen. First, let's remind ourselves of those Makerfield results. Andy Burnham won an astonishing 24,937 votes. Robert Kenyon, a distant second, 15,696. Rebecca Shepherd, the Restore Party candidate, the only other party candidate to hold on to their deposit, 3,111 votes. There we go, the top three, and indeed further, the Conservatives in fourth, Greens in fifth, and Lib Dems in sixth. I think I can count that. Did I count that correctly? I don't know. It's 5:30 in the morning. Let's speak to some of my panel. Tom Pursglove, relieve me. No, there is now going to be a huge question mark over, have we just seen a sort of flight of fancy of different parties, Reform, Greens, dominating the conversation of the first 2 years of this Parliament? Given the victories that we've just been talking about, is there a chance that politics resets, that it goes back to the old big two, the Tories and Labour? Is that really realistic?
It's such a conflicted, contested poll at the moment, isn't it? I've never known so much choice for voters, genuine choice for voters in terms of that competitive field. I do think that when it comes to the Conservative Party, that voters are having another look. I think Kemi is beginning to cut through. I think it has taken time. It will continue to take time. But she wants to present a genuine policy prospectus to the country that is thought through, that is considered, that is workable, and importantly can be delivered with the right personnel around it. So we live in unprecedented political times. I think this will continue to be bumpy. We live in a world where political choices have increasingly been distilled to clickbait and sound bites. And I think that unpacking complexity is really important. I think actually as politicians, and you touched on this earlier, as politicians, I do think we have a duty to explain choices, to explain why certain things are difficult, to explain that, there is only a limited sum of money to go around. We have priorities. These are the priorities we have. This means that we can do less of other things. That, I think, is what the public needs, and wants, is a greater kind of degree of clarity and honesty and straightforwardness from their politicians. And I think one of the big frustrations that people have had with this Labour government has been that everything in opposition Keir Starmer presented to the country was all sort of diluted. The country's problems were easy to fix. If only you were a bit more like us, if only you thought about it a little bit more, if only you worked a little bit harder. Actually, there's some really profound challenges that we've got to get to grips with. And they'll be the big tests that voters will make decisions about when a general election comes.
Natalie Oliver, I could see you shaking your head as I asked my slightly provocative question.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to think that Kemi's sort of, you know, I mean, to be fair, you know, Kemi is doing an OK job, but let's be honest, she's sat above a party which is full of liberal lefties, aren't they? You know,
well, I don't think I've ever been called a liberal lefty.
I don't think you've got any chance changing the Conservative Party when you have got that structure sat underneath you. It doesn't matter who's at the top. The party is still the same party. And you talk about not making significant changes and explaining to the electorate. You guys had 14 years. And you catastrophically let down the British people. So, you know, if anyone talks about having a significant amount of time, as Fahima mentioned earlier, about having more than one term to implement change, you had the perfect opportunity to do that, and you absolutely failed on every aspect of that.
Well, I think, you know, 500 jobs created a day, you know, economic stability for the vast majority of that period when you consider what we inherited.
And then the Boris wave,
I mean,
illegal migration, you completely let down the British people. Defence was hollowed out.
I worked with people like Nigel and Richard Tice in the referendum. We delivered Brexit. We delivered on the instructions.
No, Brexit was never delivered, Tom. Come on, how can you sit there and say that Brexit was delivered and is in the benefit of the British people? How can you honestly sit there and say that?
You are a fellow Eurosceptic. I find it extraordinary when Eurosceptics talk down Brexit. When you look at all of the kind of opportunities...
How was Brexit ever going to be delivered by people who were Remainers? How was that ever going to happen? The deal that we got was no deal for the British people. It was just, it was ridiculous. You know, Nigel was there. He ran an incredible campaign.
It wasn't delivered by Remainers. It was delivered by prominent Leavers like
Tom,
Boris,
I'm sorry,
like
it really
Michael
wasn't.
Well, I mean,
really
their credentials speak for themselves. They were on the front foot in that campaign.
The Conservatives are nowhere here. You know, the electorate are still completely let down by the Conservatives. That hasn't changed. You lost your deposit tonight in Makerfield. The same happened in Gorton and Denton. Yes, OK, we've seen that win in Aberdeen tonight, but let's be honest, the Conservatives just aren't a serious national party
anymore. We've never featured in Gorton and Denton, and we've never really featured in Makerfield. That's the reality.
No, but we're a right-wing party, though, and we did incredibly well in both. So what's the difference? Why have you never been able to break down that red wall? I mean, Boris got votes, but you've never, ever been able to break down that red wall in the same way that Reform have managed to do that.
Well, we did, actually, in 2019, very considerably break down the red wall, and that was tested in a parliamentary election. You haven't had that test in a parliamentary election as yet. But you could equally say that Reform made very little impact in Aberdeen South. And there are other parts of the country that just haven't got a tendency or a desire to particularly vote Reform in.
But look at the local elections. That was a real good national reflection, and we took nearly 4 million votes. The Conservatives had a catastrophic set of local elections again, and that is a national picture, isn't it? OK, we haven't had a general election yet. We haven't been able to prove ourselves there. But when we look at the last two lots of local election results, which is a national reflection, we absolutely smashed it in comparison to the Conservative Party.
We've seen governments have catastrophic local elections and win at a general election. Politics is very, very volatile, and we'll see where this goes. And I genuinely think, you know, Reform are gradually coming down in the opinion polls, and we've got the Conservatives, we've got Labour and Reform all in the 20s. So, you know, with a bit of narrowing...
Some polls.
With a bit of narrowing,
I think that's,
you could suddenly see all three of those parties running at 25%, which basically creates a lottery in the election.
Certainly within the margin of error, you could push to that point. It is, however, fair to say that Reform did win in many different areas of the country when it came to the local elections. And we call them the local elections, but actually there were national elections in Scotland and Wales as well. Interestingly, though, the Conservative Party did hold on in certain areas, wealthier areas, posher areas, Wandsworth, Westminster. There were some particular areas, Harlow. No, was it Harlow? Was it... I think it was...
Harlow we did.
It was Harlow.
Harlow was a very good gain seats in Harlow.
There are interesting pockets. I wonder if there are certain parts of the country that are absolutely dyed-in-the-wool Reform now, but there are certain parts of the country that just haven't been convinced. And there's a difficult balancing act for the Reform Party, because on the one side there are people that sort of want to drag it much more towards the Rupert Lowe position. But on the other side there are perhaps the voting bloc that Nigel Farage was sort of reaching for before Restore came on the table, that was sort of traditionally conservative but reform curious. And perhaps that voting bloc has got a little bit further away from reform in the last 6 months or so.
I disagree. I mean, you know, there were little pockets, but they were little pockets. That was it. There were only really, really small amounts of areas that did vote Conservative in those elections. And, you know, it's clear and obvious from tonight's election that Reform are the only party to take on Labour. And if the voters on the right cannot see that, then we are going to be in a difficult situation. You know, the time has come where people on the right who want to see the back of this catastrophic Labour government have got to get behind Reform. It's the only way that we are going to be able to achieve that.
Does it look now much, much more likely that we're going to have a very messy election result, a hung parliament, more than any decisive win from any party?
I don't think so. You know, like we say, this election tonight, it was about Andy Burnham. He almost ran as an independent. He didn't even have the Labour tag anywhere near his campaign. It was all vote Andy for Makerfield. You know, Labour wasn't brought into it. But now he is going to have to sit under that Labour tag and be the potential Prime Minister of the Labour Party and head of the Labour Party. So we will see what happens. But like I've already said, I think the honeymoon period will run out very quickly. I think being Mayor of Greater Manchester, as we've already said, being able to be incredibly strategic, having that funding to be able to spend it in ways that make the people of Greater Manchester think, my goodness, this guy's amazing. That is going to be very different for him. And it's quite funny that that someone on his team turned around and said that he's got a little bit of magic. I mean, he's no Paul Daniels, is he? He's just taken on this election campaigning to get rid of Keir Starmer, who's the most hated Prime Minister in British history. So, you know, I don't think the magic is all that amazing surrounding Andy Burnham, and time will tell, and I think it will tell very quickly.
It does seem like there is a secret sauce in politics at the moment, Kai Walsh, which is, if you want to win an election and win big, call for Keir Starmer to go. And that's true of the Greens in London and their big successes in the local elections. It's true of the Reform Party in their local elections. It's true of the Conservatives where they did win. And indeed, it's true of Andy Burnham this evening.
Yes. And look, what I really find fascinating is just how much Keir Starmer has become a vessel for everybody's discontentment, and he's become truly toxic. You must have seen it on the doorstep. I don't actually. I think we live in a world where the mandate window for prime ministers and for political parties is shortening. But also, I think we live in an era when, despite having more information than ever, being flooded with information, people make decisions very quickly based on less information as a whole. I think we're living a vibes-based political atmosphere, actually, where it's more about the whole picture of what kind of sense do you get from a politician, as well as, of course, do you like what they're saying? Does it sound right to you? But actually, I think all that means that people are willing to give a chance, they're less tribal. All that is to the benefit of people like Andy Burnham, who can spin a picture, who can prosecute an argument, and not Keir Starmer, who, at his core, was apolitical, and then also, because of that, made decisions that were unpopular, that he's now held as this sort of toxic vessel. So I do think there's something uniquely bad about the set of circumstances that Keir Starmer inherited, the way he went about it, and he was uniquely badly qualified to surmount all of those issues. I think Andy Burnham, on all those counts, sort of wins, I think, in this political environment.
There's such an interesting comparison that can be made between the switch between Theresa May and Boris Johnson and the potential switch between Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham. A dry, managerial, bad at speaking, misunderstood, perhaps, Prime Minister with grey hair in his or her 60s, goes to a popular mayor who perhaps is a bit more shine than substance. Boris Johnson took over the Tory party and did then deliver a massive uprating in the polls. It might well be the case that Andy Burnham is able to do just the same if indeed we do live in this new vibes-based politics era. But speaking of vibes, let's turn to the chair of the London Green Party, Eugene McCarthy. Eugene, what do you make of this theory that actually perhaps substance matters less? Perhaps it is all about presentation skills.
I think you have a point there, at least where you reference Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson had the vibes locked down. He had the country over, I think it was 50% in the polls at the start of COVID, supporting the Tories. But then as the cracks started to show, as it became apparent that the substance was not there with him, the country started to wake up and realise, actually, this is not a chap we want running the country. So in terms of cheap party politics, it might work out in their favour having a performer take over the party, someone who is, like, by all accounts, an affable chap who evidently the voters of Makerfield really quite liked. But whether or not that plays out over the course of the rest of this parliament, should Andy Burnham take over as Prime Minister, or into the next parliament if he runs and potentially wins a general election, that's a completely different matter. I think, politics is volatile. There's a lot of variables in the mix. I'm not sure Andy Burnham's been tested enough yet.
We've been talking about how popular Andy Burnham is, particularly in Greater Manchester, that's true. Eugene, you're chair of the London Green Party, where the Green Party now holds around a dozen councils. London has often been the punching bag for politicians, particularly saying that, London gets all the investment, gets all the money. But of course, there are quite a lot of seats in London, most of them Labour. Is there a risk in the Labour Party becoming, dare I say it, too Mancunian and losing the 60 or so seats up for grabs in London?
There's more than 60 seats, but I think you do have a point. Andy Burnham's spiel is quite anti-South. And I mean, I get it. We don't have anywhere near enough investment in the North in a lot of areas, but we also don't have enough investment down South. And I appreciate for people up North and in the Midlands and in the other nations of the Union, that will seem like I'm complaining from the best place in the country. And I think London is still the best place in the country in terms of investment. But compared to Paris or other European countries, the bang for the buck we get is terrible here. We don't have the investment that we really do need. And I worry that the people in London, we have a really high poverty rate. Those people, Labour want to bring over into their coalition. If they feel like they're being neglected, as many of them have done and did in the local elections, they're going to come to parties like us who are offering investment to everyone across the country, not making this some petty North versus South thing, not making this about Manchester and how Mancunian or how London or how whatever each individual politician is, but, really bringing the country together.
Eugene, my mistake, I said 60 seats that Labour hold in London. The answer is actually 59 seats that Labour hold in London. Apologies for that one that I got, that escaped my mind there. But the broader point stands. There are quite a lot of seats in cities, whether it's London, whether it's Bristol, lots of areas where the Green Party does very well. There is a real risk here for Labour as Andy Burnham tries to straddle the spectrum, really, in terms of the very disparate social attitudes, for want of anything else, that exist in a place like Makerfield versus a place like Islington. I mean, it's very hard for any politician to hold that coalition together.
I think it is difficult, but it's absolutely not impossible. For most of the last 100 years, that was a coalition which seemingly worked out quite well. And it's one which I, in the Green Party, would like to bring together or have a really good stab at. People in Makerfield are quite similar to where I grew up in Essex. It's very Leave voting where I came from. And I still live in Romford, which is a Reform-held constituency. So those types of voters, I mean, I go out on the doorstep and people like our message. It's a message of investment. And so if Andy Burnham wants a message like my message, potentially, then I think that's a coalition you can bring together. It's also not particularly dissimilar to the Boris Johnson message. A huge part of that was about levelling up and investing in the country again. And that brought together a coalition of voters which really hasn't been assembled since the Brexit referendum, and not really in a general election.
Goodness me. Well, Eugene McCarthy, you've given us all a lot to think about. Thanks indeed for joining us here at, goodness me, 10 to 6 in the morning. Chair of the London Green Party, Eugene McCarthy, thanks indeed for joining us. Well, Tom, Eugene there was talking about the Boris coalition. There's been a lot of comment that Reform has taken on that Boris coalition. Eugene McCarthy from the Greens is now after it. Andy Burnham from the Labour Party might be after it. Is Boris Johnson still squatting like a giant toad across the political spectrum of British politics?
Well, I was somebody who would never have got rid of Boris in the first place. I was loyal to Boris until the very end. I think it was a massive mistake that the Conservative Party made in moving him on. And I don't think we'd have had the election result that we had he stayed on. But what Boris was able to do was clearly, delivering on that Brexit mandate, making our own laws in our own country, judged by our own judges, not paying vast sums of money into the EU budget, all of those things, going after those free trade benefits, which we've since been able to do, and which is reflected actually in the fact that our economic growth is markedly better than many of the EU countries. That was what that was about.
Dwarf.
As well as, and we need to do better. We need to get after those benefits even more, particularly on the free trade with the emerging markets. But he tapped into that. That was what the country wanted. But he also understood that levelling up mission, that importance of trying to, get money and support and resource into some of those communities that feel very left behind.
Elephant in the room, former Migration Minister Tom Pursglove, is of course the migration issue that really did do for a lot of those Conservative MPs who lost them seats, yours included. Natalie,
but we could, of course, have done nothing about that if we'd remained in the European Union.
Well, you could do about
EU free movement. You could do nothing about.
You couldn't have done anything about the EU countries, but you could have done stuff about the non-EU countries. Natalie, you wanted to come in there.
Just too late.
Yeah, we've got Boris Johnson that brought us the Boris wave. 2 million people landing in the country and being sort of impacting on everything that we have, our resource, our healthcare, everything, welfare, everything.
Well, that included social care workers on the back of the pandemic. It included being very generous in response to Ukraine, the situation in Hong Kong, various other conflicts. But the levers were there. We should have pulled them sooner. When I was in post, I was able to do that, and we did.
I
did. That's the point. And actually, the big drop that you've seen is because of the changes that I and James cleverly put in place.
But we've had absolutely no impact on the illegal migration situation, have we? You didn't do anything about that. OK, the Rwanda...
this government's made it far worse.
The Rwanda scheme, which was a little bit sort of,
Well, Nigel was against that. He's now in favour.
Was it ever going to happen?
At risk of fighting the last war, let's pause this conversation and give a final word over to Fahima and Kai. Fahima, what do you sense is going to take place next week? Two schools of thought here. Either Burnham goes for a challenge immediately, or he waits to see what Keir Starmer might do.
Well, he did say that the country needs a change, so are we going to see that change also in Labour itself? And will he actually deliver what they're supposed to deliver? Because, again, I think he's actually going to be tested even more so than Starmer, because he's going to have to really make sure that whatever he said has to happen quite quickly. So I really do feel that that is going to be something that, again, no one's going to waste time.
Kai, a lot of people will be thinking, does this rest on what deals Burnham can make with people like Wes Streeting and Al Carnes?
Yes, in terms of the immediate calm. I think what we really need to focus on now is how can Burnham, if he wishes to lead this government, how can he continue this momentum? What solutions does he have for the country? Can he show urgency? For my part, what I really felt with Keir Starmer, no urgency despite the problems that the country faces. And I think those are what we are looking to see from Burnham now.
Well, lots more to come. Indeed, it's been a historic night in British politics, but the drama is far from over. In fact, it has only just begun. Let's have a quick recap of tonight's results. Yes, the top three in Makerfield. Andy Burnham for the Labour Party won an astonishing 24,937 votes. Robert Kenyon for the Reform Party second with 15,696 votes. And Rebecca Shepherd for the Restore Britain Party 3,111. The top three in Aberdeen South, a surprise win for the Conservative Party. Douglas Lumsden won 14,308 votes. The SNP's Richard Thompson second on a trailing 8,258 votes. Reform in third, Joe Hart won 2,478. And in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, well, the SNP's Lara Bird won 9,802 votes. First place, but on a low number of votes, low share of turnout there. Conservative Jack Cruikshanks won 4,524 votes, and Reform in a very close second, almost, a very close third, almost second. Bill Reid for the Reform Party, 4,341 votes. Right. So, where are we now? Well, Andy Burnham, King in the North, is set to march to Downing Street in a bid to topple the Prime Minister. A big thank you to my panel, Kai Wilshaw, Fahim Mohammed, Tom Persglove and Natalie Oliver. And of course, thank you all for those who've stayed up for the full evening. What an evening it's been. Breakfast is next. Here's the weather.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. A hot one for some today across southern and eastern parts of England, but further west and further north, very different feel. Dull and damp outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland and western Scotland this morning. Some heavy bursts of rain too. That rain creeping towards the west coast of Wales, and we'll see things turning a bit damp over northwest England too. But for a good part of East Wales, central England, eastern England,